Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a resumption of the Board of County Commission meeting. Before we go on for public comment at this time, I'm going to do a motion to reconsider the last vote, which according to the rules I can, since I voted for it. We're going to do a motion to, I am filing at this time, motion to reconsider with a second, based on the fact that we will have public comment first. Then we will vote on the various issues that are presented before us. We have a quorum. Okay. Ms. Kaufman,
Madam
please.
Mayor,
Yes.
it's customary to let...
for me not to do it.
Right.
Okay, sorry. And I'm looking at my vice mayor to do it.
May I?
We all voted accordingly, so you have a standing to do it at this time. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that we reconsider item 5D1A 1, 3, and 4, because we didn't do 2.
Correct.
Okay. Did you
I
get
can
that?
have a second. By Commissioner Weiss. All those 4. Sure, of course, absolutely, sir.
Are there any cards on the the 2 items that we approved previously?
If I may just respond to that, Commissioner Barnett, it is a fact that no matter if there is a particular issue that concerns that vote, that we do need to follow the rules of procedure and to have all the cards read first, and then we'll go back and we'll do the motion again. Okay? And I appreciate your inquiry on that. So the motion and the second haven't been made. All those 4, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. We are now, we are well fed, and we are now ready to proceed to public comment. And I'm going to start, Commissioner Weiss, you're on. The time will be 3 minutes as strictly enforced by our enforcer, the Vice Mayor Marino. Okay, Commissioner Weiss.
Jason, looks like Lawson or Larson, followed by Kathy McKeno, followed by Josh Maddock, followed by Michelle Jacobs.
And as your name is called, take one of the 2 podiums. Come on up, say your name, and you will be recognized, sir.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jason Larson. Sorry for the poor handwriting. I'm with Housing Trust Group. We're on the development team of Drexel and Isaiah Clark. And I just want to thank you for supporting those developments. I know that for many years in Palm Beach County, we've worked to get involvement, more involvement from the county into developing affordable housing, and it seems like the goal's been achieved, so I want to thank you. I also just wanted to touch on a couple of things. On the affordable side, our average rental rates are about $1,100 a month, and it costs in excess of $350,000 to produce a multifamily rental unit in the county, and probably closer to $400,000. So with that kind of rental rate, would never justify any market rate involvement in the private market without the public support that you provided, and that will also be seeking from Florida Housing Finance Corporation. And one thing that will make the applications that come out of Palm Beach County that go to Florida Housing competitive is the local commitments that you're making for those developments, because Florida Housing also has a policy of wanting to rely on local funding to leverage their state funding. So if the less money you can ask from them, the more competitive your application is. So these commitments that you've given us will make us competitive. And also, as far as limited development groups that might seek this funding, this affordable housing development, because the resources are so scarce, the number of groups that attempt to develop this type of housing, there aren't very many. So you will tend to see the same names, again and again, both at the state level and as well as anyone here in the county that participates. There are multiple upcoming RFAs at Florida Housing for sale funding that we will use the county's commitment to compete in. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that the entire state is after those funds. So it may take some time, several tries and several different RFAs to be successful. We did the Flagler Station building here at Banyan and Tamron. That was with 9% tax credits. That's the most scarce resource. I mean, we worked on that development for over 10 years. So we're hoping to, with the county's participation, to shrink that 10-year time frame down to 1 or 2 years. And for every application that applies to Florida Housing from Palm Beach County, not only will those developers be representing their individual developments, but they'll also be representing Palm Beach County for those state resources, hoping to bring them here as opposed to have them go to other places in the state. So I just want to thank you. And we brought some handouts on Flagler Station.
Hand them to our clerk outside there, right? And then he'll pass them around. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, you are recognized. Good
Michelle
afternoon.
Jacobs, President and CEO for the Economic Council of Palm Beach County. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mrs. Baker, thank you for having us. Thank you for the quick, short lunch break. We were hungry. Again, I want to thank you. At our May 7th meeting, your meeting, you had instructed staff to go back and talk to the developers to sharpen their pencils and to put some guardrails in place. I think we made some progress, and we appreciate county staff continuing to speak with us and the Housing Leadership Council to garner perspective from the business community. I would just, again, want to respectfully remind, the $200 million bond that was issued is just a small part, one tool in our toolbox to create the 20,000 units. That's our goal that we set out from the Housing for All plan that we all collaborated on. And within that $200 million that we have set forth, we did talk about that missing middle, right? That workforce of nurses, teachers, county staff, firefighters that simply have a hard time affording to live here. And so when we were working through some of the guardrails that we want and hope that will continue, you all will continue to consider when you're setting policy for this, that of the 200 million, 100 will be set aside for workforce so that we can continue to look at that missing middle to help them, 50 towards affordable and 50 towards for sale. I know that you all are contemplating this. It is really important to set a bar, whether it's 15% or 20%. Again, you all are the policymakers, but just looking at what happened between May 7th and today, June 4th, there were several projects that were able to go back and find other ways to stack the financing to make it work so that Palm Beach County doesn't have to shoulder so much of the financial burden. The other part about this particular agenda item for the affordable units, which was already stated by Jack Weir, is that these funds are not going to be put back into recycling for new units for a very long time. And so the workforce units will come forward quicker because those projects will be sold or refinanced, and Palm Beach County will get those dollars back, and you can put them towards new products. And lastly, you all talked about this already, the per unit for each of these projects, some of them are really high. To do $107,000 per unit, all the projects are very noteworthy, but we have to have fiscal responsibility, and I think that's what as we were marketing through the Hometown Housing Trust, the $200 million bond to our community, that we would make sure we were fiscally responsible and try and produce as many units using this as one tool in our toolbox for gap financing. So I just want to say thank you for continuing to deal with this extremely hard issue. It is complicated, but without putting guardrails in place in the RFP, you're going to get proposals back that maybe you're not comfortable with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Potter. We called the other two names. If they're not here, we'll. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi. State your name, please.
Kathy McKino. I'm representing Village of Valor. First, I wanted to thank the commission and the staff for what you're doing to help provide affordable housing for Palm Beach County. I want you to know that we've been working on this project for almost a decade. This bond is allowing us, we have tried competitively through the sale program. I can tell you it is a very difficult and competitive process. This is allowing us to put, I mean, we are shovel ready, and I know that's very important today. All of our plans are complete. We've been in, we're ready to get a building permit. I know that you're looking at numbers and you're in a very, very difficult situation because you look at it and say, you know, how could we give this much money per unit to a project? But I'm telling you, I have never seen costs like this. I've been doing this for almost 40 years. Project costs have just risen dramatically. And for us to charge affordable rents, I mean, I think you can see from even when we were here a month ago, we were forced to raise rents to meet the requirements of the commission and try to bring those percentages down. I mean, we lost the units that I had hoped not to lose. My desire is to target as low of rents as possible, and I think you need to take that into consideration, that in order for us to build these projects and have rents at $543 a month, it takes more gap financing. It's not something that we want. I wish we didn't have to ask for that, but we're doing everything we can with the larger mortgage that we are required to put on these properties. It's just inevitable that the rents have to go up to pay that. And we want to keep the rents as low as possible. And I know the request at $6 million that you wanted to table it and give us an opportunity to look deeper. We have really, we would love to go to the Veterans Administration and request funding. I don't think that's feasible. I've never been able to do that in the past. We are going to the Veterans Administration, and they are providing support services. This is a very unique project, and I think that's important too. We have to compare, you know, apples to apples. We're providing support services for these veterans right on site. We have 10,000 square feet of support service space that we're going to be able to give, you know, job training and after-school care, be able to help them with financial, you know, financial incentives to help their lives, to lift them from these communities. And I just hope that you can take into consideration that this is a unique project. And if there's any way we can bring costs down, we're more than happy to look at that. But I'm telling you, we've been working on this an awful long time, and we are ready to go with this commitment from the commission. Thank you, and I really thank the staff for working together.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Commissioner Weiss?
Josh Maddock, if you're in the room. If not, forever hold your peace. Jack Weir.
Don't want to be that.
Ron Davis, Jesset Perez, and Brian Finney.
Are those folks here today? Okay, very good. Come on up to the podium, sir. We're going to get right with you as soon as Mr. Weir is finished. Come on up. We don't have a lot of time, but I want to give you the 3 minutes. Mr. Weir, you're recognized, sir.
Madam Mayor, this will be very brief since I spoke previously. Just on the applications for sale where they're seeking a conditional commitment, I do think you should modify the staff recommendation so that it's an approval for a year, i.e. one sales cycle, as opposed to a continuous 3-year commitment for what's been requested. So that's the only modification that I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the brevity as well. Sir, you're recognized. State your name.
I'm Ron Davis, and I live in West Palm Beach. I'm a real estate development consultant. I'm working with the Housing Trust Group on the Isaiah Clark project on Broadway, as well as with them on the Drexel senior project. Simply want to say, you know, after having done so many years managing government, the thing that disturbed me the most, and I just wanted to say this to you, it's not good governance to make policy on the fly. You know, you sit here on the dais, you don't have the information in front of you, but everybody's coming up with ideas to how to meet the hot item of the day. But that's not good governance. That's not good policy making. You have staff, you have the business community to get input from, and where you can have meaningful, substantive discussions before, you just make a decision on the fly. I'm concerned about that. I'm a former city manager. I worked for Governor Bob Graham for 8 years as his senior assistant for community and economic development policy. And I still live in this community. And you just don't do that. You got to respect the integrity of the RFP process. And I know that this is the first bite at the apple, so there's a lot of things we don't know, but you'll find out as you go forward. But let's do it in a methodical manner as opposed to a knee-jerk manner. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, come on up, state your name.
Hi, my name is Jessica Perez. First, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm with the Housing Trust Group. And the one thing I wanted to address was the comment made before concerning the several years it takes to get funding for affordable housing. So the reason that is because it's a lottery system. It's so competitive. Obviously, like you said, like rents are much lower, costs are much higher. So we'd like to keep that on there for the affordable side in order to have the opportunity to make these sites a reality and not just have to keep looking for funding and keeping them a concept rather than a reality, which is the whole goal, it seems, that everyone has right here today. So that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. Sir, come on up, state your name.
Good afternoon, Brian Finney, Senior Vice President with the Housing Trust Group. I've been here once before, and I'd like to thank the Commission for this opportunity. I'd just like to make a couple of points. I've been listening to the discussions here today, and you're right, it's complicated. Absolutely. I wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning thinking about my pro forma. It is complicated. But I want to go over some issues that nobody's talked about. Let's talk about the $200 million. Someone at a previous meeting said, what's the rush? Well, I can tell you what the rush is. If you borrow $200 million and you have a fund distribution system that takes 5 to 6 years to put that money on the street, okay, you no longer have $200 million. With inflation, cost increase, you name it, that's going to depreciate while you're holding it. So what you expect to gain out of those units in terms of production, you're not going to have. I also want to talk about, someone made a statement today that Florida Housing has $150 million. That is absolutely correct. They have $150 million. But what was not said is they have a distribution system where Palm Beach County is almost going to get the same amount of money it has always got, because they have to distribute it statewide, which is fair. It's not all going to Palm Beach County. So that 150 is there, but interesting. Secondly, we talk about the sale program. Over the last 10 years, Palm Beach County has submitted 24 applications. They've gotten 8 applications funded. They've applied for 2,900 units. This is over 10 years. They've gotten 1,200 units, and they average 124 units a year. So you look at that sale allocation system, and you compare that with the cost and the timelines of $200 million, and you have a depreciating asset. What you're doing by pursuing this, and again, thank you for the approval, and we'll work really hard to meet the obligations, but all we are doing is enhancing the bottleneck that already exists with the Florida Housing Finance Corporation because they have a statewide distribution system. Last but not least, the Housing Trust Group is working very hard to build 300 units for seniors. The seniors in this community, and I don't have to say it to you, but I want to say it to whoever's watching this event, these are people who are housekeepers, who are people who work in sanitation, who are citizens of this community, who are not rich. All right, I'll leave it alone. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir, for those comments. All right, Commissioner Weiss.
Jordan Finkelman, followed by Joseph Glucksman, followed by Dan Oleski, and then Nathan Rich.
Sir, you're recognized.
Hi, I'm Jordan Finkelman, Vice President of Housing Trust Group. Yeah, I wanted to first thank everybody here, the Board of County Commissioners, for your support. You know, I think it's a very serious problem that we are trying to solve here in terms of just the affordable housing need. So over the last 10 years, 75 applications were submitted to affordable housing, and of those we have we did an internal analysis of you know all those applications submitted, kind of tallied it up, 8,400 units approximately. 2,500 of those received approval, which is a far cry from the need that we have, and also the feasible projects that could be brought forth if approved. So yeah, in terms of that, we're talking about 1-2 deals per year that have been getting approved. And because of that county tally that Brian was speaking about, the funds are just not coming here and adequately, you know, to really make a big impact on the issue. So yeah, just wanted to kind of reiterate that, and also that our rent levels are, you know, around that $1,100 per unit or per month amount. So yeah, and lastly, during the underwriting process, there's a full transparency of everything that we're proposing. So we're just asking for the time to go through that competitive process and get to shovel-ready conditions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Who's next?
Joseph Glucksman, followed by Dan, looks like Waleski, Lorestri, and Nathan Rich.
Very good, sir, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, staff. Joseph Glucksman, member of the Waterview Apartments team and president of McCurdy Senior Housing Corporation, formed in 2003 to address our community's affordable housing needs with a focus on those hardest to serve, and in particular seniors. It has developed and currently still operates Quiet Waters in Belle Glade. It was a national demonstration project through the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation for its innovative techniques and supportive services. It was a statewide demonstration project by the Department of Elder Affairs, and it has been used as a general model in framing Waterview Towers. We're anticipating funding Waterview Towers with 9% tax credits, sale loan, Quiet Waters had been funded with 9% tax credits, sale loan, CDBG funds, and SHIP funds provided by this body. It requires absolutely layering, or what you're now calling stacking, of affordable housing funding sources. There's no one funding source that will do the whole thing. And just for point of clarification again, yes, SAIL does look at a general guideline of 25% as gap financing, but if you dig deeper and serve people that are extremely low income, 30% or greater, you're up to 35% gap funding on sale loans. We do anticipate funding Waterview Apartments with 4% non-competitive tax credits, tax-exempt municipal bonds from the Palm Beach County Housing Finance Authority, and this county bond allocation here before you. I need to share with you that if Waterview Towers receives the funding from the county as it stands right now, we're shovel-ready right after underwriting is completed. 40% of our units, 56 units, are set aside for 30% of the AMI, $548 per month. Some quick, why do we feel so? I was going to give you guys some demographics on the financial condition of the 383,000+ seniors that we're talking about in Palm Beach County. But I'd rather just talk about briefly the supportive services and why do we feel so strongly about them. better physical and mental health outcomes, reduced medical care costs, reduced household costs, longer life, better quality of life, and I'll end it with less demand for public services that this board provides, such as EMS, rental subsidies, transportation, and such. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, who's next? Come on up. State your name, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Waleski. I'm also a member of the development team for Waterview Apartments in Mangonia Park. My responsibilities include preparing all the financial models, the operating pro formas, and putting together all of our funding applications. We heard you loud and clear at the last meeting, and we knew that our mission and our target was to try to get down to 15%. We went back to our lenders. We were able to negotiate a lower construction loan interest amount. We were able to increase the price paid per tax credit unit to increase our equity. But we also found that we weren't carrying enough as a contingency in our construction budget, so our number did go up a little bit. We've got a solid construction budget. We have a GC on board who has now done a full, soup to nuts construction review. We're very confident in our number moving forward. We wanted to make sure that if we were approved by this commission that we were able to go through underwriting and, as Joe mentioned, shovel ready, no delays, get this project built. And we're confident that we are there. We looked at a lot of paths to get down to 15%, but each one of them had some drawbacks, and I'll tell you a couple of them. One of them is if we go all the way down to 15%, we have to replace that low interest loan that you would provide with a higher interest loan. That doesn't allow us to make hard debt payments back to the county. So if we were to take 15%, we could develop and build this project, but we would not be able to pay you back until we refinance the project in 20 years. That did not seem to be in line with the way the county wanted to spend the bond money, because they want that money to come back in so it can be respent on other projects. The other option that we looked at was making it contingent upon a sale or one of the other competitive awards. But within this industry, we recognize that that is a significant bottleneck. If you were to fund us and we were to go against sale, we're subject to the lottery. We're subject to a county tally, which was mentioned. That's one of the forms that Florida Housing uses to distribute the money. So even if you had the 3 best properties in Palm Beach County submitted for an RFP, as soon as the first one is awarded, they put a number right next to Palm Beach County and they go around the entire state before they come back to Palm Beach County for a second award. So that's why that process exists, and that's why it's a bottleneck. If we were to get a good lottery number and we would get awarded, we would most likely be displacing another worthy project in Palm Beach County. And so we're hoping that we can go through this process without having to go into that competitive bottleneck, because all we would be doing is depriving another property. After a lot of discussion, we came back with under the 25%, which is the state sale RFP threshold. It allows us to repay a hard debt to Palm Beach County, starting at $400,000 of debt payment per year as soon as we stabilize. It completes our funding stack, so we don't need to be part of the bottleneck with Palm Beach County. And it's consistent with the annual amounts set aside by sale that are the standard among the state for gap financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Excuse me, sir. Please forgive me, I forgot your name.
To the podium.
Dan Waleski.
Do you mind? Hi, Dan. Quick question.
Yes.
So looking at these numbers, and I see, and thank you for your effort of trying to get what we asked for, but what was the total cost of the per units?
The per unit cost, I don't remember. I know we're asking for, I think it's $92,000 per unit. And the sale RFP sets a cap at $95,000. So again, we're consistent with what gap financing is considered around the state.
I guess I was just curious, so you don't know approximately how much the...
I believe that we're at about, 380,000, somewhere in that neighborhood.
375.
Per unit cost.
Yeah. 375?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Commissioner.
And I guess my bigger question that I'm trying to wrap my brain around here is because we have a couple other projects that are able to meet what we're asking a little more easily. What would you contribute that to?
Well, I believe that the two that made it, there were only 2 projects that made it to your threshold, and both of those are contingent upon competitive financing. So again, if you were to approve us the same way, we could do the exact same thing. But only one of us is going to get the competitive financing. And so all you're doing is you're funneling all of your money into this existing bottleneck that exists. and it's, you know, it's not going to get more than one. Maybe you can get two. I have seen there have been the random fluke year that we get a second project, but it's extremely rare. So you have this existing bottleneck with regards to competitive funding. And if we all have to pass through that bottleneck, then you're going to continue to have 1 or 2 projects built in Palm Beach County per year. And so you have to find a process that gets around that bottleneck if you want to build additional units.
So more pointedly, you're talking about the state, the sale ship.
So there's 3, there used to be 2. I would say there's now a 3rd that's been entered in. And Mr. Weir spoke about that 3rd one. So the 2 would be your 9% tax credits and the sale RFP for gap financing. So 9% as a tax credit basically means 90%, rough terms. It's not that because you lose some, but roughly 90% of development could be paid for with tax credit equity. You sell your tax credits, you get 90% equity, you build the project. A 4% deal, you're only getting 40%. So now you have to make up that difference, and that's where the sale RFP from the state comes in for gap financing. That number, again, as was mentioned, is 25%, or if you're serving extremely low income, up to 35%. We're staying under that 25%. That's, again, a very competitive RFP. The 3rd one, which was kind of suggested as maybe breaking that bottleneck, we don't see it that way. It's very significant, and it does change quite a bit for the county. It did not exist when the county moved forward with a bond for workforce housing and affordable housing. And it is $1.5 billion over the next 10 years through Live Local, funded by the state, that is earmarked towards primarily workforce housing with some affordable. So while we see that, you literally can't build pure affordable housing with that. You can build a component affordable housing, or you can build workforce housing, but you have to have mixed income as part of that. You have to have multiple different tiers. And we've looked at that RFP, but it really serves the higher income thresholds, the workforce housing, better. So we see that as new money coming into workforce housing, not necessarily coming into affordable housing, and we still see that bottleneck existing in the affordable.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. All right, Commissioner Weiss.
Nathan Rich, followed by Michelle Whitty, followed by Ken Metcalf, followed by Alexandria Larson.
Are those folks here today, right now? If not, raise your hand. If not, I know you're here. I can see you.
I'm here. Yeah. Hello.
You're not a little tiny guy, I have to say.
Present.
I can see you. The gentleman in the back. Okay, go right ahead. As soon as you state your name, the time will start.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Nathan Rich. Good afternoon. So I'm the president of Sun Foundation with Waterview Apartments. We're the 140 units in Mangonia Park. I do different development work across the state, private sector, retail, Class A tenant placement, things like that. I originally purchased this piece of land in 2021 for office, warehouse, flex space development. That was the original purpose. And when I spoke with the town of Mangonia, it was pretty obvious early on that housing was the biggest need, particularly affordable housing, and then more specifically, senior affordable housing. Which, you know, as I've learned, obviously is a population in the greatest need right now. Since acquisition, I've funded the whole thing from soft cost through development process, and I really wholeheartedly believe in this project. And it's not, you know, we do lots of different things, and I love this project. It's in a great location. It's east of 95. You're central to everything. We got the quantity up to 140. That's a very large density for where this property is located, and the town has been in massive support of this, and I know Ken's here and he wants to speak as well. These 140 units, they're spacious. So they're all 1 bedrooms, 650 square feet each. We have 100% accessible roll-in showers, elevators with backup power, trash chutes on every floor. We have fairly excessive amenity space compared to typical affordable developments. We have 8,000 square feet dedicated just for amenity space and communal space. There's an additional 8,000 square feet outdoor amenity space on the 2nd floor terrace, so it is private as well. You know, we have a community-wide accessible walking path with benches that go around the property, right along the shoreline there. And we have excessive on-site supportive services, as Joe Glucksman mentioned. That's kind of his expertise among many things, but that was one of the things that he was able to bring to Waterview. So we're excited about that. This development helps Mangonia Park beyond the community-specific impact by providing some utility improvements. There's some lake improvements where this site is located. There's a sidewalk and accessibility improvements nearby, so it really is a community investment as well. We're as a team, we are extremely proud of who we have on the team, from Joe Glucksman, Dan Waleski, other members of our team, the efforts from Town of Mangonia, from Palm Beach County staff level, and everyone here. I know it's a hurdle. I know it's a lot to talk about, and a lot of nuances and difficulties, and every application is unique, and there's parameters that aren't universal, but this project really deserves to be successful. It is a quality project. The way the funding is stacked is really well done. You don't always see that, but ours is really well done. We're proud of it. We do meet that 25% or less industry standard for a gap loan, which is the standard for a gap loan. And at the end of the day, I just hope you guys approve Waterview. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, let's come on up. Was your name called?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead, ma'am. You're recognized.
Like last month, on the 7th, I still
your name,
feel...
please?
Alex Larson.
Thank you, Ms.
If
Larson.
anybody doesn't know me in this county, I'm so sorry. But anyway, last month, this was pages of gobbledygook, and once again, we're back in the gobbledygook. We're making decisions on the fly, and that worries me so badly, because the bond money, all the money in this county, commissioners, belongs to the taxpayers. Salaries, everything, every single dime, every single board, every single thing that happens is the taxpayers' money. Maybe you should engage them. Maybe they can come up with some ideas on affordable housing and workforce housing and other housing, because it seems like they're having a really hard time with this one. That's what I witnessed this morning, because it got overlapped, and that's what keeps going on. Because whenever I see the word conceptual approval, there's no such thing in Palm Beach County. Once it's approved, it's approved. There is no conceptual approval. It's done. It's a done deal. And that is every acronym you could ever imagine, commissioners. I can take it any water district, anywhere you're all. Conceptual is done. So please take that in mind also, because I'm looking at the money involved, and I mean, they're biting at the bit here. So maybe it's a time to step back again, because here we are. I don't think we've come any further than May 7th. And I did. I read that pages and pages of that stuff. I read it again, and I do try to understand, commissioners, I really do. But somewhere, there's a lot of minutia. The one thing I see in this county when we do bonds and we're going to fund something, the money is spent before we get out of the voting booth. That's the problem. So take a step back, take a breath. If you got confused this morning, that's what I was told. Commissioners got a little confused. So if you did, step back and take a really long look at this one. Really, really long look, because I think it could be spent very wisely. I think you have a very great opportunity here if you do it correctly.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, step up, give us your name, you're recognized.
Hi, I'm Michelle Whitty. We do have a flyer for Waterview that I wanted to see if we could pass out.
Give it to the clerk and he'll pass it out for us.
Thank you. And I'd like to defer the rest of my time to Dan Waleski. That's okay.
We don't do that.
Yeah, no, he's already spoken, but thank you. If there's anything else you'd like to say, go ahead and say it now.
All right, we're all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the next name, come on up, sir, you're recognized.
Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commission, Ms. Baker and staff, my name's Ken Metcalf. I'm the town manager for Mangonia Park, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of Mayor William Alberry, who is devastated that he couldn't be here. He got called into work at about 7:45 this morning, or else he would be here, and he wanted for me to emphasize his full support for the Waterview project at Mangonia Park. I do want to commend the staff for the county on their hard work here. They've had to shift gears a couple of times, and I think they've done a phenomenal job. I also want to commend the commission on their vision for this. I think it's amazing that we're having this conversation. So in support of Waterview Apartments, 140 units of senior housing. Fantastic. The town has had Waterview before them on a couple of occasions. They had to have a comp plan amendment, and that was approved unanimously, and they also had to have a zoning text amendment, and that was approved with this project in mind. And of course, some of you may remember the former Bioscience Overlay District Advisory Board. I think this project put them out to pasture, so that it was approved on that level as well. This is a great project for the town. It's a great project for the county. We ask for your support. I will say the developer and his team, they've met with each council member one-on-one. Everyone enthusiastically supports this, and we've got a community that's very excited about this. Much needed. We appreciate your support. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations to the staff.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Commissioner Weiss?
Next is Linda Charles, followed by Kelly Powell, followed by
Is Kelly Powell here?
Roy Foster,
If you're not, just 1 minute, ma'am. Just 1 second.
and
Go right ahead.
then Tammy McDonald.
And Tammy McDonald. Could I have a rate hands? Are those folks here right now? Come on up, sir. Come on up to the podium. Folks, come on up to the podium. Ma'am, you're recognized. Good afternoon.
My name is Linda Charles. I work for Community Partners of South Florida. I'm the VP of Housing. I'm going to talk mostly about what Mr. Ware talked about the policy earlier. I think he brought out a few points. I also worked on the Housing Steering Committee that did the housing for all plan. And I think a couple of things that was brought out regarding policy, it was about the amount of subsidy and the gap. For us in the nonprofit world, we know that the gap for a for-sale unit is $150,000 to $200,000 to reach 80% and below. This is demonstrated to different projects that we have done. We know that for a multifamily, it's about $75,000 to $100,000. Although workforce housing and affordable housing to us is semantic, because workforce housing is 60 to 120% AMI, and workforce is 60% and below. The biggest production of workforce of affordable housing are the low-income housing tax credit developers. However, nonprofits do develop, and we do develop smaller projects. So I'm here to say that the gap is 30%, between 20% to 30%. So I think for most projects, you will see that there's a gap of 20% on the for-profit side, and then ours is probably 30%. So I think it's really risky to say that we're going to cap everything at 15%. And I will say that it's going to be very difficult to reach the 4,000, even 2,000 unit that we're trying to say. So I want to be here to, as a nonprofit developer and as the other voice for the policy making that we are doing today to ensure that everybody is recognized. If we are doing a project, for example, the first project, it is a smaller project. It's going to be more costly because as any other funding, CDBG, home, they recognize difficult to develop areas. And Palm Beach County is a difficult to develop areas because you don't have land. So I hope that we can do a workshop so everybody can be educated and hear both sides of all voices. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next. Okay, I think that there's
Kelly
nobody
Powell,
else here.
Roy Foster,
Sir,
Tammy
come on up.
McDonald.
Otherwise, we're going to complete this part.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
County Administrator and staff. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'd like to point out to some and remind others of some very key facts. The Palm Beach County Affordable Housing Needs Assessment, which was prepared by FIU's George Perez Metropolitan Center, was a precursor to the 2022 Resolution 626, which the Board of County Commissioners approved for the referendum. upon which the voters worked. It pointed out an acute shortage of affordable and workforce housing in Palm Beach County. That same report was specific in pointing out that the majority of Palm Beach County workers, i.e. 57%, earn wages in service sector occupations, including education and health services, retail trade, and leisure and hospitality. These are low-wage service sector occupations with hourly wages that translate to workers earning between 40 to 60% of the county's median income, household income. This is an affordable housing segment of our population, and it is the largest in the county. Number two, with 57%, i.e. that represents about $100,000 renters, being cost burden in the county, 30% of them are severely cost burdened, which means that they have to use more than 50% of their income for their monthly housing costs. The standard is 30%. Palm Beach County in this report was recognized as one of the most unaffordable places to live in the United States. And importantly, most extremely low-income renters cannot find housing of any type unless they have vouchers. Affordable housing production, according to that report also, as we know, has not kept pace with the increased affordable rental demand. Based on the gap analysis, housing construction activity has not kept pace to the tune of over 6,000 units every year that we need, and what was presented to you in May didn't even touch the 6,000. This board took this problem seriously, passed a resolution, we had a referendum by the voters, and the bond purpose said that it was financing for all or a portion of workforce and affordable units in Palm Beach County. It also read that the bonds could be issued at one time or in part from time to time. Almost a year later, the Board of Palm Beach County Commissioners approved the housing bond allocation process, which was consistent with the language in the resolution and the referendum, excuse me. There was no language about Florida housing finance funding requirements, no language about 200,000 units being built, no 15% leveraging cap, nor holding the funding to spread it over 7 years. I urge you to follow the process that you put in place, and let's get on with the business of building the units we need to build in this county.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Sir, you're recognized.
Again, Roy Foster. I'm an Army veteran. Sergeant, you hear the builders. I'm not a builder. I build men and women for combat. That's what I do. What I'm talking about here, let's look at our organization, is what I really want to share. In Palm Beach County, we are, outside of the BA, making contact with more veterans than anyone else. We have over 350 veterans right now that we are in support of. We're either paying their first, their last, and not only are we getting them into the units, we are also operating case plans for up to 6 to 9 months for sustainability with these veterans. We are actually have incentives because of the high cost with landlords now, whereas we might go in and we might double down on a payment, the down payment, we might double down on that because the veteran can't get into those units for a multitude of reasons. One, legal issues, whereas they encounter some type of legal issues as they return back from the service. Other barriers that are inclusive is that their credit ratings are terrible, absolutely terrible, for a number of reasons which we won't get into, but we are addressing these particular issues. How are we looking at the legal issues? I don't know how many of you know about Veterans Court. I've heard of Veterans Court. This agency brought it to the county. Veterans Court. We also are looking at how do we actually create this sustainability? Everyone knows wraparound services does it. Wraparound services is what needed. This is what is playing a major role with the cost that we have, because we have inclusive in there, that space for wraparound services. If we can't impact them long-term, what's the purpose? We can get them out of the weather, but then if we don't actually impact them, they're going to return back to their home estate or in need of other county assistance there. It's much more than the building, and we are diligently addressing those needs each and every day. Over $3 million we spent last year in assistance to get them into units, keep them into units. Prescribe a plan that's actually going to empower them. It's not a cookie cutter situation, and this is where we have to look at each and every one and address that specific need of those multitudes of needs that each veteran needs. So I'm thankful for you guys giving us the opportunity to present to you as to what we're doing, and we're not going to stop.
Oh, good.
We'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you for your service. I appreciate it, sir.
Last card is Carol Jones Gilbert.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Carol Jones Gilbert. I'm the very proud CEO of the Palm Beach County Housing Authority, and I want to stand here and represent affordable housing providers in the community. The Palm Beach County Housing Authority is a partner on 3 of the 4 projects that you had before you today on affordable housing. That 30% of AMI would not be possible if we don't place subsidy on these units. That comes with a voucher so that it caps the rent for those residents at 30% of their income. That is important for you to understand. The thing is, we're talking about prioritizing workforce housing for families that make $83,000 to $114,000 a year. We're talking about seniors at 30% of AMI that make $22,000 a year. So how do we prioritize workforce housing and we leave those who are service workers, our Walmart workers, our fast food workers? We opened our wait list in June of last year and we got 19,000 applications. We closed it in December. Every day I get an average of 10 to 15 emails from people. I am living in my car, I'm being evicted, I have no income. There are not a lot of housing choices for people that are at 30% of area median income. And so I stand here saying, if we're going to talk about the affordable housing crisis, we're either going to be about it or we're going to talk about it. I get people coming to my office with bags of clothing. I have nowhere to go. I passed the gentleman that lives in the bus stop on Forest Hill Boulevard. We need to serve the most vulnerable people in our communities. And we do that by pumping $3 million, approximately $3 million of rental subsidy into the market every single month with our vouchers. So we need to talk about affordable housing. We need to be serious about affordable housing, because I have workers that do not fall in that workforce housing market. They're not at 83,000. They work for a housing authority and they can't afford housing in the county that they serve. So if we're going to talk about it, let's be serious about the populations we want to serve. We have a responsibility to serve our seniors, our foster youth aging out of foster care, our citizens who are living with AIDS. We are serving those families. The county is now having to place 75 families. We're helping to place 75 families with mainstream vouchers that Goodwill is having to displace. This is what the Housing Authority is doing to serve affordable housing individuals in this county. So I urge you to work with these developers that are trying to do affordable housing. The Housing Authority is doing our part. With the vouchers we're putting in to Waterview, that's $13 million worth of subsidy over 20 years. 15% is not a lot. Thank you.
Come on up again to the podium. We have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jones-Gilbert. Question for you. In your comment, you said, and I want to make sure if I understood this correctly, so do they use a voucher in conjunction
We
with...
place the voucher on the unit so that it keeps the rent at 30% for the individual. So if you see
Does
rents.
the voucher go with the person or the unit?
It goes with the unit. So it stays with the unit for 20 years. We can do an initial HAP contract for up to 20 years, but in actuality, it stays with the unit in perpetuity.
I'm confused. So the rent that's being charged is not enough for the landlord?
It's not enough for it to be affordable for individuals at 30%.
I'm asking.
They're charging the rent.
So they're going to charge $1,000 a month, and you're going to put $400 and some odd dollar voucher to get it down to $5 and change.
Correct. They're going to charge their rent, and we're going to pay a portion, and the tenant is going to pay a portion. The tenant will only pay 30% of their income.
So if you don't have the voucher,
then
you don't have the affordable unit.
Correct.
So how many vouchers are available in Palm Beach County?
How many vouchers?
If we were to say we could build as many affordable units as you have vouchers, how many vouchers do you have that are not being used right now?
That are not being used. We have authority for 3,600 vouchers. We're currently using about 1,800 of those.
So we could, with your vouchers, but those vouchers could go with other people too today, right?
What do you mean go with other people?
The unused ones.
We have tenant-based vouchers and we have project-based vouchers.
Okay.
These communities are project-based vouchers where the voucher is tied to the unit. If the person moves out, the voucher stays with the unit. The tenant-based voucher, the voucher is tied to the person. If they move, the subsidy goes with them wherever they move, and we continue to pay that on their behalf. But for these projects where we are a partner on 3 of them, the subsidy would be tied to that unit. That unit would remain affordable for the term of the HAP contract. The initial term could be 20 years, and we can extend that for additional increments of 20 years in perpetuity. Quiet Waters, Joe mentioned Quiet Waters. We have 93 project-based vouchers at Quiet Waters. So we subsidize that property with voucher subsidy to keep it affordable for those seniors that live at that community.
So could you do those voucher, and what is the value of those vouchers, I should ask first?
The per unit cost for most of our project-based vouchers is $1,161 a month. That's the per unit cost. But HUD does not allow us to project-base all of our vouchers. We can only project-base 30% of our voucher authority. So we have to be very selective on where we place these vouchers.
Could they go on existing units?
Yes. We do subsidize existing units. We have tenants that live in just regular units, and we're paying a part of their subsidy.
So, and these are coming from HUD, right?
They are coming from HUD.
Right, so they're, okay. So, and then I guess thank you, you're helping to clarify. I didn't even know this was part of the process until you brought this up today. So I really appreciate you helping to explain this. So these vouchers, just to clarify, you can use these, you can use them on existing buildings, you can use them on new buildings that are not necessarily affordable or workforce.
Correct.
So we could build them into any project. Correct. Do they have to come in, so they don't have to be there at the beginning of the project either, right?
Not if you are not doing project-based.
Oh, if it's project-based, it has to come in at the beginning of the project being built?
We sign a contract for them. It's a long-term contract where we commit the vouchers to that project.
So that would, okay, so you could, but it could be on any project?
It could be on any project.
So if we ask the developer to...
I mean, there's rules that HUD has about how you can place the vouchers, and so we have to go through a process. But yes, you can project-base vouchers.
Okay, I appreciate that. I have a question for staff now.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
If I could, I'm just going to interrupt you just for a second. Ma'am, could you make an appointment to see me in my office about this program?
Sure.
You represent HUD on this issue of
I represent the Housing Authority. I
That's-
don't,
okay, well, no, that's
can't
good.
represent HUD because then I might get in
no,
some
I know.
trouble.
I remember the gentleman before. They're sitting right over there from HUD. But I want to learn more about that. This is not the land. This is, and Ms. Baker, these vouchers that she's referring to is this part of our landlord? Okay, so this is a great bit of information I'm learning. Okay. And so at some point, I wonder if you could come see me in my office because I'd like to learn more about it.
Anytime you're available.
Thank you. Now, I'll make myself, now, wait a minute. There's probably some other folks who want to speak.
Okay.
Let me just say, Commissioner Weiss has other questions, so we're all just going to, quote, stand down until Commissioner Weiss is done.
Thank you. I just want to turn back to staff. Is what's precluding us from not or asking developers, as we've got new projects coming in, to set aside some for these project-based vouchers?
There's nothing that's precluding us when the project-based vouchers come, and Carol, correct me if I'm wrong, they're targeting 30% AMI units. The question is, are the development projects including 30% AMI units? If they can get vouchers from either the Palm Beach County Housing Authority or one of the other housing authorities, then possibly.
But if she's got 3,600 that are unused,
Not 3,600.
1,600 or whatever they are, that are unused, and we were to ask somebody for 5 or 4 or whatever number of units that are going into some of these new projects we're building, just to take them at 30%, what's stopping us from asking for that?
Nothing precluding staff. Typically, the developer will work with the housing authority if they're doing 30% units in their project.
But if we're giving additional densities and whatever else we're giving away, I didn't even realize we could be asking for this.
And housing authorities.
Trust me, I know now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baker, you
we do work with the housing authorities. That has been a mission from this board to us. And so we have been working with them. We've got one project specifically working with them now on container units. And so this is our pilot project partner. But to answer your question, we could ask developers, and specifically workforce development, because that's the group we give the additional density to. The affordable group, I think the housing authorities are already working with those particular individuals.
And I'm sorry, hold on.
But if we have to identify these at the onset of when the project is being developed or being approved so that they can qualify for these, then we want to make sure that we're asking up front that I didn't even know this was an opportunity for us.
If I may as well, the HGG, which has 2 projects here, has talked to the housing authorities, and they do have some involvement with respect to vouchers. So they may be able to speak to that as well.
Yes, we're on, come on, Mr. Finney. Come here. I don't bite.
Sir, state your name for the record.
Brian Finney, Senior Vice President with the Housing Trust Group. And thank you very much for bringing this important issue up. Yes, we've been in discussions with the Housing Authority about project-based vouchers. We're not asking for 1,600. Usually we keep it down to less than 10% of our total project, and we use those dollars to leverage our bank financing to reduce the amount of subsidies that we ask for. But affordable housing, as the executive director just says, in the long term, works well with project-based vouchers. And in Palm Beach County, to be honest with you, it's almost impossible without substantial more subsidies to do affordable housing, multifamily housing, without vouchers. It's almost impossible. So it's a tool that we use. It's important, especially for seniors, but the game stops if you cannot access vouchers with some subsidies.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner McBernard.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Carol, thanks for being here. On the Village of Valor project, do you have any VASH vouchers that you have available?
We currently only have 15 VASH vouchers. We are working on getting an allocation of 22 additional VASH vouchers. One of the things that the VA has told us is they don't have the capacity to provide the supportive services. So the Housing Authority is applying to be a provider of those supportive services so that we can refer people for VASH vouchers.
So would you be able to work with the Village of Valor and to see if this project would make sense to partner with them to add some VASH vouchers in that project?
Sure, we're open. I know we've had an initial discussion with the Village of Valor, but we are open to working with anyone. But I do want to express that we are limited in how much of our vouchers we can project base. We can only project base up to 30% of that 3,600. And we already have 614 of those project base in Quiet Waters, New South Bay Villas, Lake Worth Towers, and Westgate.
And are you able to follow up, Madam Mayor, on the...
Go right ahead, Ms. Ray.
With the VASH vouchers, is it still part of that 30%, or can you do...
It would still be part of that 30%.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Bernardo. Commissioner Baxter, then Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. So that I have my numbers correct, and I've been following along properly, if you don't mind. So you get a total of 3,600. Only 30%, which is about 1,200, are available for project-based housing. You've already used 614, leaving approximately 586 left for project-based vouchers.
Roughly, yes.
Okay. So these vouchers, you said previously, can be used towards affordable or workforce housing?
The voucher supports any family. We have to have 75% of the people that we give a voucher to, they have to be at 30% of area median income. So the voucher supports families at 30% of area median income. And part of it being the Housing Choice Voucher Program is that their choice where they want to use that voucher. They could go to a private landlord, they could rent a house, they could go to a project-based
But that's
voucher.
tenant-based vouchers,
Yes,
correct?
that's tenant-based.
So Sherry, Jonathan, I asked this question yesterday, and do you happen to have an answer? So what is the current 80%, what is that annual income for an individual? 80% of AMI?
The 80% AMI for a household of one is $54,550. For a household of two, it's $62,350. For a household of three, it's $70,150. For a household of four, it's $77,900, and it goes up to a household of 10.
And what is the 30%?
The 30%, a household of one, is $20,450. Household of two, $23,400. Household of three, $26,300. Household of four is $30,000 even, and it continues to escalate up to a household of size of 10.
And so our workforce housing is between 80% to 110?
It's 60 to 140, but the board
60
did
to
put a
140.
cap to 110 at the last meeting. Yes, ma'am.
And then below that. So again, I understand we need a variety of this. We can't just focus all of our dollars on just affordable, just workforce housing, where I was hoping to potentially, when we're setting these parameters, and I love the idea that there are vouchers out there, whether that's tenant-based or project-based, can that help some people if we are in that range of workforce housing, that let's say they need a voucher to make it more affordable? Is that possible?
I'll defer to Carol in terms of their again, max AMIs that they're assisting with the vouchers.
The max AMI that we can assist with the voucher is 50%. We sometimes go up to 80% for project-based vouchers, but 80% and below is what the Housing Authority can serve with its vouchers. So we cannot serve people at 90%, 110%. But we can go up at Lake Worth Towers because they were already continuously assisted. We were able to go up to 80% of area median income for those households so that they would not be displaced.
So they'd be able to only help in our current program between the 60 and 80% AMI?
Correct.
That's what I'm understanding, which is still a significant amount. But again, if we, just listening to when this was set up again prior to a lot of us here, I mean, this was supposed to go towards that middle section. I think we have a huge need. I think we should serve, more affordable, but we had this mass amount of people, teachers, service industry, those middle people that also need, that are servicing everyone, affordable places. So this is where I go, it's that balance. Let's get enough affordable, but also have that rotating workforce and not, this is like why I'm pushing for parameters, because I don't want to eat up all the dollars, and I want to maximize those to help the most amount of people. So that is, kind of where this becomes, where do we want to set these parameters? And not on the fly. Let's do it right. Let's look at this and say, I did like Commissioner Woodward's 20%, I think is a fair compromise, not 15, but 20. I think a fair compromise at the 60,000 potentially unit. And the max overall cost, one of the projects we approved today was $22 million per project. Something I would like us, the board, to consider, if that project is failing, those dollars are then not usable. Or we're putting those dollars at risk because they're out there. So do we want to send a per project? How much are we willing to risk? That's where this comes down to, really. But I do like the idea of setting, I did like the 50, 50, 100, but if we did, a 75 and split it up another way, I think that would be acceptable as well.
Yeah, and Commissioner, that's definitely something we can bring back. One of the things we recognize is that a number of the significant industries in the county aren't high-paying industries, and they fall in affordable. Our teachers, a lot of our teachers have applied for workforce housing, and they don't make enough to qualify. They're affordable, and so we haven't presented, but we can bring something back, some recommendations to see what the board would like to do in terms of.
Excuse me, Jonathan, but what would be 60% of AMI then?
60% AMI for a household of, for a household of 4. Typically, you're looking at I don't have the 60.
Well, let's start with 1, because a teacher at the very low end presumably is at the beginning of her career and hasn't had time to get to 4 yet.
It's at 60, you'd be looking at a household of 4, 64,260.
What about a household of 1?
45,000.
And teachers start at 46.
That's right. That's right.
So, this is, and at 2, it's probably a little over 45 then. So this does, at affordable, help the beginning end of teachers then at 60% for workforce housing.
And affordable for the bond is 80% or below. Not 6, it's 80% or below.
So I just asked this question. Wait, so let's correct this. Where does the workforce percentages? I thought it was 60 to 110.
60 to 110 based on the last conversation with the board. That's workforce for the bond, that's workforce for the county's workforce housing program. It starts at 60. There is an overlap between affordable between 60 and 80. Because the state and HUD defines affordable as 80% and below.
Correct. I understand. And still at 80% at the 1, you said, was that starting at 54, right?
Yes.
The 1-person household at 54, 2-person household was 62, and so on. It's still not, that's not like massive amounts of dollars.
Yeah. No, understand, Commissioner. Just sharing with you some of the things that we're seeing in the office where employees for the school district teachers aren't qualifying for workforce housing.
And I would be okay too if we, again, because this is the beauty of it being our dollars, we get to kind of set those parameters. Do we want to carve out first responders, teachers, that sort of thing? We could do that, but at the end of the day, I think we need to still have a lot of dollars for everything. Let's look at where we want to spend them, so not just one section is eating everything and in one fell swoop. And that's all I ask, really.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Baxter. Commissioner Woodward, before we begin with Commissioner Woodward, I want everybody to know on this board that we're going to start matters by the public at 2 o'clock. And I think that we will resume after matters by the public for the rest of our agenda, unless there is consensus to do otherwise. but we will start at 2 p.m. for matters by the public. Commissioner Baxter, Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
can we vote? Maybe we can vote on these items before matters by the public, and then we can get your comment?
I hesitate to
can-
do that, sir, but I will do what the board, my recommendation. This is a complex issue. We have a number of different issues to vote
Not
on.
only on this item that we've already voted on.
Oh, okay. So, hold on, because you're going to restate your motion. Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
I can hold my questions till after matters by the public if.
Thank you, that would be good.
Ms. Carroll, would you agree to stay? Because you're a couple of my questions.
Sure.
Okay, so then we
Don't
can get to
mind?
your motion,
Okay.
and then I'll save
Very
my questions
good.
for after.
Okay, Commissioner Bernard, restate your motion, please.
So we're just going to do new motions. So for item 5D1, Village of Valor, which the motion would to table it.
And we have a second by Commissioner Weiss. And we're going to take a vote on that right now. Everybody understands what the motion is. Very good. All those for? Anybody opposed to that motion? See that it passes unanimously.
On item 5D1-2, Waterview Apartments, we would approve it, subject to them going for sale, other funding sources, the consent, okay?
And other publics, okay, hold on just one second.
And other funding sources, county funding sources, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Ms. Kaufman.
Just to clarify the record, that's an amendment of his prior motion.
Was that it?
You had made a motion on number 2, so now you're making a substitute motion.
It's okay, that's why we have a
forgot
lawyer.
I did.
I'm just clarifying.
That's that, we have a lawyer. Is that fine with you?
Same
Commissioner?
motion from,
Does anybody need to have it restated? Seeing no one who wants to, we have a second. Like Commissioner Woodward, all those for, anybody opposed, see that it passes unanimously.
on item 5D13, Isaiah Clark, we would approve it, subject to it being a one-year commitment.
Okay, and do we have a second on that? I do from Commissioner Barnett. Everybody for, anybody against? See that it passes unanimously.
5D14, approve it in concept, subject to one-year commitment.
Very good. Second. I have a second by the Vice Mayor. Everybody for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. Commissioner Bernard, I want to thank you for that. I appreciate it.
And could
All right.
we go ahead before we break and finish with 5D1B?
We're not going to break. We're going to move right into
my
public
apologies.
comment, but that's okay. We can go ahead and proceed to that vote if that's...
So we
if
could
that's-
close out this item.
Okay, by the board? Okay, so let's go ahead with that. Is there someone who wants to take that vote? Vice Mayor Marino, go ahead.
I will make a motion that we transmit item 5D1B, the approved proposals to the county's third-party underwriter and negotiate the loan agreements.
Do I have a second by Commissioner Weiss? All those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. Well, I tell you, this is a great board. Thank you very much. This is, we are going to recess this part without us leaving the dais, and we're going to move right into public comment because that was scheduled for 2 o'clock. It is now 2:02. And as we move into public comment, I am going to state a number of items that I want everybody to hear me clearly. On public comment, and if you cannot hear me, raise your hand, because this will be enforced as stated. So I want you to hear what the procedures will be. On public comment, the public may offer comment to the board at their meetings for consent, regular, and public hearing items. Normally speakers are limited to 3 minutes. However, based on the number of comments by the public cards received, the chair shall have the discretion to adjust speaking time limits as she deems appropriate and necessary in accordance with the BCC's official rules of procedure. In matters by the public, any citizen shall be entitled to be heard concerning any matter within the scope of the jurisdiction of this county commission. It shall be noted as matters by the public. It will occur at the first meeting of each month at 2 p.m. During this period of time, everybody who wishes to speak will complete a comment by the public card and give it to the public affairs representative seated near the speaker's podium prior to the start of the item. As a general practice, cards will not be accepted once an item has begun. However, I may have discretion to accept additional cards if it is necessary. When your name is called, please step up to the podium, state for the record your name and address. Any person making impertinent or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing this commission, shall be barred from further audience before the commission by myself, unless permission to continue or again address the commission is granted by the members of this commission by a majority vote. If anybody comes before the board at public comment and wishes to have a child speak before this board, they will be barred from addressing this board. A child is legally defined as someone under the age of 18. Anybody who is not abiding by these rules, as I stated today, will be excused from this county commission session by deputies. Are we ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen? We are. So, Commissioner Weiss will state your name. You'll come up to the podium, and Vice Mayor Marino will be taking care of the time limitation. I'm going to give everybody 3 minutes. I think you all are very respectful. You will respect us. You will respect the flag that stands behind us. And I will respect you. Thank you. Commissioner Weiss, name the first 4 cards, please.
Yes, it'll be Matt Engel, followed by William Voltmer, followed by Michael Zorano, followed by Cindy Falco de Corrado.
Okay, if those 4 persons would come before the 2 podiums. If you don't come forward, we'll put your card for another day and we'll read the next card. Sir, state your name, you're recognized.
Matt Engel, 18801 91st Place, North Waxahachie. As this board has acknowledged, our transportation infrastructure in the western communities is in shambles. Palm Beach County created this mess by allowing us to sprawl without proper planning, despite the pleas from the residents about the negative impacts that would surely come, but we were dismissed as paranoid. It was stated that Minto didn't ask for this, which is partially correct. They demanded it, and the county gave it to them. Minto sold themselves as a self-contained community that everyone would be kayaking to work, and they would have no impacts, negative impacts on the surrounding infrastructure. Now that they got what they demanded, they are suddenly a self-proclaimed hub that needs spokes, and as we were warning all along. Now I see that you're actually appointing them to the Regional Planning Council, which surprises me, but the residents there know or should have known what they were buying, and as far as them trying to access additional roads. Most of y'all aren't affected in any way of the issues that make our daily commutes absolute misery, if not even impossible. And Minto isn't even close to build out, and GL hasn't even broken ground. Denying the ag reserve land swap was a mistake and should be revisited, as that area is not boxed in like we are, and adding several hundred acres would provide over $200,000 annually in additional lease revenue. And then all the thousands of homes that are still to be built, it was made clear by this board that there is absolutely no plans to allow Seminole Pratt or PGA Boulevard to ever go through as they were planned, even though the rights-of-way are in place. There is an alternative, which is 120th Street North, which parallels the C-18 canal, which would give access out to Beeline, which would be a huge help. it was suggested about tying 100th into Avenir, but that'll just turn us into another Haverhill, as long like Steeplechase or Ballin Isles, or jog through PGA National, which actually also raises the question I've been asking for a while: why PGA National has the right to block a county road that we all pay for with illegal traffic control devices and unlawful traffic control. They're detaining vehicles throughout the day, which is in violation of State Statute 316-008 and 316-2045. Even though it's been reported to law enforcement, they refuse to do anything about it. But under 316-077, the county has the right to remove the illegal traffic control devices and the illegal traffic detention without notice, and should do so immediately.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Marino, you're recognized, and then Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you. Yeah. So, I'm sorry, could you state your name again?
Matt Engel.
Matt, so I have covered now several times that there actually are. I have covered, I guess, I had town hall on the roads and so on. And if you go on even the District 6 website, so we've had presentation that we did. We're actually going to connect to Beeline, but it's going to go through Avenir, North Lake, up. So, and potentially, we'll also have it on there, if that Seminole Pratt will actually go north and then veer off to the right to connect and then go north again to Beeline.
I would love to have that discussion with you. Obviously, we can't do it here and now.
Right, no, so please
if
call my
there is something else
office.
in the works, I would love to see it, because we need some relief, without a doubt. I mean, that's not news to you, I know, but
And absolutely, and as a board as a whole, we have been pushing our 5-year road plan and looking at mobility as a whole. We are well aware traffic is a top of, I think, most of our priorities on this board. And so I do greatly appreciate your comments, but please schedule a meeting, and I would love to bring you up to speed with what's going on.
I would love to. Anybody have any comments about why PGA National is allowed to illegally block the road?
Sir, at this point, I'm going to recognize Vice Mayor Marino.
Okay.
And then
I'm
you're
sorry.
welcome to contact your county commissioner, or any of us.
Just a couple things for clarity. The vice mayor of Westlake is being appointed to the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. That is an appointment by the League of Cities. It is part of the statute that representation appear at the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council from different municipalities and counties along the Treasure Coast. So it is not Minto getting appointed to the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. It is the vice mayor of Westlake. There's a big difference, but it's being appointed through legalities and through statute. So I just wanted to clear that up. Secondly, as Commissioner Baxter stated, when Avenir got permitted 8 years ago, there was always written into their development order that there would be a connection from North Lake Boulevard to Beeline Highway. The connection is based on certain parameters within the development itself. That is nothing that the county has any jurisdiction over. That is the city of Palm Beach Gardens. And also the developer of Avenir had to work with the railroad in order to move the crossing just to make that connection in the first place. So that, and I said this at a previous meeting, there is and never will be a connection on PGA Boulevard through to Avenir. Where PGA terminates right now is where it will always terminate, because if it went any further, it would be in preserve, wetlands, conservation land, water flow. So for anybody in the future, PGA is not going any further west than it goes now. And as for Ryder Cup Boulevard, that falls under the jurisdiction of the Northern County, and Virginia can clarify, but I believe that Ryder Cup Boulevard is under the jurisdiction of the Northern County Water Improvement District. They are the ones that maintain the road in PGA Boulevard, not the taxpayers. So that's just clarification. Thank you, sir. You can sit down.
It's now Jog Road?
Ryder Cup Boulevard is also Jog Road. That's the same. It's called Ryder Cup Boulevard in PGA National.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
We'll discuss that too, because I'm confused.
Very good, thank you. Sir, state your name, you're recognized.
William Voltmer. My topic today is voting by non-citizens.
Sir, that is not part of our jurisdiction. I'm so sorry, but I appreciate you coming forward today, but that's not something that we can take in our public comment. Thank you anyway, sir. What is the next name, Commissioner Weiss?
Michael Zorano, followed by Cindy Falco de Corrado.
Sir, state your name, you're recognized. Let it start.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners of Palm Beach. I must say it's a very great pleasure to be back in Palm Beach once again.
Your name, sir, for the record?
My name is Michael Anthony Zarzano, and I live in Sebring, Florida. But again, I just want to say how nice it is to be here. I really enjoy this community. What I'd like to talk to you about today is Statute 104.43 and .42 in the Florida Election Code. We are requesting formally a grand jury to be convened.
Sir, thank you so much for coming today and wanting to share your opinion. Unfortunately, that's not an issue. Excuse me. Excuse me?
It is an issue before.
No, it isn't. No, that's a Florida statute. If you'd like, you could discuss it with the deputy right outside, and he could explain it better to you. Commissioner Weiss, read the next name,
for the
please.
county, ma'am.
I appreciate it, sir. Next name?
Cindy Falco de Corrado, followed by Alexandria Larson, followed by Vincent D. Costanzi, followed by...
Well, as your name is called, come on forward, or we will go ahead and leave it for another day. Good afternoon, ma'am. You're recognized.
Good afternoon.
State your
Cindy
name.
Falco de Corrado. I just wanted to, because this is a public hearing, just to kind of voice some things that I know that are going on that would affect most of the people in Palm Beach, actually everybody in Palm Beach. So I wanted to share a little bit about the global open border.
I'm so sorry.
I'm not going to be talking.
I wish we could discuss immigration and non-citizens voting and these other issues, but that is not part of our jurisdiction. I appreciate it very much that you came here. Please call the next name, Commissioner Weiss.
In Palm Beach County.
Thank you.
Alexandria Larson.
Your voice.
Come on up, Ms. Larson. And the next person as well, Commissioner Weiss.
Vincent D. Costanzi.
Mr. Costanzi, are you here? No? Call the next name, please.
Jeff Buongiorno.
DiGiorno, are you here? Sir, take that podium right over there. Ms. Larson, you're recognized.
You can't deny people's right to speak.
Is there anything else that you would like to discuss, Ms. Larson?
I'm gonna
go right ahead.
It's called your charter, which you don't follow.
Okay, thank you very much for that
Our
opinion.
charter.
We're going to skip over you. That's not something in our jurisdiction.
This
Sir,
is
you
your
are
county
recognized.
charter.
Huh?
This is the county charter.
Ms. Larson,
for
please.
you.
Thank you. That's enough. Sir, you're recognized.
I'm allowed to talk about the charter.
Ma'am,
Ms. Kaufman?
would you take her microphone off, please? Thank you. Sir, you're recognized.
Yes, my name is Jeff Buongiorno. How are you?
Good morning.
All doing?
Good
morning.
afternoon.
I'm getting a stop signal.
Mayor, may I be
Excuse me.
recognized?
Yes.
Thank you. I believe that something having to do with our charter is something in our jurisdiction. If Ms. Larson...
Absolutely.
If Ms. Larson, please, if Ms. Larson has something to say that has to do with our charter, that is our jurisdiction.
Okay,
So,
very good.
I
If
believe
it's
we
about the
should-
charter, Ms. Larson, you may proceed.
I said it 3 times.
Go right ahead.
Our county charter. And in our county charter, recently, Wellington did a little vote on annexation. And it says in our charter, there has to be 25 dwelling units involved in that situation. They only got 19 votes. So they have no
Could you
right
please
to
give me
annex.
could you cite for me what page you're citing?
I'm on page, hang in there, darling. I'm on page 16 at the bottom, towards the bottom. You can't miss it. Because there's a couple items in your charter that you're really messing with lately. And you really need to
Voluntary
talk about it.
annexation by municipalities? Go ahead and proceed, ma'am.
You know, and that's exactly right. They don't have the numbers. So it violates our charter, which means it nullifies the annexation. They do not belong north of Southern Boulevard because they don't connect to us. They are not contiguous. They don't touch us. They don't come anywhere near us. And this is something that we brought up, but we were ignored. And the county should have defended the people, the 40,000 instead of the 19 who voted illegally, which it was. It's our charter. This charter it's gold here. But the thing that's our charter, and hopefully you'll start following it because you really do need to. And then we've got our elected officials, our appointed officials. They're also on page 10. We should put their feet to the fire also. You can read who they are because we're getting erroneous information. And I talked this over with Ms. Kaufman earlier, so rather than be terrible, I'm just asking, just follow the charter, follow the rules. Because the very last meeting that you had 41 pages on hurricanes, 48 pages on construction, and the board was worried about going to the luncheon of the League of Cities, not the hurricanes. Well, I'm really worried about hurricanes. I watched Andrew. I worked it with my husband for 6 months where people didn't have lights till Christmas. Believe me, we're not ready as Dade County, not even close, because we're building 25-story buildings out here that are going to be at my house at 20 Mile Bend. It's just a thought, commissioners, because you wanted to go to lunch, and I'm like, my God, we have to be out of here at 11:30. Now, these are really important matters to us. Maybe we should convey it better, and I'll send out an email to all of you. But hurricanes and construction, we are not a giant piggy bank, commissioners. We are really hurting out there. The one thing that I get stopped on every restaurant, every street corner, everywhere I go, is we're in trouble. That's all I hear. I can record it for you. I guess I will. I'll start recording it and sending it on to you. I'll send it to all your cell phones. Because we don't have billions of dollars. We did do we got $120 million for the opioid epidemic. Well, let me tell you, the numbers don't jive.
Thank you so much, Ms. Larson. Sir, you're
one more
recognized.
thing. I have one more sentence, and then I'm gone.
Go right ahead, sir.
535 people die every year,
Good afternoon,
and you haven't changed the numbers.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Commissioners. My name is Jeff Bongiorno, 3851 North Ocean Boulevard, Gulfstream. And I'm here to point out the fact that for 3.5 years, the people had lobbied against a new facility that was built at 4301 Cherry Road, where basically all these people in the room have called it the Fortress of Fraud. It's a bulletproof lockdown facility that's over 100,000 square feet, and we're lobbying to deaf ears for 3.5 years. We scraped all of the videos for 3.5 years, and we have over 700 minutes of people lobbying to decentralize. My Gulfstream charter says the municipality is supposed to count anything to do with elections. So you're shutting some people down now. You're not hearing the people. What you did was exactly repugnant to the will of the people. We have no transparency, we have no accountability, and you've lost all trust and credibility, to be honest with you. Commissioner Weiss, you wouldn't let people cheer, or you said no jeering on March 14th.
You're not going to make any remarks
I'm just
towards any
commenting
particular. So just go ahead and make general remarks.
On March 14th, the folks were shut down from, just voicing their opinion on a speaker. And I would think as public officials, you would want to hear the sentiment of the crowd, since you represent us and you are public servants. So as a citizen of Palm Beach County, I find that your actions are repugnant to the will of the people. You're showing it again here and today. 700 minutes of video footage in the last 3.5 years regarding decentralization of what was Riviera Beach, which you've totally flipped on us, and you approved a $35 million establishment all complete with bulletproof windows. It's just very convenient that at this time, when we know illegals are invading our county, and we just saw a rape in the back of a van that was done by an illegal, all of a sudden this new facility arises at the same time. So there's no trust in government, and you can go and look for yourself at those bulletproof windows. And by the way, I'm running for Palm Beach County Supervisor of Elections.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sir, sit down. All right. Could I have the deputies come forward, please? The next outburst shows that you have no respect for anybody who's going to come up to speak, because you're taking time away. So please respect those of the public who want to come up to speak. Otherwise, you will be removed. The next, sir, you will be removed now. Thank you, Mr. Bonjour. Deputy, Ms. Baker, I'm going to need a couple more deputies here, please. Okay, go ahead. Where's the next? No, we're not going to take a break. Go ahead, give me another one.
Leonard Senator?
Yep.
Senator.
Do you want to hear about wage theft, or is that not good? I used to work for you in the county. Do you want to hear about it?
Sir, would you state your name, please?
Leonard
Your name.
Serratori, 1943 Hartford Court, West Palm Beach, Florida.
You may proceed, sir.
Okay. This is my third time appearing to expose unethical behavior of management at the Department of Airports and other facilities. I even called Mrs. Baker. She never returned my call. To date, not one of you have responded to me. Actually, it's 1 year anniversary since I've been here. And today I'm here to talk about another issue, wage theft, while working for the Department of Airports. A lawsuit was filed by a former Department of Airport Operations office where they asked us to come in a half hour early, and we were never compensated. I will leave a copy of the lawsuit and the emails. I'd like to quote something from Edward Snowden. When exposing crime, it's treated as committing a crime because we are being ruled by criminals. The lawsuit was filed on behalf of himself and other situated employees. He was awarded $35,000. I had written to the county attorney, Amy Petrick, asking about the lawsuit and why other employees weren't paid. She claimed that she wasn't the keeper of court records and she didn't know anything about it, but she lied because she signed off on the lawsuit. Myself and other employees never received our money. Shortly after that, I received a 6-day suspension, $1,200 deducted from my paycheck for a frivolous non-security issue and using profane language, all for asking why weren't we paid. The first reprimand and suspension I ever got in 37 years of managing airports. McKinley, former McKinley commissioner, okay, called the taxpayers a bunch of a-holes after her daughter was singing about hanging the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis. Then the commissioner, Kerner, former, he held up a sign saying, "What the F?" And was never any penalty ever given to their profanity? Of course not, because there's a two-tier system. I was also called into home in the middle of the night on standby, was never paid since my boss, I don't know if you want me to mention his name, didn't feel I solved any problems. So I'm still supposed to get paid. When I started our careers at the county, we were all promised pager pay, 24/7. That was part of our pay benefits. There's 4 lawyers on this board, and you know part of a contract is 2 competent people, a handshake, or a verbal agreement. So you know what? When you do that, we're already guaranteed, and the benefits weren't actually given back to us. So the rest of them, I don't have much time. Other people were kept their beeper pay, and they never responded to emergencies, handed it off to us. And I just want to know what we're going to do about it. I'll leave the copy of the lawsuit, but you owe us money. Right now, it's about $51,600 that you would owe us with inflation.
Thank you very much, sir.
Frank Eddy, followed by Patty Testa.
Good afternoon, sir. You're recognized.
Frank Eddy. Boy, what a meeting. I'm a blues and jazz musician, but I'm also a hunter. We got a problem here. I went to the state, I got my permit. It says I could hunt iguanas and pythons. I'm a very good hunter. Now, my friend was at John Prince Park. He was riding his bike. A big iguana comes in front of him, hits him, he trips and breaks his shoulder and breaks his arm. We got a problem here. They're overwhelming the county. You got to give us permission to go in these parks and eradicate them, because they're everywhere. Miami Beach is paying $300,000 to get us down there to get rid of them. Tourists, it's overwhelming. They're overwhelming everywhere here because you don't give us permission to go in these places that the county runs. We need permission to go in there and get them out. Johns Prince Park, wherever they are. I won't go to Miami and hunt the pythons. I'll leave that to the Cuban boys. They know how to do that. But the iguanas I do hunt. And I paid a lot for the rifles, I paid a lot for the ammunition, and I want to get in there and do that. Can anybody help me do it? No?
Thank you for your service, sir. You can continue if you want. You have another minute and a half.
Oh, okay. So what I'm saying is that every time we went down to the park to try either by boat or by land, the park ranger said, no, you can't do that here because the people are complaining, you know. But we have a problem. They're coming into the neighborhoods. I'm pretty sure you've seen them everywhere. You've seen them everywhere, right? And they're coming into the neighborhoods, eating everything up and tearing everything up. So what we need is to have the commission say that, talk to the park rangers and talk to these places the county runs to give us permission to go in there. That's what we need. Anybody know of a solution to this problem?
So you're more than welcome to contact our Parks and Recreation if you'd like to, sir.
No, but
she's right behind you. So maybe after your time before the podium, you can speak to the head of Parks and
These
Recreation.
are the people that are blocking us from getting in there. They're the ones. No? Well, come on in and say something to me. Okay.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Administrator Baker. We do do wildlife captures that are nuisance wildlife. I'd be happy to talk with you further. I have not talked to you, sir.
No, I went straight to the park and started hunting them.
Yeah, we don't allow hunting in our park system.
You know what I mean?
But we do allow wildlife capture that's licensed
I'm
through.
licensed.
Yeah, and we'd love to talk to you more. We have several people that are on county contract that we do work with. So
Thank you so much.
I'll look you up and let you know how to get registered with our purchasing department.
Okay.
Excellent, thank you. All right, problem almost solved, sir. Good luck with that. Okay, we have the next name now.
Patty Testa, followed by Ralph D. Nicola.
Good afternoon, Ms. Testa. You're recognized.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Members of this County Commissioners Board serve on the Palm Beach County Board of Elections, the Board of Elections. And in 2022 and 2024, David Kerner, Maria Marino, and Greg Weiss represented Palm Beach County Commissioners. On April 4th of this year, 2024, the Canvassing Board met to certify the presidential preference primary and the municipal elections. I was the only member from the public, including candidates, everyone. I was the only member from the public, and I presented the following letter. April 4th, 2024, Judge April Bristow, County Commissioner Greg Weiss, Supervisor of Elections Wendy Satari Link. Subject, objection, and formal protest to the certification of the 2024 election to Palm Beach County. Palm Beach County Elections Canvassing Board. I formally protest the elections from 2022 through 2024. You have been informed and chose not to address violations of many Florida election laws and statutes. These violations have been addressed with you, Governor DeSantis, Secretary Byrd, Maria Matthews, Election Crimes and Security Attorney General Ashley Moody, and ethics and commissions of Palm Beach County senators and representatives. The complaints by the people have been ignored, and in many cases, the violations continued blatantly or escalated. The electors' votes are not protected by you, as demonstrated by you ignoring the pleas of the people to correct, intervene, and protect. Violations of Florida statutes believed to have occurred and observed include just 17 that I have listed here, including 101.572, 101.68, 101.56, so one floor. This, and there's many more, this is an incomplete listing of the statutes violated and ignored by the Palm Beach County Canvassing Board, Supervisor of Elections, Secretary of State, Director of Elections during 2022 and 2024 elections. This list supports that the April 4th, 2024 certification of election results for the March 19th, 2024 presidential preference primary and municipal elections must be set aside until a full and complete investigation into election violations is conducted. This was signed and notarized on 4/4/2024, and it was dismissed by the Palm Beach County Elections Canvassing Board. Our elections are fraudulent. You did not investigate it. I'm very sad, and I wish I was the mother of the 2 children you won't let speak. I think you violated their rights. They have every right to speak, just like we do. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your opinion. All right, for the next 4, go ahead, Commissioner Weiss.
Ralph D. Nicola, Linda Ortiz, Mickey Jackson, Candace Rojas.
Very good, sir. You're recognized. State your name.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you very much for the time to speak. I'm not going to address the fraud that's in our elections because it seems like that's not a subject for this place. But I wanted to thank Commissioner Weiss for taking up the mantle to fix the Gateway and Military Trail intersections that have been stagnant for many, many years. And I've written to him, and his team has been responsive and given me direction on what they're doing in progress. So I wanted to thank him for that. And also, I wanted to make my objection to having the actual city of Boynton Beach moving across the Florida Turnpike and us being assimilated into the town of Boynton Beach. It's been fine the way it is. We don't need to pay extra taxes. My HOA just went astronomical. So I thank you very much for all that you've done for that, and the rest of the board for all that you've done for the town and the county. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. County Attorney, just, are kids not allowed to speak in public comments, or what?
I was not aware that that was something that we were considering.
So, because, I disagree.
I know, yeah, I know of any prohibition.
Yeah, so I'm...
Provided that they have to follow the same rules as everybody else. So their time would be spent talking about public business. It would not be repetitive. For example, they're not going to sing. They're not going to, cite the Pledge of Allegiance. They're not going to reiterate things that we've already done. They would be talking on county business.
Okay, so can we make sure that we're allowing kids to be able to speak? Because I've asked, I've had presentation from kids who are from different schools, and I've asked them, they've presented different projects to me, and science project, and I'd love for them to present to the board. So,
I think they just need to fill out a card.
I respect that opinion, Commissioner Bernard. And the reason I prohibited children from coming before this board is the way that one child was manipulated before to cite the Pledge of Allegiance. I do not like to see, as an American, to see any child being manipulated by a parent. If in fact if a parent wishes to come forward and take complete responsibility for a child who wishes to speak about the matters just reiterated by our county attorney, that parent is welcome to do that. The child will be under the, certainly under the purview of the parent, whose name will be stated on the record, and will have responsibility for that child.
Madam Mayor, I disagree with this, the way where this is heading, because you can have a class with students, and you can have the teacher who would bring their kids to this board, and now we're saying that they need to have their parents to be here. Their parents could be working, and so going this route, I don't think that's the best way.
No, not at all. And if any parent wishes to come forward, just as I just said, if a parent wishes to come forward and say that they're taking responsibility for the actions of their child, as is under the law, then that is advisable. If there are any students here with their teacher who are unaccompanied by a parent, I welcome them. And I'm sure they filled out a card accordingly. But I will not allow for the manipulation of any child by a parent who will not consent to speak to the same issues that parents do. Adults have the same rights as children. If an adult has to state those issues that are before the jurisdiction of this board and or not disparaging or manipulative, then an adult should do the same thing.
Madam
you
Mayor,
also have the right, Commissioner, to preempt and to allow a child to come here and address this commission in a disparaging or a manipulative way without a parent taking responsibility. And if you'd like to do that, you're more than welcome to do that.
No, I think that the rule that you read, I think that we need to have the county attorney to take a look at it, so in that way.
Well, we have, but I think the rule is this, and let me be very clear. Under Florida statutes, a parent is responsible for the actions of their child. And if there is something that is contrary to that before any government board, then that would be contrary to the law. If there's a child here whose parent wishes to come up and take responsibility for the child, they're more than welcome.
It would be my opinion that because we're talking about First Amendment rights, it's a little bit different than other situations. If a child is old enough to speak, is old enough to understand our rules, and wants to talk about county business, then I think we have no problem with that. The child fills out a card and comes up and speaks like anybody else. I don't think that there's any requirement that a parent be present or that there be any kind of special rules for the child. As long as the child is old enough to be competent to fill out the card and to stand and talk about something that they're interested in that relates to county business, then that's fine.
That would be fine as long as the child is competent. That's usually the age of 12. So why don't we go ahead, unless you want to preempt that, Commissioner. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. When we first covered these recently, I had my own reservations about what was going on, and I appreciate trying to keep it limited to county business, but as we know, county business covers an awful lot, and we never know where it's going, so I hesitate to then assume where somebody is going when they're speaking. So I would like, as long as they're respectful, well, not even respectful, I mean, free speech is free speech, but as long as, they're not, let's say, screaming profanity, let's keep it G-rated, especially if we do have children here, and let's try not to judge whether somebody is manipulating or not. And I would like this to be as free as possible. And the only reason I even have any caveat on this is because we had an instance very recently of something that was terrible. Otherwise, I would be saying we shouldn't be limiting anything if it wasn't for that instance. And I think most of us know what I'm talking about, but that was, and I wasn't here for that, but I watched it later, and that was awful. So again, I lean towards the side of, it's 3 minutes. It's their 3 minutes. I say we give it to them.
I think that I absolutely agree with you, because I am all for free speech. However, free speech is not unfettered speech. And you can't, we know what the restrictions are on free speech. So we had this discussion with the county attorney. We all voted unanimously to limit discussions only on county business. This is on the card that everybody fills out. If this board wants to go ahead and make it completely unfettered, that we could talk about anything in space, federal government, state government, local government, cities, anything that is outside of our jurisdiction, I will follow the rules and whatever this board wants us to do. If this board also wants us to allow disparaging or harassment towards groups that are protected under federal statutes, minority groups under the statute, I will do whatever the majority of this board wants us to do. We had discussed this before at an open meeting, and we had agreed that we would follow the procedures that have been on the back of the agenda for many years. So I don't think we're doing anything unusual, but I will go along with whatever the board wishes us to do. If we want to have 3 minutes of unfettered harassment, open to whatever the board wants us to do, I will certainly follow the board. Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Baxter, for bringing up how we even got into this conversation. I think there were only 5 of us here for the day when we had a very unfortunate incident, and on that day I spoke about how it's a true test of free speech when we have to sit and listen to something that makes us want to vomit on a day like that. I did, and it's part of We are elected officials, we are government, free speech. It's a very, it's sacred, and it's also sometimes painful, and it's sometimes, difficult for us to listen. However, I do believe that this is one of the few forums that people in our county have to come and speak to elected officials. We want it to be on county business, on stuff that we actually can do something about, something that we can influence, something that we can make changes for. That's the best use of all of our time, so that if you come here to speak to us, we do take notes, we write this down, we have department heads listening. Everyone in the county pretty much is listening right now, so if something comes up from a department, they're aware of it. That's the best use of this time. Sometimes people need to come and speak to us, and it is 3 minutes, and I mean, you guys bore with me last month when most of that time was about a particular project for me, and it was painful. We had to get through it. It was county business, but I think we just need to be very careful on trying to stop people from speaking. I know where you're coming from. We were there for that, and we don't know where it's going to go, but free speech is sacred. We're one of the few countries in the world that have it, and as a government entity, it's important for us to honor it. So I appreciate why we got here, but we do need to kind of keep it.
Okay, Commissioner Barnett.
Thank you very much, Mayor. To your point, Commissioner Baxter, we discuss a lot of items that fall under the County Board of County Commissioners jurisdiction, including, as was mentioned during agenda review, I think a few weeks ago, there are certain items with regards to the elections officer, the supervisor of elections, that we do have jurisdiction over, but we won't know that if we cut people off after 2 seconds or 3 seconds. My girlfriend and I, we have a 15-minute rule when we're watching a movie. We decide to give it a chance. We'll wait 15 minutes before we decide to turn it off. I think maybe creating a 15-second rule to let people at least explain how what they're going to tell us does relate to county business before you, Madam Mayor, decide in your discretion whether or not it does fall under the Board of County Commissioners jurisdiction. That would be my recommendation.
I think that at this point, we had this discussion openly here, and we all discussed it, and we decided that remarks against protected communities, classes of people, Jews, Muslims, African Americans, LGBTQ, handicapped people, would not be allowed, immigrants would not be allowed in this forum. At this point, if we wish to open it up to completely unfettered speech, I think we'll go back on what we voted on before unanimously. And Ms. Kaufman, we can go ahead and take that vote.
Mayor,
and go ahead and have completely unfettered and open applause and boos and anything else that would be. Excuse me, Vice Mayor. If we're going to have completely unfettered, it will be unfettered. People can applaud, they can boo, they can speak about disparaging remarks towards protected classes. I am opposed to that. I am opposed to unfettered free amendment rights to our protected classes because I am a daughter of an immigrant, and it makes a lot to me to say that. However, we'll go ahead and I'll do whatever the board wants us to do. So we can proceed to a vote on that, if it's okay with me, Ms. Kaufman.
Mayor, if, with your permission, I just apparently need to clarify just a little bit. The new rules were only changed to the existing rules to the extent that it said we want people to talk about county business. I think it's perfectly reasonable to give people an opportunity to start speaking, and if we find during their speech that they're not talking about county business, to give them a warning and say, this does not appear to be talking about county business. Would you please get on task here, get on point? That way they have an opportunity. The other thing I want to clarify is that free speech, and I know you and I have differed on this, and I have to say it, but free speech means that we cannot tell somebody that they cannot criticize a protected group. Do we want to? Yeah, we want to tell people to behave. We want to tell people to be civil. We want to tell people to not engage in hate speech. But that is protected speech under the First Amendment of the Constitution. Hate speech is protected speech. So don't clap for that, because we run a civil meeting here and we want people to be civil. I'm just instructing the board that that is really not an option for you.
However,
So
if people wish to applaud, I think that is showing free speech.
No,
And I
we
think
have
that
the right-
I have always said this before. If people want to applaud or they want to boo, and I do
within the
take
discretion of the board.
I take umbrance at anybody coming before this board with the American flag behind me to say anything derogatory towards one of our protected classes. Now, that's just I'm one of 7. So I like to hear from Commissioner Weiss. We'll take a vote on it, and then I'll go along with whatever the board wants to do, I'll go along with the majority. Commissioner Weiss?
Thank you, Mayor. I think, listening to what my colleagues have said, a couple of things. Giving people an opportunity to clarify that, in fact, what they're going to say. I have no objection to giving them time and asking them to stay on topic. I think people come in front of this board should be talking about business that we have some jurisdiction over. And as was mentioned by Commissioner Baxter, it is wide. There are lots of topics for anywhere from animal care and control all the way to how well the streets are swept to, how the water drains in Palm Beach County. That being said, I have trouble with people coming in speaking about things that we have no jurisdiction over. And I understand that people are passionate about some of these items. They're better suited, though, or they have jurisdiction in the state or in some cases the federal government, but that we don't have the ability to help or change regulations regarding that. As it relates to free speech and some of the comments that we have heard here, not necessarily today, but in the past. And while I can't tell you how much I support your thoughtfulness, as I was one of the people being singled out by that hate speech, it's the First Amendment right, protects that person and allows them to say those hateful things. I don't need your help, thank you. It doesn't make it right, but the law and the Constitution allows that. And unfortunately, things are going to get said, and we're not going to like hearing it. But I don't believe that as somebody who is sworn to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Florida, that I can get in the middle of that. I think the courts have been pretty clear on where that line gets drawn. However, that doesn't mean people can say things in a hateful way. It doesn't mean they can raise their voice. It doesn't mean they can be discourteous and uncivil. Those are all things that we can expect to be maintained while we're in this chamber, and hopefully outside of this chamber, and treating each other with mutual respect. So as to the outbursts within the chamber, I believe in trying to run as business-like meetings as we can. I think, there's a time and a place, and I think we have to try and pull our way through that. But we have a meeting to run. This is the business of the people being done here, and we have a meeting to run, and you do as mayor. And so I appreciate what you're trying to do. I appreciate you trying to keep us on task and help our folks that are here to speak to us keep us on task. So I don't think there needs to be a major change in what we're doing. I think we just need to give people a little extra time, make sure that what and give them an opportunity to direct their comments to what's in business in front of us. And if they can't do that, then I think it's fair enough to ask them to please stop.
Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for what you said too. I would just like to add, as far as the applause or booing, I have been in meetings, not the ones we run, but other meetings in some cities where that is done. And I know that it actually inhibits some people from being willing to speak. And in regards to that, I think it's best that we don't have applause or booing from the crowd. We want everyone to have the freedom to speak freely with their 3 minutes, not worried about what's going to happen when I'm done making my speech. Am I going to be booed out of here, or am I going to be applauded? And that's just part of, again, if you want to come and speak to us and have your 3 minutes, I want to give you your respect for 3 minutes, and you to have the respect to walk away in silence.
Thank you, Commissioner Baxter, and then Ms. Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor. Free speech is so sacred. I think all of us agree on that. Thank you, Mayor, for trying to follow what are considered new rules in the sense. But I mean, the whole point of what was passed, and I was hesitant then, was to stick to county business. The purpose is sound. And according to, please, I'm going to ask you, the county attorney, to clarify because you can explain it better than I. There is a difference between a public forum and I guess a limited public forum. And the reason for a limited public forum is for the purpose of allowing everyone, because if we had hundreds or thousands of people coming in talking about things not related to county business, then the people who are here to speak about county business wouldn't get a chance to be heard. That's the purpose for distinguishing between the two types of public forum. And so, again, I love the idea of what Commissioner Barnett said, and 15, 30 seconds, let's verify it is related to county business. But if that county business is harsh or unfortunately hateful, I would think that as citizens and residents, we try to be respectful. I think it's ideal that we're respectful of everyone else's time as well, which is why some of these things are the way they are. I think you as well, when you come here to speak, you don't necessarily want to hear about things not pertaining to what you're here to speak, about county business as well. I say ask yourself that question. Lastly, we've explained, and the county attorney has explained several times, the supervisor of elections is a constitutional officer. The only thing we control is the budget, and the governor himself and statute will control what budget is to be there. People have said defund the supervisor of elections or minimize her budget. I can tell you now that would get us into trouble, or potentially the governor come in and say, hey, no, give her the money. She needs it to run her elections. She's a constitutional officer, not under us, the board. It's like saying we could go to the sheriff and tell him how to run his department. No, we can't actually tell him what laws to enforce, not enforce. We have no authority over the sheriff, just like we have no authority over another constitutional officer. Hold on. Now, the whole premise, yes, one of us or two of us are always on the canvassing board. But that's not this entire board, and nor do we have any authority to change what the constitutional officer is doing. That is beyond us, and no matter how many times it's said, somebody always disagrees, and somebody always thinks we have the ability to do something we don't. But we have to listen to the attorneys here. We have to listen to our Congress, our state reps, our senators, our governor. It's not our authority, so it is them. And so when I say we don't have the authority, that's just what that means. So I will sit here and I will listen to what you say and what you're asking of us, but I have to tell you, we've heard it, and there's not any control we have over it.
104.42.
I will just, if Mayor, with your permission.
Go right ahead.
On the issue, first of all, I think we need to go back to the basic reason that we have rules. We are a limited public forum. We are not a town square. We are not a park. That means by law, it is clear that this is not just a free speech, whatever you want to say, zone. We have the right in a limited public forum to limit the speech to the topics. We also have a right to determine time, place, and manner. And those are things that we are doing with our rules. Our purpose here as a county commission, and this is reiterated in the Supreme Court cases, is to have an orderly, efficient administration of the business of the county. We cannot have yelling out. We cannot have clapping, in my opinion, because that's going to interfere with the orderly and efficient administration of the business of the county. If we will look at what time it is right now and how much more this board has to do today, once again, our meetings are not getting done efficiently and orderly. We have to make sure everybody gets heard, but they're respected, and that the business of the county gets handled. As far as the supervisor of elections, an independent constitutional officer is set forth in the Constitution, and they are voted for. When you vote for them, you're saying you trust them to make the decisions and to run their office. They are not under the Board of County Commissioners. They are independent, and you can object all you want. They are not under the Board of County Commissioners. I have studied constitutional officers, having been the attorney for the clerk and comptroller for over 8 years, and I can tell you that although they have a list of people who audit them, those are the people that audit them. Do we have the ability or the requirement to approve their budget? Yes, we do. We have a requirement, but we are not entitled to look at the details of their budget by law. We get broad strokes. We don't get details. We do not have the right to go in and tell them what kind of computers they have to buy. They are governed by state statute and by administrative code rules and the Division of Elections. So problems with elections should be directed to the supervisor of elections and the Division of Elections, because they set the rules. You can go ahead and we can accept your comments and your complaints, but we will not legally be able to take action on your behalf. So you're taking your time here in a way that is not very useful. But we as a board, we should not be allowing people to shout out. We should not be allowing people to interfere with other people's ability to participate, because you're not going to have an orderly meeting, and we have the right to have an orderly meeting.
Anybody else wish to say anything on behalf of the board? Okay, ma'am, we're going to state your name again. You've been very patient. You may proceed.
Linda Ortiz. I live in the Palm Beach County. According to the Florida Constitution, Article 6, Section 5:1A, a general election shall be held in each county on the first Tuesday after the first Monday. I demand that the governor invoke his power as a state above to declare a state of an emergency during the time. We demand that all voters' registrations are deleted from the Florida voters registration so that only the U.S. citizens can prove residencies. Florida.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but given what we just talked about, we have no authority over what you are saying. So I have to go along with the rest of the board and the mayor.
Statute
You'll have to be
97.4(1) may register to vote.
We do not have.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen up. When every one of you signed the document that said you wish to speak, look at that document. It gave you the rules and regulations. If you don't like them, we are your Board of County Commissioners. You're more than welcome to visit any of us in our offices, email us, text us, call us. But this is a rule of law in this building during this session that you will follow, because you signed that document. So don't go against your own signature. All right, now, you heard what we discussed. We took a lot of time here. We discussed your rights to speak. If you wish to curtail your right to speak because you don't agree with us, that's fine. But we will proceed as you have obligated yourself to. Be courteous, be respectful of every person who comes up to speak. And who is next?
Mickey Isaacson, followed by Candace Rojas.
Ma'am, you are recognized to speak. Good
Thank you,
afternoon.
My name's Mickey Isaacson. I live in Boynton Beach. Good afternoon, public servants, the Palm Beach County Commissioners. Wendy was tapped in by the governor, and then she changed her party and ran in an election that is run with USBs so that she was selected, not elected. How many officials are tapped in? Palm Beach County and all the Palm Beach...
Excuse me, ma'am, I'm going to ask my colleagues, is this a matter of our jurisdiction or not? No? Ma'am, thank you very much.
So
Ms. Kaufman? Excuse me, ma'am.
I have something
Excuse
else.
me, I'm not addressing you, please.
Okay, I have something else.
I respect you, you respect me.
Could we ask her to specify
I
what
have
she
something.
has to talk about that specifically addresses us?
Yes.
Go right ahead. Talk to us about what we have jurisdiction over. We'll be here all night, colleagues.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay? Go right ahead, ma'am.
Okay. So Palm Beach County and all the Palm Beach municipalities belong to the Florida League of Cities. The League of Cities are in every state. All these county leagues also belong to the National League of Cities. Why do all 39 municipalities pay the commission and ethics agencies, and yet no one is looking into election integrity concerns from we the
Vice
people?
Mayor Marino, you're recognized.
And then, can you explain the charter that our county belongs to? What
Vice
does the
Mayor
Home
Marino,
Rule
you're
Article
recognized,
5,
please.
Section
Go
2
ahead.
states? The Board of
The
County Commissioners shall be
Florida
subjected
League,
to be
excuse me,
recalled.
please. We are not members of the Florida League of Cities or the Palm Beach County League of Cities. That is a different entity that is made up of, the Palm Beach County League of Cities is made up of the 39 municipalities, and they are the dues payers. We belong to the Florida Association of Counties. We do not belong to the Florida League of Cities either.
Okay.
So
Thank you
anything
so
that falls under the League of Cities is not our jurisdiction.
Okay,
you,
I have a
Vice Mayor.
question
Ma'am,
about
you're-
the
no,
charter.
no, ma'am.
I have a question
I
about
think
the charter.
You can wait. Okay, you want to speak some more? Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go right
Okay,
ahead.
so my question is, can you explain the charter that our county belongs to? What does the Home Rule Article 5, Section 2 mean? It states, recall. The Board of County Commissioners shall be subject to recall as provided by the Florida statutes. Can you state what statute that falls under?
Ma'am, under the rules of decorum, we appreciate your questions. Thank you very much. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. My name is Candace Rojas. I reside in Boynton Beach, Florida. And I am here today because we have a constitutional crisis that involves all forms of government, including the local county level. I am certain there are well-intended, good leaders here. But regardless, I'm speaking boldly to intercede for those without a voice, defend the Constitution, and restore the Republic. Because the general public has lost trust in our entire election systems, which you guys fund. And whoever controls the money ultimately is the boss. So you cannot pass the buck and say it is not our responsibility and it's not in our jurisdiction. And you're also in charge of all the municipalities, and you fund different programs that are globalist organizations that have ties to the UN and the World Economic Forum that has a mission for population control and basically tried to kill us at one point. Our entire political, judicial, and governmental system is broken down, and the county level, it's evidenced by your own disregard and restrictions of public comment. This is absurd. I have spent years volunteering at the tabulation center with many other people, and it's obvious to me that our elections are not secure. Patty Testa sent you violations of and vulnerabilities, and you guys ignored that and certified the elections. And that's actually considered fraud. So I have also, I've already served you once, but I did not get a valid oath or a bond from any of you. So this is my second attempt, but I do know that you can't even get us a valid oath or bond because I believe you're operating under a foreign entity, which is bankrupt, and I believe time's limited. But I appreciate all of you, a lot of you, and I know many of you perhaps you don't even realize, but this is a fraud, fake system. And a lot of people are appointed, not elected. They're tapped in through secret societies. And this is going to stop because we, the people, are standing up and we are voicing our opinion, and we're watching all of this taking place, and we're not going to allow it anymore. So there is a 1776 globalist, not globalist in the sense that you think of it, but it's going to be our new republic that is about to happen. So I can't wait for that to happen. And thank you. Here are your notices for the second time. Thank you.
William Bala, followed by Todd Buffington, followed by Keith Albertson, followed by Matthew Actus.
You're recognized, sir.
My name is William Bala, residing in Tampa, Florida, and I'm here today to address the county for the same purpose that she was bringing forth. And essentially, my point is, this is not an attack, but it is with respect to all of you, and you are the ones who, at the county level, you have the ability to make this a safe haven where if, as she says, globalists are in the WEF, in the WHO, and some of these forums, if they are imposing their controls, you all here at this level have more ability to make your county one that the citizens can have faith in. And so as citizens, we would request simply that you do what you can to ensure that we do continue to have faithful and fair elections and oversee the people who are appointed in a proper way so that that can happen most effectively. If we can request a grand jury to pursuant to the Florida Code for an investigation into the election results so that we can ensure that the citizens can have faith. And again, this is not assuming that this county is doing anything wrong purposely. It is simply a broad investigation to ensure that everything is being run with total transparency.
104.42.
104.42, 104.43.
Chief Judge Glenn Kelly.
The request is in your notice.
So if we could request Chief Judge Glenn Kelly to convene a grand jury in the public interest, that is.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
And for you to back that.
Endorse it.
And endorse it.
We do fund the courts. We partially fund the courts. We do not have the ability to impanel a grand jury. And that's that, so therefore,
That's the state attorney.
I would say, excuse me.
Unfettered.
Give us 3 minutes. You stole my time.
I didn't steal your time. Well, we're not going to have a conversation, you and I.
So
we cannot
impanel
a grand jury. We do fund the courts. We believe we fund them adequately. You should take your concern to the state attorney who has the ability to impanel a grand jury.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Point of order.
Next, let's see, is Todd Buffington, Keith Albertson,
Unfettered.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Todd Buffington. I'm a resident of West Palm Beach, and I would like to follow up with quoting Statute 104.42, fraudulent registration and illegal voting investigation. Again, that's Florida Statute 104.42. Item 2 states, the Board of County Commissioners in any county may appropriate funds to the Supervisor of Elections for the purpose of investigating fraudulent registrations and illegal voting. As the officials who approve the funding for the Supervisor of Elections, I am making known concerning issues with the conduct of elections in our county and state. We stated in our presentation in April to the commissioners that we have found over 560,000 potentially invalid or questionable registrants in the official voter registration database at the time of the 22 general election. Our database experts found nearly 12,000 registrants where 10 to 15 people were registered at a single family home, nearly 11,000 registrants at a single apartment or lot with 6 to 89 people registered at the address, hundreds and potentially thousands of duplicated voters, almost 13,000 voters with invalid names such as none or null for the first name, no first or middle name, and many with null or none for the last name. This group of invalid registrants cast over 7,800 votes in that 22 election in Florida, general election. We also found over 270,000 invalid addresses for Florida registered voters. While many of these were simply missing a unit number, making their address incomplete and illegal per federal and state laws, over 16,000 of these voters voted by mail, meaning the chain of custody was broken for each of their ballots. Perhaps most alarmingly, per the official Florida voter history file from December of 2022, the one closest to the time of the election certification, there were 145,309 more votes reported in that election than voters who cast a vote. If the books for a public company were managed this way, the executives would be fired and likely sent to jail.
That's right.
At the April Commissioners meeting, we read a resolution calling for a legally valid 2024 election and asked for the support of the commissioners. Other county commissioners are considering giving such support. We have, in other counties, I should specify, we have approached the mayor's office regarding placing the resolution on the agenda. It was stated by the mayor's office that it was referred to the county administrator and county attorney. We have not heard anything in a week and a half, despite follow-up, and again request that it be added to the agenda. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could be heard briefly.
Sure.
Just to clarify, the 104.42, which is very clear that the Supervisor of Elections is the one that is authorized to investigate fraudulent registrations and illegal voting, and to report that to the local state attorney and the Office of Election Crimes and Security. It says, upon the Board of County Commissioners may appropriate funds to the Supervisor of Elections in order to fund this. So the Supervisor of Elections is the one in charge, and the way it works is she comes here and says she would like extra money to her budget so that she can investigate fraud. This is all comes back to the Supervisor of Elections. And once again, grand juries are convened by the state attorney, not by us.
Would you like to make that statement for everybody to follow as well? Or would you like to make that opinion known so everybody can follow it?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. All right, go right ahead.
My name is Keith Albertson. I'm a resident of Lake Worth, Florida, and I've been living here for almost 19 years. And I think this is a budget and funding issue. It is the affirmative responsibility of the elected officials to obey the existing federal laws. U.S. citizens have a legal right to elections that ensure the voter's intent and matches the outcome of the election. Most every citizen wants trustworthy and accurate elections to obey the law. The National Voter Registration Act of 1993, 52 U.S. Code, Chapter 205 states, the purpose of this chapter are to protect the integrity of the electoral process and to ensure the accurate and current voter registration rolls are maintained. In the Federal Prosecution of Election Offenses, 8th edition, the election fraud is defined as corruption of the obtaining and marking of ballots, the counting and certification of election results, or the registration of voters. Also defines election fraud as submitting fictitious names to election officials for inclusion on a voter registration rolls, and knowingly procuring eligibility to vote for federal office by persons who are not entitled to vote under state laws and persons who are not United States citizens.
Sir, can you please tell us, or as you're surmising, I know everyone in the audience thinks that we're not doing our jobs, and no interrupting. We are very limited in our powers when it has to do with the supervisor of elections. We have repeated that over and over again. You all have the right to speak, but you have to speak on business, on matters that we can influence. These are not matters that we can influence. I feel for all of you because you come month after month and you repeat your feelings. However, we are very limited in what we can do here. This is a budgetary item that is given to us by offices other than ours. So please, if you're going to interrupt me, that is not really a good thing to do. It is not what we call decorum, and that is something we're trying to work today to figure out what is the best course of action when we have public comment. Because normally, as it says on our page here, it has to do with something that is a matter of governmental business, and this is the county government. We don't. And as a rule of thumb, it is your time to speak. It is not a question and answer period. And I know you all in the audience are probably thinking that none of us are doing what we're supposed to be doing. Actually, we have the business at hand, and that is what we have to do. We've had an agenda before you got here at 2 o'clock. We stopped our agenda for all matters by the public, and we will continue our business meeting when matters by the public is over. And all I'm doing right now is continuing matters by the public and keeping us from doing the matters of the business that we're supposed to be doing. So if you could please keep your comments to matters that we have jurisdiction over, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Matthew.
You can't certify the elections. That's the bottom line. You can't verify their citizenship. You can't certify the election.
Excuse me, sir, but outbursts are not, has nothing to do with.
Not permitted.
The outbursts are not permitted. Sorry.
Deputies too. You weaponize the deputies. There's people here with police reports.
Matthew Adkis, Michael Adkis, and Aaron Adkis.
I will not allow a child to come up to speak.
No, please.
I can be overruled by the majority of the members of this board. So if we could please have, if somebody here on the board would like to make a motion, take that vote, you may certainly overrule me.
Somebody just needs to ask, shall the decision of the mayor be sustained? And then a vote will be taken.
I would just like to give my time to my Jarzano. That's all I want.
Maybe we could hear what he wants to talk about.
Well, maybe we need to have a vote of the commission. All right, so somebody could make a motion and in a second, and then we could vote on it.
I want to hear what he has to say, so I'll make the motion to let the child speak.
Thank you. Second.
All right.
And what's the vote?
Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Matthew Actis. Thank you for letting me be here. I was going to talk, but I would like to hear Mike Jarzano speak. So can he come up, please? Because the time was still going, I saw. So I think that's what happened.
Thank you for coming up, but unfortunately, we wanted to hear what you had to say, not someone else. Thank you.
Next would be Michael, and then Aaron Adkis.
Michael. This is my son, Michael. He wasn't available last time. He's going to speak today. I give him permission. I do find it insulting that you insinuated that I put my child up to saying the pledge. He wanted to say it, just like he would like to speak to you today, from his heart and his words. And this is not my 3 minutes. I have mine after.
Hi, my name is Michael Actis, and I would like to speak to you guys about like how you guys fund the elections. And I think that in Palm Beach County, it should be like, since you guys run the municipality, so I think it would be better for the citizens to be more engaged, and to make sure elections remain fair and honest without any illegal influence. In conclusion, I would ask for a county grand jury to investigate the election system of Palm Beach County. That's it, I'm done.
If I might make clear that the county does not run the cities.
Right.
I understand why you might think that because of the way it looks like we're the big thing and then there's cities underneath it. But the cities all have their own mayor and councils, and we don't get to tell them what to do, unfortunately.
Thank you very much. My name is Mrs. Actis. I reside in Jupiter. I'm here to give a public statement and just to hold you all to the same standards that you continue to hold the public to. I'm going to speak about my 2 years of observation at the Riviera Tabulation Center. And I also will second the request and endorse a grand jury to regress our multiple grievances pursuant to Election Code 104.43 and Florida Statute 905.33. I am a dental hygienist, a mother and a wife. I do not want to come here full-time and repeat myself. Facts, not feelings. Oversight of the budget and people concerns is your job. If you cannot handle the stress, then quit or be fired. There are many Americans who would love your seat. Wendy has no problem going to high schools to solicit voter registration, but you just tried to stop my child from speaking. That's very interesting. Did you know that the taxpayers' money was used to hire off-duty officers to obstruct the public and weaponize them against us? Did you know that this April, the supervisor staff came out to the parking lot in my car and recorded me and my son in the parking lot? And the 2 BSO officers did nothing about it. Do you know the officers came to my home twice to serve me trespassing charges that were already documented by the BSO as not trespassing, and I was on public property? Did you know that I went to early voting site with my children for a homeschool project, and the manager called the BSO when the supervisor told her specifically to target Aaron Actis, that I should receive a trespassing warning? And believe it or not, they did what she said. 8 officers who arrived, they did what Wendy Satori-Link said. I begged them not to. It's all on his body camera. Both of my children, the future of this country, we were forced to witness bad behavior from adults. Do you do anything about it? No, instead, Mr. Weiss instigates more harassment policies and election observers, voters, and the general public. This is insanity. I want to go back in time to my family and my kids and take responsibility here or get the hell out. America is now at a national crisis, constitutional crisis, where every state is a border state, surrendering our health sovereignty to the WHO and absolutely uncertifiable elections. My name is Aaron Actis. I'm seeking the grand jury for regress of multiple grievances pursuant to Florida Election Code 104.43, Florida Statute 905.33, a cause for decentralization of ballot and vote tabulation. As of March election, the supervisor denied Florida Statute 101.572, public inspection of election materials. She processed absentee ballots without designees, poll watchers, or public during business hours. Early vote mark sense and absentee ballots. This is your job to understand this. Stop passing the buck to the governor and saying you don't have any power because it's all on your plate.
Thank you. Gabby Fox, followed by Mary Fry.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for being here. In the spirit of what several have said, I want to stick to county business and what is in your jurisdiction. I found it interesting that we're being told that you guys have absolutely no power to do anything with, the budget when it comes to the SOE. So I just wanted to read current Florida law regarding county commission. The budgeting process for counties in Florida is governed by Chapter 129 of the Florida statutes, which outlines the legal framework for county budgets. Preparation and submission. The county budget officer, typically the county manager or administrator, is responsible for preparing and submitting a proposed budget to the county commission. Public hearings and review. The county commission must hold public hearings to discuss the proposed budget. These hearings provide an opportunity for public input, which we have given you much of, and allow the commission to review and consider any changes, approval, amendment, or rejection. The county commission has the authority to approve, amend, or reject the proposed budget. Should I repeat that line? The county commission has the authority to approve, amend, or reject the proposed budget. They can make adjustments based on their priorities, public input, and any other considerations. Final adoption. The budget must be finalized and adopted by the county commission before the start of the fiscal year, which begins on October 1st. The Florida Statutes 129.033A states that the county commission may amend or modify the budget as they see fit. If the proposed budget is not approved, the commission will typically provide feedback or require modifications until a budget that meets their approval is presented and adopted. I don't know if it's that you don't know what you're allowed to do or if you think that we're stupid, but I'm not here for it. Please read. If you have the county attorney, she should know these things. We have come to you and told you multiple statutes that are being actively violated by the Supervisor of Elections of Palm Beach County. You are the commission. You have the power. I know it's scary to sometimes have that power because there's friendships and all kinds of little backdoor deals that happen. But we are here. We are not ignoring it anymore. And as a candidate, I am more than concerned. Please address this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Fry. I live in the city of West Palm Beach. This isn't my first time here, but I am one of those people that I'm just coming because I'm trying to understand, and I'm going back to the election system. The first time I was here, it was because I saw something that it's just not consistent with the way the election system is supposed to be run. Early voting, same-day voting are completely different. I want to know because I heard someone mention that if I have a concern that there may be someone on the panel that I can speak to. I tried to talk to Wendy Link several times. I don't think I look like a big aggressive person, but next thing I knew, there were sheriffs that were about to escort me out of the Supervisor of Election, their transparency meeting. Same-day voting, you use one style of ballot, and early voting is a touchscreen machine where you create a ballot, and it's not every precinct, but the Summit Library precinct, that is what they do for early voters. And when you do ask for that paper ballot, you're denied. I truly think that this is something that every single Palm Beach County, regardless of your political affiliation, we're all concerned about. And I tried to ask that question. I left my name, my phone number, all my information with Wendy Link, and no one ever got back to me. But when someone has the sheriff in front of me going to escort me out of the building, that's an answer. So is there someone that I can speak to that can help me with this issue? I'm sorry?
The only answer is Wendy Link. We cannot tell her how to run her office. However, the Division of Elections,
Shouldn't there be checks and balances? Shouldn't there be checks and balances?
The Division of Elections in Tallahassee does control how elections are conducted. They are the check and balance. It is not the county as an organization.
Okay. I contacted Tallahassee. I still have not heard anything. Here in the county, regardless of what your political party is, everyone should be concerned about this. I mean, we just don't know. I don't know. I'm just, I'm a taxpayer. Sorry. And everything is run through taxpayer money. When we, the people, run dry, I mean, then what?
That's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we have a number of non-speaking cards. Those will be added to the record.
Do you have any more speaking cards? No, okay. Commissioner Baxter, do you wish to say anything?
Clarification on what Ms. Fox was saying. She was talking about what we can and can't budget. Florida statute dictates there are certain things we are mandated to budget for. So when we're talking about budgeting, we can't tell her what to do with her budget. We can only decide what people get paid or how many positions or something that wouldn't actually address your concerns or so on. So yes, correct. We control the budget, but we don't control her line item budget of what she presents it to the county administrator. The county administrator looks over it and presents it to us. And as long as it is within a reasonable limits, we can't say, no, don't give her money. So to the point of, yes, funding her operations, but if she had no money, then I believe you're actually getting your opposite desired effect, because then it would be less people watching elections. Again, not our authority. So thank you.
The grand jury, you have that authority.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Baxter, that's it. Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you for bringing up the clarification there on our budgeting. In fact, if everyone would like to stay, because we have 4 different departments that we are within our realm that are going to be presenting budgets today. Everyone's welcome to stay and see that there's a separate type of budgeting that we have when it's our departments that falls under the BCC versus when we meet with the sheriff or the supervisor of elections. It's a very different meeting, but you are welcome to stay and see those presentations and understand the difference in how our responsibilities lie within those departments versus those where we have to budget for them as long as they present to us a reasonable number. So I would encourage everyone to stay.
Okay, very good. We're going to proceed right into our regular agenda when we finished before. So, Ms. Baker, we're ready to go on with staff reports. I believe we ended. And I think that we are beginning, and Mr. Brown, at 5D3. Is that correct, or is it 5D2?
It's 5D2.
5D2, if we could proceed with that with the staff report. Thank you. Welcome back. We're beginning now. Okay, very good. You may proceed where we were. Thank you very much for waiting.
Mayor?
Good afternoon. Yes, Commissioner Woodward.
Sorry, before we pause for matters by the public, I had a few questions about the vouchers, and she had to leave, so I actually stepped outside to ask her real quick.
Oh, good, okay.
And a couple of my questions were, I just wanted to share the number of vouchers and how we get those. I was asking, is it population-based? And HUD actually does a needs analysis, and she said that this is something that we as commissioners could actually help with, and getting HUD to look at us and increase that number. So whatever that 3,600, I think it was 3,600 number is, we could actually petition HUD to look at us and increase those numbers. When someone moves, if they move outside of the county or the state even, they take the voucher with them. It does eventually, if they absorb it into wherever they move into, then it will come back to us. I was a little confused on how exactly that, the timing of that. Is it pretty quickly or?
Sure, yeah, that's a big deal.
That's definitely a question for the Housing Authority. I'm not sure how it comes back, but it's typical that people may receive a voucher here in Palm Beach County and live in Miami-Dade County if they move out of the county, or vice versa.
But that voucher that belonged to us travels with them and hopefully eventually makes it back to us. But that process was a little unclear. And
do we have any way of regulating or at least monitoring how many vouchers we lose from Palm Beach County that move out of this county?
And just to clarify that those vouchers that she's referring to are the person-based vouchers, not any of the project-based vouchers. So those that are given to the projects remain on the projects, even if a person living in one of those units moved to another county. And also, if we could clarify that for those projects who have proposed and indicated that they will be using vouchers, the Housing Authority, the Palm Beach County Housing Authority is on 3 of those projects. That will all be taken into consideration when the projects go to underwriting, because that is part of the financial calculations. And if the board wouldn't mind, I also wanted to clarify that. It just went right out of my mind. I apologize.
That's okay. That happens all the time. If you'd like, Ms. Baker would like to speak, and maybe that would give you a little time to bring it in, or? Would you? Okay. Ms. Baker, did you want to give, would you like to be recognized at this time? And then Tammy, when it comes back, let us know. We'll get you right back.
I did have further discussion with Ms. Carroll, with her outside, and about the project-based vouchers. And the way that it works, she informed me, is that they work with the developer. They designate a certain number of those vouchers to that project, but they then get a percentage of investment in the project because that then allows them to recoup funding and then do even more. It's a revenue stream coming back to them as well. I agree. So what I would like to suggest is that we schedule, we bring all of our housing authorities invite all of our housing authorities that operate in the county, and then we set up a session just for them to talk to the board about how their vouchers work.
I think that's an excellent idea, and that sounds good. Commissioner Woodward, thanks, and Ms. Baker, thanks for bringing that up. They don't take a portion of
the voucher. They take the developer that they're working with. It's my understanding what she stated was that they have a vested interest in the project. It's up to whatever. I don't know what they negotiated with the developer, but that is how they generate additional revenues in order to help build more affordable housing. So I'm happy to invite them back, schedule a meeting so that they, not only just the Palm Beach County Housing Authority comes back to talk to you, but the West Palm Beach Housing Authority, Riviera Housing Authority, and all of the other housing authorities within the county. Is that something the board would be interested in?
Anybody wish to opine on that? Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
I love the idea of bringing this back for setting this, whatever it is, parameters with vouchers, so on, and having that robust conversation. But I would like to remind us that I would like to, because for Sherry Brown's sake, approve the $92 million in bonds.
Absolutely.
We're getting there, but I think that it's very
this was
important.
because it came up. I know that there are some missing pieces, and so we need to have the housing, I think, come back to clarify a number of these things, not to hold up projects.
It's a complex issue, and it's good that we get all the moving parts. Thank you so much for that, Ms. Baker and Commissioner Woodward. Okay. Tammy hasn't come back yet? All right, it will. It's out there floating. I know, it'll come back. It'll come back. And as soon as it does, let me know. We'll get you recognized. Okay. Did you want to say something, Mr. Brown?
I was going to start whenever you're ready, Mayor.
We are ready to go. Thank you, sir.
So again, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Baker. So we're going to move to the workforce housing projects under the Housing Bond Program. We're going to present to you today 3 different proposals, 2 that we've recommended, 1 that we haven't recommended, but I know they are actively working on getting things ready, and they may have an update for us today. Workforce housing, as we discussed earlier, goes from 60 to 110% AMI based on the conversation we had on May 7th. Typically, it's up to 140, but we established that line at 110. So the first project that we want to present is the gallery at Sunset Park. Now, again, as we were talking earlier, there's a state standard in terms of caps, and that sale cap, that state standard is 25%. So all of our projects were working to get under 25%. They understood the request at 15%, and some projects were able to get there, other projects weren't. But again, we wanted to make sure we present all projects to the board on today. So this particular project, Gallery at Sunset Park, was able to reduce their request from the county from $17 million down to $14.9 million, which brings their total project cost percentage from the county's perspective under 25%, 24.74%. We're looking at an affordability period of 40 years, and then we're looking at 145 multifamily housing units, where the county assistance is just under $103,000 per unit. Here you can see the comparison, the original project funding request, their capital stack versus the modified one, and you'll see where the primary funding increased. You'll see our dollars decrease, the request to us, and then some other subtle changes, which we'll discuss momentarily. Now, we're also providing to you the rent structure. You'll see what the previous rents were, where they were targeting 60% units and 120% AMI units. Now that's been adjusted to where they're targeting 60% units, and they are also targeting 110% AMI units. The major changes within this project, again, increased their bank loan amount, they decreased their housing bond request amount, they increased their tax credit equity. They increased their deferred developer fee, increased their sponsor equity loan. They did reduce the AMI from 120 to 110, and then again, that ultimate reduction in the bond request brings this project to 24.74% in terms of county assistance to the total project cost. And then we have residences at Lake Worth Beach. Their original request to the county was $17 million. Their modified revised request is at $13 million. This particular project was able to bring the percentage of requests to the county down to 19.39%, and we're looking at an affordability period of 50 years for the 165 county-assisted units they're going to create. Total project is 195 units, but the county-assisted units would be 165. And based on the per unit cost, you're looking at just under $79,000 per unit cost.
Mr. Brown, I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed that in many of these proposals that the original funding request is much higher than the modified. What happens when you get it down modified from one amount to the other? What do you do to make this magic happen, or what are the repercussions for this change?
Well, I'll give all the credit to the developers. They went back to do their best and final, and in some cases, they increased the primary financing, and then they decreased the county request to try and get to the cap that the board would like to see. Others, you'll see that they added additional equity, sponsor or owner's equity within the project. If they were able to secure additional tax credits, you'll see that they've added those dollars to the project. Everything they could do, they tried in order to do that. Now, some of the unintended consequences is, whereas initial proposals were going to target lower AMI units, they may not be able to do that now because they had to go out and get higher cost money, which means they need to make sure that there's enough money coming in to make the project financially feasible.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. And so here you'll see again the original versus the modified request.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question real quick?
Sure, Commissioner Baxter.
So on here, you have the AMIs listed. Are those, what household size are those based on?
So the AMIs here are based on, do we have the household size for those?
It's not
I
tied
think
to
it's
the
based on
Yeah,
the
'cause
bedroom.
Say it again.
Yeah.
The amount will be different.
So, okay, thank you for that. So, based on the AMI will be targeted toward the number of bedrooms. So, when you're looking at 110% AMI at one bedroom, then you're looking at what the max rates will be for there. And so, it's not as much household size as it is number of bedrooms.
Which is what you're basing it on. So, and so quickly, just drawing this full circle back to what we were talking about. So for this instance, I believe we're on page 20, unless I'm on the wrong page. The one bedroom at 60% went modified, went from 17 units, but now the proposed rent of 1,021. Oh, you went up the chart on page.
Oh, for the gallery at Sunset?
Yeah.
Okay, let me back up on that one.
Page 20, there you go.
Okay.
Perfect. All right, so 60%. Proposed rent, 1,021, and as we discussed earlier, roughly would be about 46,000 a year, and now this person is paying 1,000 a month? Just making sure we're drawing in the broader
Yes, ma'am.
picture here.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Baxter. And so as we talk about the residences of Lake Worth Beach, again, you'll see how they adjusted their previous rent from the modified rents. You'll see they went from all 120% AMI units, and now you see a combination of 80% units as well as units targeted for 110% AMI. Now, it is important to note that, again, they're doing 195 units, and then 165 will be county assisted. There are 30 other units that are not county assisted that's going to be at various AMIs within this project. Okay. And then, so again, some of the things that they needed to do or they did in order to adjust their request to the county, they increased their bank loan amount, they decreased the housing bond request, they increased their deferred developer fee. They increased their developer equity into the project. They did reduce the 120% AMI units down to 110% AMI units. They were able to increase the number of units. Originally, they were going to do 156. Now they're going to do 165 county assisted units. And they were able to reduce their percentage of their total project requests to 19.39%. And those are the two projects that workforce housing, multifamily projects that staff is recommending. And then just information on the third project that was submitted, which is Judge Rogers Court. Again, our recommendation is based on the documents we had at the time. I know this particular developer have been making great strides on getting documentation and updating their proposal. But based on the documentations we received at that time, we're recommending denial. Now, again, they've made some strides. The 150 units total in the project, the county assistance units is $195,000 per. You can see how they adjusted their original budget to the modified budget. And this was the previous rental rate chart that was provided, which you have a copy of. And then this is the revised or the modified. All of the units are projected to be at 110% AMI, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. The project, in their efforts to try and reduce the total percentage costs, you can see that the county units initially was going to be about 150, the county assisted, and that's down to 45 units. So they did have to make some changes. So Mayor, when you say what are some of the things they have to do, this particular project, that was one of the things that they did. So again, for this particular one, we're not recommending approval at this time. But again, this project may have new information that they want to share today, but this is the one that we did not recommend approval for at this time.
Do you think, sir, that you will? I see that it was 45 units. County assisted previously was 150. That's a big change there. Knowing Judge Rogers, I'd like to see this happen, you know? But we're working on it. The county's working on it with this. Okay, Commissioner Baxter and then Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. Jonathan, so was this as a result of us limiting it to 110%?
This was as a result of us adjusting the cap down to 15%, and then as well as the AMI, because they were going to target higher AMIs, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they were going up to 140% of the AMI.
And we went from 150 units down to 45. And what was the previous and I'm not trying to get there, I'm just trying to make sure we understand the ramifications of what limits we're setting. What were the previous per unit costs?
Staff is going to share that with us right now.
Reducing the size of the project, just the units we're supporting, right? They're only reducing the number of units we're supporting, not the size of the project. Just as clarification on the size of the project is still going to be the 150 multifamily units, but it's reducing the number that they're asking for county assistance on because those will be the ones that are restricted to the 110.
But they were able to do more restricted units at the higher percentage, is what I'm getting at.
And Jeff has the number you were asking for.
The previous per unit cost.
There you go. No.
Oh, the previous per unit cost was 86,666.67.
Which is significantly better than 195. So again, just trying to understand if we're limiting it to 110, what we're ultimately doing, and that is potentially putting some of yes, it's not as low as we may like, but I think it then still is a limited unit, correct? Where it's not
Yes.
full market. So there might be some people at the higher end who want this. I guess I'm just trying to get the broader picture here of limiting it to 110, so when you guys come back to us, we have a better understanding.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Weiss and then Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. On the gallery project, are they using vouchers in that project at all?
In this particular project, they would not have vouchers, but they do have some tax credit funds that they're going to receive through one of the lenders, but they can answer that better than I.
So on the 60% AMI, now why aren't they going for vouchers on those? They would qualify.
So as I understand Carol in her comments, typically they're targeting 30% AMI, and at times they'll go up to 50% AMI. With the workforce housing projects, we're starting at 60% and going up to 110.
She said they go up to 80.
I don't know. I'm not saying they can't. I'm sharing with you what I believe they're doing.
But if they could bring the vouchers into that, potentially lowering how much we have to put in with the, no, you're shaking your head?
The vouchers are not a source of development subsidy, rather they're operating subsidy to provide essentially guaranteed rental revenues for a certain number of the housing units in the project. It does help with the underwriting, and it can improve your financing terms, the terms offered by your lender or your investor. So that can bring your financing cost down a little bit, but it's not direct payment.
Understood. Okay. And then on the Judge Rogers, because it's being built by the Housing Authority in Riviera Beach, are they going to be putting any vouchers or any of their affordable units in there?
I have not been advised if that Riviera Beach has vouchers to put in this project, but that's a question we can have them answer. They're here today.
So would they would build a project at primarily market rate?
This project, the AMIs are going to be, and I'm not going to say market rate, but you're looking at a project that's
Well-
basically 110% AMI.
We're assisting with the 45. What's happening to the other 105?
Potentially, those could be market rate. They're just non-county assisted units.
What they had presented previously is that the other units would be going up to 140%, which for a one-bedroom unit is $2,558 per month.
Which is not really much of a savings off of market rate. Okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, I do.
Did you
now,
get
yes.
it? Catch it?
I knew I
you're
had it
on.
written down. And this was,
Quickly, I don't want you to lose it. Go ahead.
and this was just clarification from the comments. There were comments made about on the affordable projects, we would not be getting money back along the way. And then some of the other developers did clarify that the way they have financed it, when it goes to underwriting, we will be getting yearly payments back. It's not the entire project amount, but we will be getting yearly payments back throughout the term of the loan. And even though those projects had proposed 40 and 50-year restriction periods, the repayment periods would all be within the 20 years. So every year we would be getting payments.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, although I think some of my questions have already been answered. When the previous screen showing the previous rents, this was one of the ones that was particularly alarming because for a 3-bedroom, it's $3,500 a month. And that's why I was wondering, now we have the 45 units that we're assisting with, they're still planning to build 150.
Yes.
So that's, the other 105 was the question. Do they go to market? Is this part of an overall workforce housing that could be part of an exchange program for other builders? I mean, what is happening with the rest of these units?
That definitely is a question that we better answered by the developer. What we know is what we're going to assist on the county side, but I do anticipate that as the bond programs and other programs are offered, you're going to have market rate developers coming in and they're going to create a certain percentage of workforce housing units. I can't speak to the remaining 105. I'll let the developer speak to that, but I anticipate that's what's going to happen in the future, market rate developers adding workforce housing units into their projects.
So, and this was a question that I had separately about when we did the RFP, was mixed use a part of the potential development, or was this all strictly residential?
They're allowed.
No, mixed use, mixed income, all of that's part of an eligible part of the housing bond process. The housing bond would only pay for the eligible housing units.
Right.
But mixed use is absolutely a part of the project.
But having retail on the bottom could help offset some of the cost. And
Yes, ma'am.
none of the projects we got had that.
None so
Or-
far, no ma'am.
So far. And yeah, and as far as the vouchers, that was another question that I asked her as far as private use. People can use them for market rate. If they go out and find an apartment that fits them, they can come to the housing authority to get a voucher. So even, it doesn't have to be a workforce housing unit. And I'm glad we're going to be doing a workshop on that because I have a lot of questions on how this works and if it can even be leveraged for some of this. And are we kind of double dipping by having vouchers go into our bond building with?
No, and it's not unusual. I mean,
Okay.
we've partnered with the Housing Authority before. There are a number of projects that we have that the Housing Authority is providing vouchers. And typically, as I say, they're providing for the 30% AMI category.
And that's all the ones that are project vouchers, not the others.
The tenant-based vouchers.
Sure.
The tenant-based rental vouchers. If there is, if we have a developer that is doing, any of these developers that are doing these housing projects, if their policy allows, they can have a tenant-based voucher person as a tenant there, as long as that person applies and is eligible for that housing unit.
I guess my concern would just be, do we have the vouchers that go with the person also going into vouchers that are tied to a project? And instead of having, it's 2 units being, where people have workforce or affordable housing, are we having a voucher and an affordable housing unit going to the same place? No, that doesn't happen.
It wouldn't go to the same unit.
Okay.
But could you have a project-based voucher project where 10% of the units are project-based And if I have a tenant-based voucher, can I apply to be in that apartment, then building? Sure, I could.
In the building that's not one of the project.
It wouldn't be one of the project-based, but
Okay.
it could be a tenant-based voucher in that same 200-unit complex.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, just for clarifications, 2 projects that you approved last time for HIP funding, Westgate Terrace and 1 North Lake, did have a commercial component to those, but those were the only 2.
Vice Mayor Marino, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think I have like discussion and questions all together. So it sounds like the board right now is trying to figure out what's the percentage of cost, what are the total number of units, what's the cost total, and the question that hasn't been answered with a number is really, what is the payback schedule on the money we're giving out? I mean, I know we've heard it's 20 years, but, you know, and Tammy's like chomping at the bit here, but, you know, that might help us too, because we want to be, let me backtrack a second. This is kind of like the zero vision for TPA, where we don't want anybody to get fatally injured in a car wreck. We know it's impossible. The same as the lofty goal of 20,000 units. It was an aspiration. It is not something we can ever attain with this bond, because that's, and I'm going to get it correct this time, that's $10,000 a unit. Now we're, I mean, just looking at Judge Rogers, we're talking $195,000 a unit. So as a board, we're having a tough time wrestling with all of this. So Tammy, if you want to talk a little bit about the payback dollars for reinvestment, that's a good thing. But, you know, we as a board, there's a lot of components here, and we're trying very hard to get all these components to work so we can get more units out there. You know, even if it's 15% of the total cost, if we're only delivering a small amount of units, it's not worth it to me. And I hate to, I probably just said what everybody was thinking, but, you know, I have no poker face, so you all know that. But I really need to understand this better. And, you know, earlier, and some people didn't last long, they left, but, you know, earlier it was like, well, we set policy. Yeah, we set policy, but you know what? Every time there's a zoning issue or something like that, we have waivers, we have variances. You know, policies are in place to give us a guideline, and we adjust, amend so that we can make a project work. So you know, our lofty aspiration is 15%, but if 15% only gives us, you know, 4 units, then why bother? But if 20% gives us 400 units, I'm okay. You know, so we have to work through this. So Tammy, go back to what's our return on our, you know, our investment, so we can keep investing.
Okay. So what the process will be, and that's why there's Part B to each of these items, is it goes to underwriting next. All of the developers have been advised that they will be paying a 1% to 3% interest rate, but the specifics of how that will work will come back to the board when we bring back a contract with the sheet from the underwriters as to the repayment schedules. The RFPs that went out for these projects were done in accordance with the policies that were adopted by the board last October. And even from October to now, there's been so many changes in prices and construction costs that, you know, we're seeing those variations here. A lot of the work that in the comments that you're giving us are things that will easily be able to be incorporated in future NOFOs when we do those, or RFPs when we do those, but we don't have as staff all of the answers for you at this point in time either, until we go through the underwriting process. And these projects also compete for dollars on on other levels, such as the sale dollars. And once we are able to gather all of that information after this first round, we'll be able to tighten up in accordance with the policy decisions that you make. But it's really difficult at this point in time because we haven't done any of them yet.
Right.
And this is a new process for us, just like the HIP dollars that were the ad valorem dollars were a new process. And we, with the board's direction, used the processes that we're using through the bond funds and other RFPs to guide how we're making recommendations for the HIP funds. So some of this is just going to take experience on our part to be able to perfect the process along the way.
And we are approving these on a conceptual basis today. And unlike some comments from the public, we have in fact, in follow-up meetings, voted against some of those plans. So we all have an idea of what we'd like to see when we're putting dollars out on the street. And we all want to see the best bang for our buck. And I'm perfectly fine with, units that service the 30 to 40 to 50% AMI, because one of our pillars is also homelessness. And if we are able to keep seniors that are on a fixed income in an apartment, then they don't become homeless and cost twice as much money to take care of and rehabilitate. So I think from our perspective as a board, my opinion, of course, is that we have a lot of work to do. Having another workshop and, we just don't have, again, because we have to be in sunshine, we just don't have the ability to have these discussions unless we have workshops, unless we have board meetings. So any information that you can give us that can help answer these questions. And the fact that we heard the voucher discussion today is new to all of us. So I welcome whenever we can fit in another workshop segment. I welcome that. But I am happy to, as staff has presented, I'm happy to go along with that. I don't know where we are in the way of motions, discussions, or more questions, but
we're almost there. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Ms. Baker.
Just wanted to follow up. One of the things I think we need to share with the board, when will we start to receive payments back against those loans that we are giving out? I want to say 10th year.
Well, great question, Ms. Baker. So what will happen is as the projects go through underwriting, that'll be one of the things that the underwriter will give us their recommendation on. We know typically you won't start to see principal payments come in until the project has stabilized, but that doesn't mean we're not collecting or cannot collecting. What is it, stabilized? So typically you'll hear from developers, you're talking about 3 years, and in some instances that can be extended a year or two to stabilize before you start to see principal payments. But again, what we're going to be looking for is an opportunity to get payment back as early as possible. Here's the thing. So you have construction time, which could take 18 months to 24 months. And so at that point, the project isn't generating any income. Then you're talking about a year or 2 years for the project to stabilize. And at that point, we know at that point that the construction loan will convert to a permanent loan. That's what's going to happen with all of the financing on these projects. And then we'll be able to share with the board at that point the exact amount. But underwriting is going to give us a great idea of what that's going to be, which is the next step in this case if they're conceptually approved. And so, again, the board isn't committing anything at this point until you get a final contract. The way the underwriting works is that the county has procured the underwriter, but the developer pays for the underwriter. So when we send it to underwriting, the developer is going to pay for that cost, and then we're going to get back a report to determine if this project is feasible, if this project's going to perform the way the board wants it to perform, and you'll be able to evaluate that and to determine if this is something you want to issue a final approval on. Once you issue a final approval, they have 12 months to get a shovel in ground.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Baker?
Did that answer okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor, did that answer your question? Okay, very good. Yeah, excellent. Okay. Moving right along, we have, are there any other questions or comments by members of the board? Seeing none, we have a number of cards, right? And Commissioner Weiss is going to read them off. And then we will move forward on this issue. All right? Go right ahead, Commissioner.
Will Fluersheimer, followed by Jack Weir, who I don't think is here anymore, followed by Hope Calhoun.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Will Florsheimer.
The second one, right? Sorry, being in charge of this whole timing thing, sometimes it doesn't like to work. All right, go right ahead.
I promise I'm not talking about election fraud, so. Thank you in advance for your consideration of our project, the residences of Lake Worth Beach. Thank you to staff for putting together the proposal. This is my first Board of County Commissioners meeting. It's been quite illuminating, so thank you for sitting through it. I just, there have been a few comments raised. Commissioner Baxter was sort of inquiring about the 15% cap, and I wanted to commend Commissioner Woodward for going out there and trying to ascertain information on, what a capital stack looks like in today's market, how that's kind of 20 to 30%. The delineation that I wanted to make was on the affordable housing projects versus the workforce housing projects. When Mr. Weir was up here earlier, he explained that there are far fewer sources available for workforce projects versus affordable projects. So getting to that 15% of the capital stack becomes that much more difficult. And those are just federal sources. We're in Palm Beach County. We don't have a city of Miami. We don't have a city of Jacksonville. We don't have a city of Tallahassee or Tampa that, can contribute city funds to put these dollars to work. So, we think we've put forth a very competitive proposal. You'll see we're even kicking in, $6.7 million of our own equity to just try to make this deal go. So to the extent that, you would consider the difference between affordable versus workforce and how that 15% figure, might be, might garner a second consideration or second thought for workforce, as they are really, different buckets. But that being said, we appreciate the consideration and hopefully support from this board and from staff. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Question.
We have a question?
I do.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a question for you.
Sure.
So in your project, and you say I'm curious as to why you're not using any of these project-based vouchers to have other income levels in your project?
Well, our initial proposal contemplated actually an affordable deal that incorporated tax credits and had lower AMIs. Now, given the efforts to reach that 15% cap and, cover 110% AMI as the maximum, we have, all of our units as you can see, the 1s, 2s, and 3s at 110s and the 1s and 2s at 80%.
Right, but so if we take your one bedroom at 110, right? That's so the rents on that is $2,009 a month, right?
Correct.
Or $2,010 a month. And what we were told was that there's a voucher for around $1,100 that the housing authority could put on that unit.
Not for units designated with a set aside of 110%.
I'm sorry?
There would not be a project-based or tenant-based voucher for a unit that has a set aside of 110%.
No, but if you applied that voucher to it, wouldn't it come in then at approximately, I don't know, a 50% AMI or 40% AMI cost? And why you, I'm just curious as to why you all
I think what you're
don't-
getting at is if we were to revise our underwriting and then designate units at set-asides where we could then have a voucher applied to those units. So, yeah, again, in our first proposal, we had affordable housing.
I know it doesn't change your capital cost on building the units, but it changes your operational, right? It would allow you to bring, if there's 1,600 of these vouchers sitting around the county.
The rent that gets delivered to the project is the same. We don't see the breakout of the tenant-paid rent versus the subsidized rent. That's administered by HUD, and each tenant, for example, pays maximum 30% of their income towards the unit, but the total income from that unit that we see, that the project sees, is not sensitive towards how much of the subsidy is coming from HUD versus how much of the rent is paid by the tenant.
Maybe I'm probably not asking my question right because I don't really understand the details of your business, but let me try and ask it a different way. So, I mean, you're looking when you put your deal together, you're looking at what your costs are, and then you're calculating what your rents you can generate from that, right, to pay back your costs and return your equity and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything that precludes you? And let me first ask another question. As a straight workforce unit between 80 and 110, do you receive any additional government subsidy?
We've gone to the city of Lake Worth Beach, and they may be offering some waivers of impact fees, but no, not the type of subsidy
That's what I assumed. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. So my question then is, so on that one-bedroom unit that you would normally be putting out at $2,000 a month, just to make it easy for me to do the math, if there was a voucher available, a project-based voucher that could be applied so that that unit would then be able to be rented for half that amount of money for somebody who qualifies by income, is there anything that precludes you from considering doing that in your project?
Just simply that the vouchers are not applied to units, as I think Ms. Cole, what's her name, earlier mentioned, the set-asides that are applied for those units, those who are eligible to apply for a tenant or project-based voucher. A 110% unit.
But it would become, because of the voucher, it would now become a lower cost unit.
You have to designate your set-asides for the units that you're planning to build. It's not like just because we have a 110% AMI unit, if somehow there could be a voucher applied to that unit, then the AMI of that unit would then be effectively reduced by half.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to pull staff into a meeting and help them explain it to me.
Okay.
Thank you, but I appreciate you
I think the
trying to-
notion of thinking about the vouchers as a potential source to incorporate for not just our deal, but any deal is not the right way to think about it. I think, the workshop is a good idea. I think everybody could benefit from further education on the vouchers, but I think just the notion of relying on applying vouchers to any of these projects to help reduce the financial burden is perhaps not the best way to think about that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Again, we're digesting this voucher process.
Sure.
But from what I understand, and I know we're trying to figure this out, but I think if we were to do that, we would take a workforce unit and turn it into an affordable unit, thus losing the workforce unit. And we're trying to do both. So if we were to use the vouchers on what we're subsidizing to get to workforce rates, to take it down to affordable, I mean, we're not getting both units. We need both. Right. So that way, if they're going to use vouchers, then I think the vouchers ought to go out into the market or wherever they find it, not coming after our workforce, because I think workforce needs to be workforce and affordable. However they get to it with the vouchers, work their magic. So.
Completely agree, and I don't opine on the split. I mean, I'd heard 50 for affordable, 50 for single family, and 100 for workforce. Here we have, two workforce projects that staff is recommending, I think at a total of 27 million or so out of the 100 versus the 46 out of 50. So completely echo your sentiment on preserving those vouchers sort of for the affordable to really maintain affordable units and workforce units separately.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor Marino, you're recognized.
Thank you. And while I want to learn more about the voucher system, from our perspective, how do I say this? I don't think we should be including the vouchers. And I say that because the vouchers can get people into market rate. We're not dealing with market rate. So while it could be a tool in someone's toolbox, let it be the tool from the other side, not from our side. Does that make sense, what I said? All right. Then that was my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, are there any other questions? And thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hope Calhoun, and followed by Albert Milo, followed by John Hurt.
Good afternoon. My name is Hope Calhoun. I am a land use attorney, so I'm a little bit out of my wheelhouse in terms of some of the details. So if you have questions, my client, the Housing Authority, is here about specific numbers, and they can answer those. The reason I'm here is to kind of maybe change direction of the conversation we're having. And as I understand the item before us, we're asking, staff has asked, you have asked staff to make a recommendation to underwriting. Staff, at the point of writing this report, didn't have all of our information, as you heard Mr. Brown say, therefore they recommended denial. I am here as one of a tri-party group of folks here to ask you to make a recommendation to underwriting for our application. We have prepared and presented at this point all of the information to Mr. Brown. Without putting him on the spot, I'm sure he's happy to answer your questions about our application, just so that we can get to the next point. As he's already stated, once we do get to the next point, further decisions and meetings have to be had and made, and we're prepared to supplement anything that's not had. But at this point, we are asking that you do recommend our project to underwriting. We can be prepared. We will work very hard to meet, and we understand the deadline that's required in terms of being shovel-ready in that time frame. We have entered into the necessary agreements with the city of Riviera Beach. So to the extent that they can be, they are our partner in this and helping us move things forward as expeditiously as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for those remarks. Sir, you're recognized. State your name.
Albert Milo, President, Related Urban, and thank you to the Board of County Commissioners. I know it's been a long day for you. We've been here listening. So I'm going to try to keep it brief, but again, as I mentioned last time, this is a complicated topic. As it relates to the vouchers, just for the board's own knowledge, typically the voucher, what it does is it allows a developer to take a family of lower income, 30%, 40%, or 50%, and use that voucher rent, which is going to be higher than what it would be if the developer was trying to rent that unit at that AMI. So just for easy purposes, if a 30% of AMI unit might be paying $800, that's going to create a big gap for that developer to be able to fill that capital stack. But if they get a voucher, and let's say the voucher is paying $1,500, because that's what the going rates are in Palm Beach County for a one-bedroom unit, just as a way of an example, that developer can then pencil $1,500 as their rent. The tenant might only pay $300. The federal government will pay the other $1,200. But what it means for you is that if that developer of an affordable housing project gets that voucher, their capital stack is going to be better filled. Why? Because their operating income is going to be higher. But conversely, to your question, Commissioner Weiss says, a workforce unit, can it get a voucher? It's not that, because then it would work the opposite way, because if we're penciling on a workforce unit $2,000 and then you get $1,500, now you got to make up the difference in that gap. So that's kind of how it works on the voucher system. And another thing that I think is important to note on the vouchers, if you accept more than 8 vouchers in a project, as a HAP contract, you're now going to inherit Davis Bacon wages in your project, which creates additional costs, which again has other, impacts on a project. So just on the voucher topic, because I know there was a lot of talk on that earlier. But I think the other major distinction in the workforce projects that you're seeing, at least the two initial workforce projects that are all 110 and below of AMI, is that both of those projects are not contingent on any outside financing. They're both ready to go today. And as it relates to our proposal, we proffered another concept to staff, which is if we do secure additional public funds, which we are eligible for, we will split that with the board. And we will, get our equity, and then whatever excess dollars are there, we already proffered that to give that back and lower the bond fund. So I think it's two different buckets, and to try to combine the workforce conversation and the affordable conversation is a little tough. In our case, we have 40% affordable, 60% workforce, and our blended average is actually 90% of AMI. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Weiss?
John Hurt, followed by Jeffrey Jackson, followed by Alexandria Larson.
Do we have another one after that?
Yes, Alfred Fields will be the
And
final
that'll
one.
be all the cards. So if your name is called, make sure you step up to the plate. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor, members of the Commission, County Administrator. I'm John Hurt. I'm the Executive Director of the Riviera Beach Housing Authority. And I'm here to ask your consideration to include us into the approved stack of the workforce housing. There's a lot of things that I can say, and it's been a very long day. But I just wanted to say, first of all, to substantiate our case is that we've been working with staff to provide the type of information to assure them that we will be shovel-ready after we come out of underwriting. We realigned our data and information to align with your wishes. We reduced our ask from $13 million to $8.8 million. We've reduced all our rentals to a workforce level of 110% of area median income. And we did that by increasing our equity participation. Ms. Calhoun, Attorney Calhoun, leads our land use team that's working with both the city and the county for our entitlements. Our project is unique in that we were donated the vacant parcels by the city. But in doing that, we had to negotiate with the city a development agreement. And in that development agreement, they placed several conditions and restrictions on us that impacts our whole development process and even impacts our application here. We have timelines for our development with the city. We'll have timelines with the development if you're gracious enough to give us an award here. So we have a lot of masters to serve in trying to do that. But as a housing authority, we're not afraid to do this. We've come a long way with the development of Heron Estates in the past. That was a challenge for a housing authority our size. But we feel we're at a position now that we work with staff, and you can certainly ask them the questions that we think we provided everything they need at this point in time to advise you that we are in a position to move forward. So we ask your indulgence and consideration of approving our project to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for your service. The next, sir, come on up. Sit. Very good. State your name, you'll be recognized.
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and staff, Ms. Baker. I'm Jeffrey Jackson. I'm going to start by covering a few things. I know, as Mr. Hurst said, we've been here for a long time today. The city of Revere Beach has always been uniquely positioned for high growth in Palm Beach County workforce population. Our beaches, our waterfront, and locations is prime. What we do not have is adequate housing options. In the past, we have been solely focused on moderate to income levels of affordable housing. Since the completion of Huron Estates, we have determined that workforce housing is as essential. So many families walk into our office with good jobs, the right credit scores, but they make too much money for the properties we have, but not enough to live on the beach. We have mandates that to provide workforce housing. Judge Rogers' court is our response to that mandate. We have worked for the past year with putting together the right team to accomplish the goal of providing affordable housing. We would like it if you guys would support us, and actually we beg you to support us. And I just keep in mind that we have worked through so many obstacles to get to this point. Staff knows about some of those obstacles. But I will leave you with the fact that in 21-22, Revere Beach Housing Authority was awarded Best Housing Authority Award. And you don't just get that. They don't just give that award away. And I think that's saying a lot for a housing authority in Palm Beach County. If you give us an opportunity, we'll work through it. I've only had two, as chair of the Housing Authority, I've only had 2 jobs in my life. That's the United States Marine Corps and serving as a captain at the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. I retired a couple of years ago with 35 years of service. I know what it's like to lose guys at the Sheriff's Office, actually to lose them during COVID time and have to do their funeral myself within a 24-hour turnaround. As a young Marine, I know what it's like to have my friends' brains on me. I've always been able to work through problems and to listen and to move things forward and to work with teams and work with people to do just that. I'd like to do that here. I'd ask that you give me an opportunity to do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your service in the Marines and for the Sheriff's Office as well. Do we have another? Sir, come on up. Come on right up. Commissioner what? Sir, could you state your name for the record?
Good afternoon. Alfred Fields, President of Alpha Educational Foundation. Good afternoon to the mayor and commissioners and county administrator and staff. I am happy to be here. It's been an enlightening day for me. I have been here all day with you, and I appreciate you all for what you do and what you take on and what you receive. So thank you for being the buffer between the residents and the city and county staffs. For you are doing an excellent job in making sure that our county staff continue to do the work that they do and not be disturbed by these issues that we have in the public. So thank you first. But I'm here and I'm going to read a prepared statement that I put together in reference to the Judge Rogers courts. Judge Rogers was our beloved fraternity brother and lifelong advocate for justice. Justice exists in many forms. Quality housing is a form of justice and will be a proud part of Judge Rogers' legacy. Alpha Educational Foundation has established a partnership with the Revere Beach Housing Authority to build a state-of-the-art community center on the southwest portion of the property. Mm-hmm. The Judge Rogers Center will house a unique group of nonprofit organizations dedicated to addressing community needs. The infrastructure created by this project will have a generational impact in the city of Revere Beach. We need bond funding for this project. We need the commission's support. We have a clear and definitive timeline to get the project from a great idea to shovel-ready. Your leadership to direct bond funds into this project gets us one step closer to making Judge Rogers Court a reality. We have laid the vision of what the city of Revere Beach will be over the next 50 years. We have established a network of local leaders to execute the vision. Now we need the resources. We need the resources now. We are confident the development team has met all the requirements and demonstrate the capacity to execute. We are confident that in our ability to serve. Now we need your vote of confidence. We need the county's resources to close the gap. Please include Judge Rogers' Court into the list of recommended projects. We look forward to seeing all of you at the groundbreaking. Thank you. We need you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Commissioner Weiss, and then Commissioner Woodward, and then Commissioner Baxter.
Staff, a question for you. As it relates to the Judge Rogers project, there's nothing, if we don't, what do we call it, conditionally approve it, conceptually approve it today, there's nothing that, as long as we allocate the money from the bonding, there's nothing for it to continue through the process.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward, please.
Thank you. And on the same project, when I asked about the remaining units, you said that they might could answer. I wasn't sure if someone representing Judge Rogers, because it's 150 units, can you speak to us about the remaining 105 that, or is it 105, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
The remaining, Commissioner, the remaining 105 would be at 80 to 140 AMI. Part of our development agreement is that the city wanted us to do 140%, up to 140% AMI. So those non-county assistant units will fill in a gap up to 140. When we recalculated us, we had to sort of drop out and minimize our 60 to 80% AMI to get a higher AMI for this balance that, we had to recalculate our performer to comply with your wishes.
Okay, so even at the top end of the project will still only be 140%, even though I know our part is the 110%.
110, yes.
But then because of your agreement with Riviera Beach.
We made them all 110, all 45.
Right. But for the whole project, still the top of it would be 140%?
Workforce housing.
Workforce,
okay. With the cost of construction, we have to create a capital cap to be able to, construct this project under today's conditions. We don't have the benefit of having other subsidized housing, into the project. Certainly, we'll be open to tenant-based vouchers for those workers that may have a voucher, a tenant-based voucher. Of course, the project would accept those vouchers, but we don't have, the other luxuries. We're not looking at tax credits or anything. We're just looking at private equity.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baxter and then Vice Mayor Marino.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to just say thank you to everyone. I'm hoping, Mayor, because I have prior engagements, that we'll be able to continue maybe some of this at we have a meeting next Tuesday. So hopefully that'll happen. And secondly, I'll just take a moment of personal privilege and recognize my son, Logan, and say hi. And I get to embarrass him and say, Mommy loves you.
Welcome to the County Commission.
But yeah, so summer is here, and he's doing soccer camp right down the road. So hopefully we'll see him a few times
we may have
around the
Logan
hallways.
here a while, right?
Yes.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Baxter. Vice Mayor Marino, you're recognized.
So going back to what I said earlier about the whole equation, the cost of the project, the number of units, the total cost, I mean, what it sounds like is we're looking at, we want to be near the 15%. We want to be less than $100,000 a unit. We're massaging one way or the other. So I think that's why I have a problem with this one. At $198,000 a unit, I have a problem with that. From the comment the gentleman just made, and I'm sorry, your name escapes me. You said all of the units had to be between 80 and 140. And that was what the city, please take the microphone, sir. And I'm sorry, please state your name again.
I'm John Hurt. I'm
Thank you, John.
Executive Director, Riviera Beach Housing Authority.
So the city of Riviera Beach approved this project as long as you went from 80 to 140.
Up to 140.
Okay, up to 140.
140 AMI.
So
they were interested in a workforce housing project, contrary to a
affordable
housing project. There's some other things that's going on in Riviera Beach, and they wanted us to target workforce housing for this particular site.
And those other units, what deed restrictions are they going to have on them?
I'm sorry?
What deed restrictions are they going to have on those other units?
We have an affordability, we negotiated, I think, 50 years.
So I guess I'm trying to figure out that if there's more units other than the 45 that are between 80 and 140, I'm sort of missing why it's only 45 units that you're equating to the dollars. Do you understand the question?
Right. Our original ask was $13 million, and we could have afforded the lower AMI.
You should have gave us the 80%.
Ma'am, you can come on up and speak.
I'm sorry, my
okay.
developer isn't here today. I'm not sorry, but he's not here today. He could quickly answer those questions better than I. But our initial plan, we asked for $13 million, and we had scheduled a lower AMI. When we had to reconfigure it, in order to try to make our performance work, we did it at 110 AMI for all of the county assisted units. So let me understand, what is it that you would
Are there other units that are, if you're going from 80 to 140 and you've got 45 that are at 110, what are the other units? Are there units at 80? Are there units at 100? And why aren't those units part of this request?
Well, we pegged our request to keep it up under 15% of the total project. That was one of your requirements. That's why it's that number of units. If I may ask, if Jeff could weigh in on some of this, because we provided all of the data to him. Is there any way you can answer a question, Jeff?
I think sorry. I think part of the discussion that we had was trying to get down to the 15%. They wanted to limit how much, give themselves as much flexibility with the other units. And so the unspoken word here is that the other units will be above the 110 mark. I don't know if that's 100% of the case. The RFP states that they have to be within 50% of the total cost. So they took 50% of the total cost and came up with 45. I don't think they did a full rental analysis. It was just a short period of time. They were reconfiguring their whole stack. I don't think that they had the full amount of time to fully analyze everything that they've got. There's probably some flexibility in the number of units that they have. But
I just have a tough time tying up almost $200,000 a unit. I'm sorry.
So if I may, thank you. So again, Hope Calhoun, Land Use Council. So a couple of things. So the 140% that we're talking about, that is in connection with our development agreement with the city of Riviera Beach. In order for them to provide the land, they asked for that commitment. So we made that commitment. I know that, again, we've modified our information in order to move forward today, but if the issue is having more units at a particular rate, if we could discuss, I guess when you send it to underwriting, an amount of $13 million, that would help us provide more units at that rate. So again, we're asking just to allow us to move forward at this point so that we can continue to try to provide the housing that's needed desperately in the city of Riviera Beach and Palm Beach County in particular.
We can
I think there's a longer discussion to be had, so I'm going to yield.
It's quite all right. Commissioner Woodward?
Thank you. I appreciate you trying to get to the 15% mark. And again, as one gentleman said earlier, we're doing this what seems like on the fly, but it's our first crack at this. And I guess my question is, I had a lot of discussions with, what's gap financing, and was given, the number between 20 and 30, the state does 25. We said 15, and thank you for doing that. But in doing that, we now have $200,000 units. So it's if we were to go up to some of the gap financing we were talking about, could we get more units at the rate that we're looking for? So as far as I appreciate the 15%, but if we're sacrificing a whole bunch of units to get there, the math doesn't work. And I know that we're looking at a bunch of different numbers here, but we do want more units at that rate. And if it means we raise our percentage, that makes sense to me.
Sir, you can,
please.
You can go ahead. We can have a conversation.
We feel that, if we were allotted the $13 million, we had anticipated all of the units at that point in time to be county assisted units.
At 110?
At 110%.
No, going up to 140.
You were at 140, but if we did the 13 million, you could get it to 110?
So the 140 is our agreement with the city that we can go no higher than that.
No higher than
However, if we get the funding that we're asking for here, we're saying that we could do 110 for all of the units, yes.
And that would actually put you at 22% of the total. So we're still not, is that?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's my understanding, Ms. Baker, that if we vote, because we're about to take a vote, that we can initiate, so to speak, like in zoning talk, we can initiate this, and it will come back, and then we can massage the numbers and review the numbers at that time.
You will approve it in the terms that we've been talking about conceptually, but I will be speaking with Mr. Hertz and group, because if we drop this, if we go back to the 13 million, keeping in mind that 13 million also included some 80% units in here. And so I would be looking for us to add some additional 80% units in here. So between 80 and 110. And then we will bring that back, send it through the underwriters, and bring it back to the board if the underwriters deem this is an appropriate project.
This is such a complex issue. It really is. I mean, this is, I'm impressed with our board. You all should get PhDs at this point. Could you give us this information before we come back to discuss it and take the final vote? Just give us this information. This thing about vouchers was rather new. And just to see how all of this dances together, so that, because what we're all trying to do is to make it affordable for everybody. Make it affordable for the developers, make it affordable for the cities, and make it affordable to the county. And we have to answer to that, but so there's a lot of moving parts. And Ms. Baker, do you think the staff could send us individually some additional information on how all this works together before we get to the point where we have to come up and take a
Absolutely.
hard,
We always try to get this information out to you a week before the meeting, but we'll be working with the groups that you told us to work with. It won't be anytime soon because they need to go through underwriting. Some of them need to determine, it needs to be determined whether they're going to receive and the sale funding. So we'll be bringing things back to you, but in the meantime, we can set up meetings one-on-one with the board. I did send Mrs. Jones a note asking her if she would be available for our July workshop on the 9th. I am going to ask Mr. Hertz, and along with some of the other housing authorities to come.
Housing authorities in Palm Beach County.
So we'll reach out to all of them and have them request that they come before the board for presentation.
And please, if we could do it individually with the commissioners before we come here to take public time.
We can do that.
And not a week, maybe 2 weeks for some
Okay.
of us.
All right.
Because it is complex and there's many layers, and we want to make sure that what happens is the best for everybody. So and definitely, Ms. Baker, if we could have that at least 2 weeks beforehand. Commissioner Woodward, you had your light on, and then Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. And just to clarify, so when we were talking about the 13 million, to go back to the original, that would take us back, at that point, we'd be doing 87,000 per unit, if I'm looking at this right. And you could do, if we upped it to the 13, you can do the lower
Yes,
AMIs.
on our original submission, yes.
Okay. And was there any other concerns? Because I know we had on here about zoning permitting, and that's been actively in the works. Was there any other reasons staff would determine that we should hold on this one outside of?
We're working, tirelessly with them. One of the things that we were waiting to see were the development plans, the construction plans, site approval, platting, and things of that nature. But we know they're actively working at it. I'm not sure if they've already submitted all of those, but I know they are actively and tirelessly working at getting us those documents, so that way it would be shovel-ready.
Oh.
Sorry, Ms. Baker.
It will not come back to the board or even go to the underwriters until we have all of this information.
So even if we conceptually approve to this, it still has, there's a few loose ends to tie up, and then it will still go through the underwriting process?
Yes.
Correct.
If you give us direction for that, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We would need all of this other documentation to send it through the underwriting process, so we'll get that before we send it.
And how close do you believe you are to?
Well, we're on an expedited process, both with the city, that's part of Attorney Calhoun's part, on conceptual and architect, both our site architects and our development architects are sending that to us as we speak.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Weiss.
Yeah, so you just mentioned that, so the city of Riviera Beach is donating the land?
Yes. That's correct.
How big a parcel is it?
It's a almost 5 acres, 4.8 acres, this particular site.
4.8. Is that, on the original proposal, is that the $1.6 million equity is the property?
Well, the city has put a value on it. I think they put a value on it at 4.5, but that very.
Why isn't that showing up in the equity?
Well, it will show up in the equity. They're transferring it to us.
Right.
We have the deed,
Right.
and as we negotiate with our equity partners, it will be.
Okay, I'm looking at our staff. Hang on one second.
So, Commissioner, so the city is going to transfer the property. The property hasn't gone through all of the transfers as of yet. Jeff, am I right on
Yes.
that?
It actually has.
Close.
We got the deed this past week. We got
Okay.
a lot of the things that they've been working on.
There
They've
should be
been
in the
working at
equity.
light speed. They got the deed, and they overcame a lot of the issues that the city put on.
Yes, sir. So then, by the time this was prepared and sent to the board, we did not have that.
But it should be appearing in the equity.
Yes, now.
Okay, all right. No. No, it probably should be another, according to what he just said, it should be another $4 million. Okay. All right, and then I guess because I'm just wondering why you all are not recommending that we don't conceptually approve this one today and that we keep it in abeyance.
Great question, Commissioner. So these were the outstanding issues as of the time that we prepared the item for the board. So we needed to get the documentation evidencing funding commitments. I believe we have that now.
We've got a lot of the documentation that they asked for, but it came Friday. Okay. So it was well after the agenda's prepared. We've got evidence that they're dealing with a lot of the outstanding issues that Riviera Beach had made as a condition of the conveyance, and we actually got a copy of the deed. So a lot of these issues were resolved late in the day on Friday.
And these were the determinations on whether the project was shovel-ready, which was one of the things that they needed to fulfill in the RFP. So that's why we were hoping to have all of these things, because we weren't bringing forward to you recommendations for projects that were not shovel-ready.
Okay. So are you now, based on what happened on Friday, are you now willing to say that these have been complied
They
with?
have made remarkable progress in some of the things that they've done. They've
You want
demonstrated.
to change your recommendation?
I don't think we've received the construction plans
We
yet.
haven't, they
So
are
that's-
not there with the construction plans. They're not there with a lot of the issues. They've got the full support of the city. They've demonstrated that. We've got documentation for that.
So if, we, like I said earlier, so if we include the funding for this in the bond, there's nothing, it's not going to have, it wouldn't have to wait.
Commissioner, if I could suggest that maybe the way would be conceptual approval, provided all of this documentation is provided, and then we would transmit it. So we could put that qualification on the
I
conceptual
like that
approval.
idea, Commissioner Weiss, because I think that what we want to do here as a board, and you as staff, want to move forward at working with every project that you all have reviewed. We have folks here who are ready to comply with the requirements, and I think I absolutely agree with you, Commissioner Weiss. It's an excellent idea. Ms. Baker, did you want to say something about this?
I'll go with what. They have made significant progress. So my question was, when do you think you will have the rest of the data to us?
So on the track that we're now.
In the next 30
everything
days?
right now is in.
Within the next 30 days?
Yes.
So if they don't have the information to us within the next 30 days, then if the board approves all of this, we'll continue to work with them. We'll move forward with everything else that's ready to go and go to the underwriters. This will not go to the underwriters until all information is submitted.
And can we, logistically, can we include this
Yes.
project, even though staff has recommended initially that we would not approve it because it was not ready? So we need to probably amend that, and then when we take the vote, we can include that project within our vote. Is that okay, Ms. Baker?
Yes, I will amend. Are you going to
I was going
amend
to
it?
ask you, Ms. Baker, just a confirmation. I don't know if 30 days is going to be enough time.
Not for zoning.
Oh, for zoning.
Zoning is a process that we can't control.
So if
We can get plans.
that the
we can
last
do
element?
We can do the plotting.
Right, but is that the last element that we will need
That
is
would
the
be the
zoning
last
approval?
element. Yes.
So I would recommend that we move forward with it, recommend to the board that we approve it conceptually contingent upon all elements, including zoning, being approved before we send it to the
We have that
underwriters.
stated then for the record so that.
I just did.
You just did. We got that down, didn't we, Ms. Attorney? And the clerk did too. Okay, we still have a light by Vice Mayor Marino. I think we're almost ready to go forward and wrap this up. Oh, wait, ma'am, did you want to say
I
something?
just wanted, again, just to be clear, so entitlement, so we recognize construction plans, yes, 30 days. The others will likely take more than 30 days because we don't have them yet, but we are working, we understand the timeline. So again, if you just move us forward, we are moving, as someweone already said, at light speed.
We'll move it forward, and it may even help you
We
to
would love
advance
that.
what you need,
We would love
knowing that we have voted, and we'll just see how fast you go with it.
We are
You got some hurdles, but you've had hurdles before.
We do, thank you.
Very good, absolutely. Okay, Vice Mayor Marino, bring us home.
The one thing that we didn't cover is that the previous rents were up to 140%. So while we liked the per unit price, the previous rents are above what we're looking for at the 110. You're shaking your head, you're disagreeing with me.
I was talking to myself. I was just saying, that's a maximum. That's a maximum. They don't have to be at 140%.
Right, but that's what you based your proposed rent, and that's what you based your prices on. So if everything is 110%, where are we? Are we at the 13 million, or are we at the 8.8 million? So while, hold on. hold on. While I think as a board, we can say, yes, we're going to set aside some money, the parameters are definitely not worked out. So it is, what we're saying is, okay, we may set aside up to $13 million, but I would not be comfortable saying option number 2 is the option I want. So while we may say, yes, we're going to set aside some money, you come back to us with a better program, doesn't mean that what you come back to us, we're going to approve. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I understand.
Okay. Does the rest of the board understand where I'm coming from?
That's absolute. When they bring it back, we may not approve anything.
Right.
So we're just going to initiate it.
I'm just
at this
putting it out
time.
there, though, to make sure everybody knows.
No, absolutely.
let me
We
just-
understand. Okay, Commissioner Weiss, do you want to speak, or can we move on?
I just want to.
Sure, go right ahead.
I will see if I can help bring this thing in for a landing.
We're ready for a landing. Do
But
you wanna-
I want to be clear, too,
Right.
though, that I support Commissioner Marino. I would not approve this kind of subsidies when this comes back.
Well, we know that, because
Okay,
this
I'm
is just moving forward, initiating it.
Okay.
Ms. Baker has agreed with that, but this is where this is where you started, and this is what we're going to vote on. We're not voting on specifically to put the money into projects. We are voting on you all moving forward on these projects, and then you'll bring it back to us after we, however, have those 2 weeks to review everything. And then we will vote specifically on those projects. Is that stating it correctly?
Sending it to underwriting.
We're asking for you to move forward or do conceptual approval so that we can move forward with the projects.
Correct.
And then the others will go to, once we've got everything that we need, we go to underwriting, and then the contracts would be coming back to you.
And we'll submit the proposed agenda item with the contracts to you 2 weeks in advance, and we'll come speak to you one-on-one so that we are all on the same page and understand the same
Are there any questions about what we're voting on? Commissioner Woodward?
I did want to ask
Absolutely.
a question. The gentleman spoke about the public funds. Which project was that for, that they were still seeking public funds and they would split it 50/50? Which one was that?
That was the gallery at Sunset Park.
Okay. Because that one
also
right now
high.
is at 24.75%, which is above what we had
Yes.
discussed. But with the public fund, you're actively seeking.
I said we proffered that if we get any public funds, we'll give those based on a split back to the county. But we're ready to proceed without any additional funds and our own equity.
Okay. And these are at 102 per unit. And the other one is 78,000.
And they're also charging almost the max in the rent as well.
Yeah, we have 40% affordable and 60% workforce.
But the max amount.
Any other questions by the board? I know the hour is late, and but just want to make sure everybody knows exactly what we're going to be voting on. I can see that we all do. I'm so proud of y'all. It's really lasted a long time. The little 30-minute Jimmy John's thing there. But what we're going to do at this time, I'm going to recognize Vice Mayor Marino, and then we're going to proceed to a vote on 5D3.
5D2.
5D2, A, B, and C, but I was going to ask the attorney to clarify where we need to be right now and what we're voting on.
We are voting on 5D2, A, B, and C.
What did we do? What did we do to B, is what I want to know.
B, we are going to approve contingent upon all elements, including zoning, being included and approved.
Right, as was stated by Ms. Baker with regard to 5D2, the Judge Rogers Court.
It's also at 13 million with all units being part of the 110, right?
Between 80 and 100.
Between 80 and 110. We're going to ask them to select X number of units that will be at 80%, and then the remainder will be at 110.
Vice Mayor Moreno, if you have any other questions, now is the time.
We don't have to approve this one right now. We can go ahead and approve bond funding sufficient to fund this, should it percolate and develop into a project that the commission is happy with.
It's up to the board. I actually like that idea. Put the bond funding in.
Okay.
And give them time, because we really are so floundering on this project. So I would see setting aside the bond dollars. Sherry, you will give us the right amount for the next item. But how does that now read for item B? Do we still deny? Okay.
Deny without prejudice.
Yes,
deny without prejudice, and then staff continues to work, which is what we were going to do in the first place.
That's what we're going to do. Whether you approve it conceptually or you deny it, we're still going to, if you deny it without prejudice, then we will continue to work with them just as though you approved it on a conceptual basis.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. I look to the rest of the board to.
I think that, well, I'm sorry, Commissioner Weiss.
So my other question, though, is what's our policy going to be? I mean, is it going to be a maximum of 20%? Is it going to be a maximum of $70,000 per unit? Is it going to be a maximum of?
The board directed us to go back and talk to industry about it, and then come back and modify our bond allocation process. So we're going to bring that back to you. I personally do not, in doing my due diligence with other developers that don't do business in Palm Beach County that I know, they thought some of the other numbers were high, but that's what they're seeing in Broward, where they do development for affordable and workforce housing. They're looking at the high 20s and 30%. We were looking at, as Mr. Brown stated earlier, looking at the state's sale program and making that the max as well, which falls within, it's a little higher than the 20%, and we can go with the 20%. We'll just come back and have these conversations and make exceptions. If we had a maximum that we could put out, no more than 20-25%, we will work with the development and give extra points in our RFP if they are below that. And we can tie the extra points to the amount, the percentage. You also directed us to put a cap on per unit. So that is something we're going to work with industry. We'll bring that back too before we put out another RFP, so we don't have to go through this. So we'll have a cap on a per unit basis, and discussing this out in the hallway with some of the other affordable developers. The fact that we're putting a cap on a per unit basis will assist us without having to put an overall cap on the project.
So and then going back to this issue of the three buckets of the 150-50, 100 workforce, 50 affordable, and 50 for sale. Does this mean that we're basically out of at this point, we'll max out our affordable?
What I'd like to highlight is the fact that this board supported the Housing Leadership Council's report. You did not necessarily adopt it as your report, if you'll remember that discussion. Right. So that was their discussion. I think this gives us a feel, and we need to come back to you after doing a little more research, because the majority of our residents workers, they fall within that 57% of affordable. So we need to look at how we want to balance it. It doesn't have to be 150-50. I want actual ownership, because we will turn that money over really fast. But it's going to be costly in our market. So we can bring all of that back before we move forward with the next RFP. We'll have plenty of time to bring that back to you after meeting with industry, and then actually workshopping it with you and industry in the room so you can also hear what else they have to say. And we'll make sure we're inviting all parties, workforce as well as affordable. This is, as you stated, this is a complicated issue, and it just depends on how many units they're bringing in, what's the best bang for our buck. We're looking at that. We're looking at, is this too high? You informed us to bring you back all of these, so we did. There would have been some we wouldn't have brought back because they was just too high, but the board told us to bring them all back, so that's what we did. We would have sorted these through. However, we'll have plenty of time to workshop this with you. We learned a lot during this first round. It was painful.
But half the money's going to be gone.
I agree with you. But again, if the workforce housing projects don't receive the sale funding, then we won't spend that money with them unless they come up with another source of revenue. So it's up to the board. We can do whatever you deem appropriate.
Mayor, if I may, just very, very quickly, I know for you all, I appreciate the 2 seconds. For you all, it's a distinction without a difference, the denial versus the approval, but on behalf of the little engine that could, if you could just recommend approval, it helps us. Again, as you said, there are many moving parts here. So every step that we move forward is literally a step moving forward for us. So again, distinction without a difference for you. For us, that recommendation of approval helps us with our other financing and the other things that we're trying to do. And again, you're going to get a chance, if we don't make it, if we don't do our part, you can say no at the end. So you haven't really lost anything, Commissioner Weiss, at that point. So please, we're asking.
Let me understand what your position is on the Rogers proposal. Is that if we recommend it as part of the provisional idea, the policy and conceptual, as Ms. Baker says, then that doesn't mean that we will approve any transfer of funds. It does not mean that we will allocate any funds. What it does mean is that we will give you an opportunity to use that as leverage to get a better deal so that we can build this Rogers, God bless him, is Rogers project there.
That is
so and correct me if I'm wrong, staff and attorney, and Ms. Baker, if we vote for approval of these issues as presented to us today, then we are not voting for an allocation of funds. We are voting for a further study by the staff to see what kind of numbers they can come back with our conceptual approval of these ideas. And then at the point when you come back to us, we have already been briefed at least 2 weeks in advance as to this complexity of this funding sources for building affordable workforce. And then we can vote at that time to allocate or not allocate without losing any further progress on this. Did I state that correctly?
Yes, the allocation will not occur until we bring term sheets back to the board. So there will not be a firm commitment of funding until term sheets for each of these are brought back.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, how long does underwriting take? How much time should we expect before this comes back from underwriting?
So underwriters have shared that approximately 30 days from the point they receive all of the documentation from the development. And so we factor that in, plus timing to review that information, get back to the board. I would imagine you're talking at least 60 days to get back to you with it.
So we approved 2 projects last month that are already into this?
Already referred to the day after they referred to the underwriter. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then we have these projects. If we do this, everyone except for this last project is ready to go right into underwriting.
And Village of Valor.
With
Village of Valor is
we tabled
not
Village.
ready.
Right.
We tabled
You
two
told
this
us to
morning.
continue.
You tabled
But they didn't go to underwriting.
No.
Yeah.
You tabled one, Village of Valor, and then another project you put a further condition on.
Right. But so will all of those be going into underwriting?
The projects that are contingent upon sale will not go to underwriting unless they receive the sale award. So I believe one application cycle closes in August, and the other one, I believe it was July.
The August and October were the award dates.
And
all
we will
of the
bring
work-
those back as we take them through underwriting. It's not something that we have to wait for all of the projects to come back and get all of it all at one time. So you will see the somewhat piecemeal along the way as they get approved so we can get the housing going.
And so everyone except for the judge one will be going, none of these are contingent on outside the sale or anything, the workforce that we're doing right now.
You are correct.
Okay.
None are contingent.
So if, my concern is I don't want to deny this project because if we do a denial, it sends a message perhaps to someone, county commission has denied this project. And I am concerned about just the optics for that. I don't want to slow down, but if we approve it with conditions, is that an option that, we can put firm conditions on what's expected without obligating anything. And then even that, they still have to go through underwriting once they go through.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I am concerned about doing a denial that sends a message that may crush the project unnecessarily. If we are not really planning to deny it, it's really just a few conditions that still need to be met. So that's, the rest, if anyone else feels that way, so.
Commissioner Bernard.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just a question to staff. I think initially, Sherry, you had mentioned we're like $91 million committed, and that's not including the Judge Rogers. Is that correct?
So 90 million included Judge Rogers at 8.8 million.
Okay, so it does include Judge Rogers.
And if we want to include them, because there was discussion while you were out that we would go ahead and include in the bond the full $13 million to allow them a chance to go through the whole process and bring it back for a contract. So if we want to take it to a full 13 million, I'm just going to round to even dollars and say that we would be looking at a project of $94.2 million, plus we'll need $2 million for issuance costs. So we would look at a not-to-exceed bond of $96.2 million, and it would take care of everything that's presented today. Doesn't mean they're getting the dollars, it just means that I have cash that once the contracts come back and you approve contracts, then the cash is available. If a project falls apart and doesn't come forward or something, the bond funds still remain in the bond fund and can only be used for affordable and workforce housing as we presented to the voters. This cash that sits there will earn interest. The clerk's office is our treasurer for those dollars. Right. So any earnings that we get from those still have to be used for the same purpose of the bonds, and those dollars will be there available.
Madam Mayor,
Absolutely.
I missed, what are the conditions that we wanted? I just want to make sure for the Judge Rogers.
So there were a few things that we wanted to make sure, Commissioner Bernard, that we received confirmation on, and they provided financing commitments on Friday. So now we're just looking at the zoning, the platting, the site plan, approval, and construction plans.
Okay.
If I could also, because you weren't here, their county, they reduced the number of units that we were going to be helping with to 45, which took the cost up to $195,000 per unit, and it also only gave us 45 units at 110%. The rest were going to be 120, 140. And I asked them if we went back to the 13 million, which puts their total project at 22%, could they bring those units back, all of them, to the 110 and 80 and 110, and they said yes.
Okay.
So,
okay. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you. Sherry, my question is, So with the cash being invested and earning interest, wouldn't we then use that interest to pay back? Because we'll be being charged interest by the bond, right? We'll having to be repaying that bond. So why wouldn't we use that interest that it's accruing to be making our bond payment?
Well, because it's a general obligation bond, it would slightly lower the millage rate. I'm not sure it's significant enough that you wouldn't want to just use it for the projects, for other housing projects.
Oh. Because won't we have to start repaying almost immediately, start repaying those bonds?
So our first bond payment will be next fiscal year in October, November, somewhere around in there. So we'll make our first payment then.
And so
but it's going to be funded completely from ad valorem because it's got its own millage rate.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
What we're going to earn in interest is not going to make that much of a difference in lowering the millage. It won't.
Understood.
Taking it out to 4 or 5 digits, you're just not going to see a difference. So I would think we should use those interest earnings to help fund additional projects. And then any money that comes into this fund, when these projects start making their payments back to us, it'll just go back in there to be recycled. So it's just going to be a continuous fund for a long time.
Understood.
Very good, thank you.
Thank
All right,
you.
if everybody is ready, then we can proceed to have a first on this issue of 5D2A. I can't make a motion, so Vice Mayor Marino?
Well, should we do them individually? Yes. Okay, so I will make a motion to conceptually approve the General Obligation Housing Bond Loan Program for 5D2A 1 and 2, which is Gallery at St. Park and residents of Lake Worth Beach.
I'll second.
And do I have a second? I do. From Commissioner Woodward, all those for. Anybody opposed? See that it passes 6-0. All right, now we're on to 5D2B. Letter B.
Madam Mayor, I'd make a motion to conceptually approve 5D2 Judge Rogers Court with the $13 million subject to the conditions that was presented to us.
Stated by my Ms. Baker on the record. And we have a second from Commissioner Woodward. All those for, anybody opposed to that? See that it passes unanimously, 6-0. Okay, now 5D2C.
Madam Mayor, I will make a motion to transmit the approved proposals to the county's third-party underwriter and negotiate the loan agreements.
Very good. By the Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Weiss. All those for, anybody opposed? See, that passes unanimously, 6-0. Thank you, staff. We're just going to move on. I'll take issues from the board. I think we have, and help me, Ms. Kaufman, I believe that we have 5D3.
Perfect.
Now, 5D3, A, B, and C is and, so that's going to be one vote, right? And then after that, we have the big one, 5E1. So let's do this, if you all don't mind, then we'll discuss what we're going to do after that. Okay. But I'd like to finish this housing issue now, if you don't mind. Commissioner Barnett, you have something to say? No, he doesn't. Okay. No, very good. Okay. We're looking now at 5D3, A, B, and C.
Make a motion. Sorry. I'll make a motion to approve 5D3A, B, and C.
Very good. Do I have a second by Commissioner Weiss? All those for, anybody opposed? Passes unanimously, 6-0. Congratulations, staff. Now we're looking at 5E1. You all with me on this? Okay, so we have a motion by Vice Mayor Marino and a second.
No.
Say something.
So,
Do we have cards?
We have cards.
on which one?
5E1.
Okay, then we're not going to take the vote on that right now.
Well, I don't see any of these people here, but I'll
Well, read
announce
their
the
names for the record, please.
We have cards from Jack Weir, Michelle Jacobs, and Alexandria Larson.
See no one responding to those names at this time.
So,
We're going to, yes, Commissioner
Madam Mayor,
Bernard.
so for this item, I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution, but for the not to exceed amount to be $96.2 million.
I'll second.
Not to exceed 92, say it again.
$96.2 million.
$96.2 million rather than the $127 million that is stated. So you are making a motion at this time to modify 5E1 with your motion. Do we have a second on that motion?
Already did,
that
thank you.
modifies it?
Already did.
We do. Okay. We have from Vice Mayor Marino. Is there any questions on this at all? Very good. Okay. All those for. Anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously 6-0. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, staff, very much. And congratulations. Did an awesome job. Very good.
Good job.
Now I'd like to open this up to the
job.
staff.
Thank
I
you.
have a question. Let the record reflect it's 5:30, and we have four very important reports from very important departments. Now, I'd like to hear, it's 5:30. These are, before you come up, just give us a minute to discuss our agenda business at this time. What is the mood of the board at this time? Either we could, these are going to take lengthy because they should. These are important departments, and the staff has worked on them, and we have a lot of paper on them as well. So we can either take a short break, get back into work, or we can table this for another day. I'd like to hear, first, Ms. Baker, what is your pleasure for this issue?
It is really the board's pleasure. However, we have our budget workshop scheduled for next Tuesday, the 11th, at 2 o'clock. And so we can add this on to that meeting. It is the board's pleasure. We're prepared to move forward.
All right, I know you are.
It's up to the
'cause
board.
I have to say, the staff has been out there. I've been watching them all this time. By the way, they're doing their work while they're sitting there watching us. Could I hear from every board member? Commissioner Barnett, would you like to, in other words, would you like to transfer these budget issues to another day? Or would you like to take a break and proceed on?
I'm fine continuing on today.
God bless you.
Just a quick 10-minute break and be back at it. Yeah.
So I can continue on, but I have a 6:30 meeting I need to be at.
do.
So do you.
And so does Commissioner Bernard.
So, I mean, I'm happy to continue on, but I've got to get to that meeting.
Why don't we go as far as we
Okay.
can?
Commissioner Marino?
I think we should continue going as far as we can.
Commissioner Bernard?
Yeah, I'm fine with, I can do the call. I can do the 6:30 meeting here, so.
Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't we, we're going to take a break at 10 minutes. And which one should maybe we should do one and then take a look and see how we all feel. How's that sound? Okay, and which one would be, the first would be environmental resources management. So with that, it's 5:31. We'll be back here at 5:45?
5:40.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh. Everybody, and welcome to the resumption of the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners. We are ready to proceed. It's 5:47. And if we could have a presentation from, this is really the Office of Financial Management and Budget. We're going to start with Environmental Resources Management. You go right ahead and proceed.
All right. Great. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Baker. Thank you so much for sticking in there with us this afternoon. I have condensed this presentation, so I will be as efficient as I can be. For the record, my name is Deb Drum. I'm the Department Director, and I have the honor of leading the county's Environmental Resources Management Department, commonly known as ERM. And I'm here today with the Deputy Director of the Department, Michael Stahl, and it's my honor to work alongside him as well. The department was created in 1987, and we operate under the original and the continuing mission to protect, preserve, and enhance Palm Beach County's land and water resources. ERM's programs are driven by mandates or agreements as specified in codes, ordinance, state statute, or other regulatory requirements. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through this list with all of the detailed references, but to some, a major source of our mandated activities come from Article 14 of the Unified Land Development Code, or ULDC, which are environmental standards, and these include...
And we have all of this provided to us by you.
Yes, you do.
Thank you very
These
much.
include sea turtle protection, well field protection, vegetation preservation and protection, and prohibited invasive non-native vegetation removal. The take-home message on this slide is that we operate from our mandates related to environmental protection, and those are mandates, not nice to have, but need to have. ERM's fiscal year 25 total budget is why we're here to provide you this overview today, is $132 million, and that's comprised of a $55 million operating budget and a $77 million capital budget. And of that total budget, only 19% comes from ad valorem funds. So that means 81% of our budget is from funds outside of the county. And the 19% that we have includes personnel services for 129 full-time staff. We utilize ad valorem funding to leverage and provide necessary cost share dollars to obtain grants and other revenues from outside the county to complete our work, largely in the areas of coastal and beaches. This graphic demonstrates the reduction in the number of ERM positions that we've had since 2007. There's been an approximately 20% reduction in staff over the past 16 years. We've worked very hard on succession planning and an assessment of organizational structures to constantly maintain productivity and enhance efficiencies, as well as develop technologies that can optimize our efforts. Where we saw changes were needed, we made them in order to keep our staffing levels flat. This history is relevant as part of our supplemental request this year. We are requesting one position, and I'll get into more detail on that as we move through the presentation. This next slide demonstrates that ERM utilizes essentially our full general fund budget every year. Since FY19, we've spent a minimum of 92% of our budget and up to 96% in FY20. The blue or bottom bar shows the budgeted amount in the general fund, and the orange or red or the top bar shows how much we spent. The difference between our spent percentages and the 100% spent is frequently attributed to being just a little bit conservative towards the end of the fiscal year. So we have some funds that we set aside just in the event of specific unforeseen needs for us that can look like hurricanes, weird mosquito years where we have to do controls that we didn't expect, or equipment repair, which is a big part of our budget. Next, this just gives you an overview of our spending plan for our capital project funding this year. Our amount is just under $16 million for FY25, and the majority of these capital funds are for shore protection beach projects, and a few are for necessary repairs or refurbishment of aged public use facilities which have safety concerns, or which will help us comply with state agreements, which include requirements to create public use facilities where there currently are none. I'm going to go through these next slides pretty quickly, but it's intended to provide a very brief overview of the 5 major programs that are implemented within ERM, including natural areas protection, resources protection, shoreline protection, environmental enhancement and restoration, and mosquito control. Our Resources Protection, or RP division, includes the Petroleum Tanks Program, tree regulation for commercial sites under Article 14 of the ULDC, development review, well field protection, and the water quality protection portion of our budget. Water quality includes drinking water protection as well as reconnaissance for cyanobacteria or blue-green algae blooms when they occur. Those issues are just now kicking up. We're getting into the season for that. The pie chart that you see here shows that most of the ad valorem associated with this program is for salaries, with 40% of revenues coming from other revenues such as state agreements and permit fees. The petroleum restoration program is essential to the cleanup of petroleum contaminated sites and the protection of drinking water in the county. We were asked to share a few metrics with you that were meaningful. These metrics demonstrate how Palm Beach County has the lowest number of what we call full-time equivalents, also known as full-time positions, or you'll hear us call them FTEs, comparatively with other counties conducting petroleum restoration activities. The top bars on this graph show the counties with the number of full-time positions by county, and the bottom bars show the number of sites that are assigned per full-time position. So we're right in there aligned with the number of sites that our staff is managing with the least number of staff. Palm Beach County has 164 contaminated sites under management annually, compared to Broward that has 276, Hillsborough 409, Orange 490, and Miami-Dade 596. The next group I want to talk about is our habitat restoration and manatee protection programs. These are the ones that have the most to do with Loxahatchee River and Lake Worth Lagoon. And our activities support the design, permitting, construction, monitoring, and management of the county's habitat restoration and artificial reef projects. This is a great story of using the few ad valorem dollars that we have to attract much larger amounts of dollars and from other sources to complete important projects. As an example, for the cost to the county for a project that's $8 to $12 million was about $2 to $4 million of county funds. That's how we leverage those dollars. The Shoreline Protection Program has an extremely small ad valorem footprint comprised of staff time to manage 14 shoreline projects where the county is either the sole local sponsor or a funding partner with the municipality, all of which are further supported by state and federal funding. This program is highly leveraged using the tourism bed tax dollars through the Tourism Development Council that you've heard from this morning for beach nourishment and to protect that amenity. This year, the amount we got from the Tourism Development Council was $10 million. Typically, we see about, on these big beach projects, about 20% county funds, 23% federal funds, 35% state funds, and 22% from the municipalities, to let you know what typically that cost share looks like. Our mosquito control program is 2% grant funded. Last year, it was 0% grant funded, so we did get a little bit of an improvement there. The Florida statutes declare it to be a public policy of the state to control mosquitoes for a variety of purposes, including protection of human health and economic development, and to do so while protecting the environment and ecological integrity of the state's lands and waters. Our work most essentially addresses public health and safety through the control of mosquitoes and associated mosquito-borne illnesses. And finally, our Natural Areas Program has a split between ad valorem and non-ad valorem funding sources. Our comp plan requires site-specific management plans that preserve the wilderness values of those lands and allows for passive public use. These plans include our prescribed fire program and exotic vegetation removal, and collectively, our Natural Areas Program provides long-term benefits for the community, including water quality, water supply, air quality, and the community quality for our residents and visitors. And the next three slides are the really important ones I wanted to go over with you today, and this is what our supplemental requests for the budget are this year. And the first of our supplemental funding requests is $95,000 for the replacement of equipment and software. We have licensed software subscriptions, equipment and technology, and in general, those have become essential for us to create the efficiencies and to keep our staffing levels low. We're also having to keep pace with the evolving nature of work assignments and data collection. That's part of our work. For example, GIS-based software, iPads, ArcGIS Pro, and 800 megahertz radios have given us the capability to meet the soaring demands without increasing staff levels. Cloud-based technologies have also led to faster, more efficient delivery of services, but those require supplemental hardware that's not covered in ISS's budget to support our field operations. And these are field operations and mosquito control, for which our team won a Golden Palm Award for the money that it saved. Our facilities radio shop has recommended that we plan for and start the replacement of 42 obsolete and unsupported radios that we use, and they are quite pricey. They're $3,000 to $4,000 per unit because the manufacturer that we have now no longer supports the radios that we have. We've managed to absorb some of those costs within our operating budget over the years, but the funding the unbudgeted technology costs and replacement hardware is no longer sustainable for carving out a little bit piece of our operating over time. So the higher costs coupled with the growing need for additional quantities of the tools has widened that gap for us, and we're no longer able to bridge that gap. Our second supplemental request is for one position to get a contract management specialist. Our projects are increasingly complex in nature, and with rising costs have underscored the pressing need to identify additional funding through grants and other partners. Our current staff has cultivated very robust partnerships, have seen with the fact that about 80% of our budget is from other people's money. And so those relationships take time. You have to build them, you have to nurture them, and you have to maintain them. And so those grant opportunities, we think, the workload for those has exceeded our current staff levels. I could go on and on about the importance of this position, but I will leave it at that and leave it to see if you have any questions about this particular request. And finally, we have a one-time $5 million request to fulfill an obligation to the Solid Waste Authority that was it was an agreement entered into by the Board of County Commissioners in 2007, and it was later amended in 2014. And on March of this year, my department received a letter from the Solid Waste Authority stating its intentions to obtain, in that agreement, fill material owed to them per an interlocal agreement, again, originated in 2007. The agreement established a joint venture to share resources, including the acquisition of natural aerial lands for preservation and a future wetland restoration water resource project that occurs in District 7. The interlocal agreement called for future delivery of 2.2 million cubic yards of accepted fill material by the county to SWA. And alternatively, the agreement stipulated that the county could meet its fill obligation by compensating the SWA at a rate of $2.50 per cubic yard. The county had already provided 200,000 cubic yards of material to them in fulfillment of this request in 2014. And the SWA has now informed the county of its desire to have the remaining 2 million cubic yards of fill either delivered or in lieu of fill delivery payment of the amount of $5 million. The supplemental funding request will allow for a one-time payment for the amount owed, and funding would come from a one-time transfer from the general fund. Due to the current fill costs that are out there in the world, the department has determined that the buyout option is the most effective, cost-effective option by far. To summarize, ERM continues to show strong leveraging of county funds, and we demonstrate that the numbers that we have in the budget, we spend in the budget. This year, we have 3 supplemental requests, including a one-time payment of $5 million, as I've just mentioned. And that is a big number, and it heavily skewed our percentages when looking at a budget supplemental request for this year. Last year, we had 0 supplemental requests. I just wanted to put that in context. The ad valorem increase of the 29.7 from last year is attributed to these supplemental requests. True ad valorem increase without the supplementals is 3.7%. That considers salary adjustment increases of 6% and other uncontrollable costs, including personnel and fleet. And we plan to continue to leverage our 3.7% ad valorem footprint and attract state and federal funding to the county for all the reasons that I mentioned. And with that, I will be happy to entertain any questions. I do thank you very personally for your continued leadership and support of this program and of environmental protection in Palm Beach County. You've all been champions in your own way, and I really do appreciate it. I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Strum. Commissioner Weiss, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. The only question is really this $5 million. Understand it was a contract that was entered into by the county and the Solid Waste Authority. Why is that coming out of your budget?
The agreement was between and it was between Palm Beach County, and the Solid Waste Authority, as approved by the Board of County Commissioners.
But the board approved this, but they didn't budget you any money
No,
for the
sir.
obligation?
No.
Okay.
Gee, unfunded mandate. I think it's not even from the state.
If
or
I
the
may,
feds.
it was contingent upon when the solid waste deemed it was appropriate to either give them the fill or pay them the $5 million.
Understand, but it sort of, it throws off, if you look at, their supplemental increase.
Yes, I know.
It blows that up and
I tried to quantify that a bit to sort of separate that out, but yes, this is.
It's not something directly that you all did, or, no, it's what we did. Thanks. Well,
We're
we
trying to
accept
make this
whatever
right.
they've done, unfortunately or fortunately.
Any other questions or comments after this presentation? It was excellent. It was really excellent. You do wonderful things. I watch you in the TDC, and I want to let everyone know they've got some great events coming up that we can all participate in as well. And we don't have any cards. I think if we work late enough at night, we don't get any cards. We should, it's a good idea. Okay, so I think at this point you can be excused. Thank you so much. Can we go on to the second one? Huh? Very good, I'm ready for it as well. If we could have information systems services. Lengthy? How about if we just have AI give us a 2-minute presentation of it, right? What would be short? Parks and Recs? Parks and Recreation. Oh, do we still have Parks and Recreation in the house? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Come on up, and just for the record, we have a very, very impressive presentation that's already presented to us for our review. You go right ahead and start, Jennifer.
Thank you.
And good evening.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Baker. I'm Jennifer Cirillo, the Director of Palm Beach County Parks and Recreation. Here at the table with me, Tammy K. Fields, our Assistant County Administrator that Parks reports to, and also Rebecca Schnerman. She's my Director of Finance and Support Services for the Parks Department. On behalf of our entire Parks and Recreation team, thank you for the opportunity to present our proposed fiscal year 2025 budget to you today. So we'll get right into it. Our department is comprised of 6 divisions with very specific responsibilities. Our mission is to provide opportunities for healthy, happy living through 3 things: award-winning parks, inclusive experiences, and environmental stewardship. And our core services, I just want to draw those to your attention because they're going to come up later in this presentation. To ensure access to beaches and water bodies, to facilitate health and wellness opportunities, provide for youth enrichment, sports athletic programming and facilities, to promote stewardship of natural, archaeological, and cultural sites, and to provide for trails, open space, and picnic facilities. Our work is very diverse, and it connects all 7 of the BCC's strategic priorities. And there's some images throughout the presentation of the diverse work that we do. Here are a few graphics that demonstrate, on the left, the breadth of what we maintain, including 7 swimming pools, 133 playgrounds, 31 boat ramps, 7 recreation and cultural centers, 93 championship golf holes, and so much more. Our department serves the entire county. And then on the right, a graphic that summarizes a national survey that across the board, the public values a high-quality park system when selecting where to live. So from left to right, for those of you that can't see it on the screen, left to right on the graphic is all Gen Zers, millennials, Gen Xers, baby boomers, very active, somewhat or not active, parents, non-parents, independents, Republicans, or Democrats. Everyone values, even everybody, yeah. Everyone values a quality park system. So our key strategic issues entering fiscal year 25 are our aging park infrastructure and facilities. That's number 1, our amenities, and balancing that with increased public demand, our climate changes, and emerging recreation trends. So people are using our park system and demanding a wonderful park system, but we are balancing that with our aging park system. We like to say we're vibrant and beautiful, but we're getting a little old. Safety and security in parks, prevention and responses include drowning prevention. We're going to get into that a little bit. Crowd safety control, crime prevention through de-escalation techniques, working with our law enforcement partners. We see a lot of incivility in our park system, and we're very public facing. And then we also are dealing with what other departments will bring up to you. Since the budget downturn, we are still down positions significantly from that as well. I'm going to turn it over to Becky now, who's going to go through some of our budget items.
Very good. Let's get down to the money.
Hopefully this is on. All right, I did it right. We are proud to be an 8-time finalist and 2-time winner of the prestigious National Gold Medal, recognizing our department as the best parks and recreation agency in our class among more than 9,000 agencies across the country. Since 1972, we have provided free and affordable parks and recreation opportunities with low barriers to access for our county residents. Today, we manage 8,668 acres and 110 park properties, primarily funded through ad valorem, except for our 5 golf courses, which are fully funded through a special revenue fund. The table on the right breaks down our FY 2025 budget request of $116 million between the golf special revenue fund and the general fund. Including golf operations, 62% of the department's operating budget is funded from ad valorem taxes. Our FY 2025 general fund ad valorem operating budget reflects a 5% increase over the prior fiscal year, with an overall net ad valorem increase of 3.5%. This next slide shows the breakdown of the Golf Special Revenue Fund. Our 5 high-quality Audubon International certified golf courses are modestly priced within the markets they serve. Notably, these operations do not utilize any ad valorem funding. Since the pandemic, our golf course revenues have remained steady, allowing us to significantly increase our reserves over the past 5 years. These reserves are crucial for funding various golf capital projects, such as the Osprey Point Golf Course Learning Center and greens renovations at Okehele Golf Course. This chart shows a breakdown by division of our fiscal year 2025 operating budget request. The largest portion, accounting for 58% of our budget, is allocated to the Parks Operations Division. This division includes parks maintenance, trades, natural land management, campgrounds, as well as our park ranger and security services program. This chart, which I kind of borrowed from if you see, although it's our numbers, it reflects the percentage of budget spent versus the adopted budget. As you can see, we consistently spend more than 90% of our budget allocation. The gap is primarily due to staff attrition resulting from retirements and resignations that have steadily occurred since the pandemic. This next slide details our fiscal year 2025 supplemental budget requests. These requests address specific needs in our department that are not covered by the base budget and directly tied to our key performance metrics. I will highlight a few of these requests. First, we are proposing the transition from seasonal to year-round operations at Pioneer Park Aquatic Center. Currently, Pioneer Park Aquatic Center is the only operating public pool in the Belglade area. Aligning with the county's strategic priority of public safety, we believe it is crucial to provide more drowning prevention education and swim lessons in Belglade. Second, we propose an increase in our campground fees. Our market analysis revealed that we are currently charging 37% less than market rate at John Prince Park Campground and 45% less at South Bay RV Campground. To align our rates more closely with our direct competitors, we recommend a phased approach over the next 3 years. In the first year, we propose a 10% rate increase at John Prince Park Campground and a 25% rate increase at South Bay RV Campground. Even with these adjustments, our fees will remain competitively priced at 30% below market rate at John Prince Park and 33% below the market rate at South Bay. Our net supplemental budget request is just over $18,000. I will now turn the presentation back over to Jennifer unless you have any questions about.
Thank you,
Do you have
Becky.
any questions or comments?
Thank you,
Very
Becky.
good. Go right ahead.
Okay.
So our capital improvement program for our department is prioritized by safety first, continuity of service, and then amenities due for replacement or imminent failure, a level of service equity or comp plan compliance issue, and then last is express public need when funding or grant partnerships are available and approved by the board. Our 5-year CIP reflects our aging park system, as I mentioned, with large capital infrastructure due for repair or replacement. There has been a substantial shift in our CIP funding over the past 10 years. As you can see on this graphical representation, our capital infrastructure funding sources as Parks and Recreation Department, specific bond has not been passed in our department in more than 20 years. At one point in time, a recreation or recreation cultural bond was passed about every 4 years on average for our department, and we haven't passed one in more than 20 years, so those residuals are gone. The infrastructure surtax did fund some park projects, but it's coming to an end in the next 2 years, which really, that addressed deferred infrastructure that was no longer funded by bonds. And then impact fee collections are down for parks and can only be used for newer expansion and cannot be used in the glades. We do very well seeking our grants. We achieve more than $2 million annually, but we cannot rely for them for significant future capital. And we currently do not receive infrastructure funding from the tourist development tax for any of our infrastructure in our parks. I do need to stress regarding any new or significantly improved park amenities in the 5-year CIP, the funding is very, very limited. Demonstrating this overall shift in capital funding resources for our department, it's no coincidence that we led the presentation off with the picture of the Juno Beach Park Pier on the beach. That's one of our assets that Parks is responsible for maintaining. It was originally built using impact fee funding and previously renovated using recreation bond residual funding. But of course now, moving forward, as we see this shift in our ad valorem dependence for park capital infrastructure, going back to our pier example, in this current fiscal year, we're making necessary structural repairs and redecking the pier using ad valorem funding. Without another infrastructure funding source to keep pace with our dated park system, we anticipate a heavier reliance on this ad valorem funding for park capital needs to continue through our 5-year CIP, which you'll see demonstrated in this chart. That's the big, for those that can't read it, that's the big orange piece of the chart. The scope of capital infrastructure in Parks and Recreation is substantial. Of course, FDO is responsible for funding some of our CIP fundings, specifically for mostly our buildings. They are our construction department, as we're not a construction department. But the approved Parks CIP budget that we have covered here funds most of our Parks capital infrastructure. And we use our Parks capital funding to work with and through, like we said, the construction departments for project management and contracting. So our ad valorem request for Parks capital infrastructure countywide this year is $27 million. We consider this number actually to be very conservative and does not represent all the park needs or wants that you or we would like to see or will hear from our constituents. We actually requested $59 million through the county administrator, but in order to present a balanced budget, we were allocated $27 million and asked to prioritize that based on those needs we discussed earlier. We will continue to prioritize those parks capital and safety and replacement of failing assets while still trying to be creative and collaborate through grants, donations, and in partnerships that serve a public recreation purpose. I also want to share that we have just completed a community-wide needs assessment that many of you participated in, and we look forward to sharing with you the full report in the coming months. What is clear in the initial results, however, is that people value our park system. They think we're doing a pretty good job, but we need to do 2 things moving forward. Keep the previous public investment in our park system in good repair, and listen to our community's expressed parks and recreation needs to do better, improving what we have and keeping pace with our county's needs and desires of the public. And I do want to put out in these 2 charts here, one question was asked, the need for recreation facilities amenities, and then we asked not just the need, but what are most important to you in your households. And I do want to share with the board that overwhelmingly, and with the public as well, overwhelmingly, beaches came out on top. And so, that does really speak to a previous decision the board made about our Parks and Recreation system, that beaches are very important to our public, not just as what they value most, but what they feel they need for their households. Restrooms are important to people. We hear that often in our surveys, not just restrooms, but well-maintained restrooms. That makes the visit all much better. And then shade, we hear that a lot in those climate impacts we talked about, the need for additional shade for playgrounds, for courts. As we feel the heat in our community, it's very important, so that's up near the top. But then we kind of go down through all our amenities. And again, this will be coming back to the board. Our Director of Planning and Development for our park system, Bob Hamilton's in the audience, and we'll be bringing this back to you to share more about what the outcome of our community, what they're telling us about their Parks and Recreation system. So our last slide is Becky's sweet daughter, Avery, with our mascot, Oakley. And we thank you, and if you have any questions, we'll be glad to take them.
It was very comprehensive. Thank you, Ms. Cirillo. Do we have any comments or questions by members of the board at this time? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you for reminding everybody that the golf courses pay for themselves.
Yes, they do.
You know, because we do get a lot of comments about, you know, why do we charge what we charge and whatnot, and we try to remind the general public that the fees that we charge are well within what a municipal, or I should say daily fee golf course should charge. And the fact that, you know, we are sold out and that we are taking the dollars that we have and improving them within the golf course, all of that makes for a facility that people want to come to. And we're not wasting dollars. We don't have big clubhouses. So if we're going to do something, like you said, the learning center at Osprey, you know, these are important things because that generates revenue, which then offsets cost. And then golf courses aren't coming to us for money. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Yeah, we do strive to be very fiscally responsible with the taxpayer dollars, and our golf courses being a special revenue fund allows us to do that. No tax money goes into the golf courses. And then we have heard the public, I know many of you have heard about the frequent player card, and they requested this coming year that we make it a resident-only, Palm Beach County resident-only program that gives them advanced tee time booking. And so for next year, we'll be doing that.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Woodward?
Well, for that last part, thank you. My husband's probably listening. He'll be very happy because he and several of our neighbors love to play down south and can't always get in when they want to, so they end up playing in the middle of the day, and then he's wiped out at night, so that'd be great.
That's
Thank you for
not
that. And I just wanted to point out, thank you for the countywide parks need assessment. Beaches, shaded areas, nature centers, especially after we just had present. People, you know, we live in our nice comfy homes, but people do want to be outside. And I like that our parks are, almost all of our parks are free. I think we only have to charge for a few of the beach ones, depending on an agreement if it's within a municipality.
Yeah, they're all free for admission. We only charge at 2 of our beach parks because the municipalities they're within require us to charge there.
And they're pretty low rates
Yes.
compared
Mhm.
to city parks. And
Yes.
as a city resident in Boca, that is not a cheap park to go to if you're not a resident. But thank you for this, and to continue to work more towards the trail system too, because people, you know, they do want to have recreation on their bikes and stuff, sometimes with their kids, and our roads are not a place for that. But if we have, you know, good trail systems in our parks, we have lots of acreage. And you know, I've done the run at John Prince Park. We have a number of parks that, you know, are available for that, and it's safe for our families. So this is good. Thank you. You know, we do have a large budget, and taxes come from property taxes, but this is something that everybody benefits from. So I think thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do collaborate really closely. I just want to mention, we work hand in hand with Connectivity is a very important thing. You know, about roughly 40% of the lands we manage are natural areas, but they just happen to be within parks. So we take care of them, but we collaborate, our staff collaborate quite frequently to save costs for the county. And I didn't read this statement, but I do want to make it clear that it's important to note that our department, we intersect with a lot of departments, like cooperative extension, library, you know, we all work together, but we don't duplicate the work of each other. We really work in harmony. So the areas of infrastructure, land management, youth development, public safety, environmental education, public facility maintenance, adult and senior programming, stormwater retention, community service delivery, you know, it's a collaborative effort. It really takes all our departments doing their part in their role and not duplicating to achieve the most efficient outcome.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Jennifer, thanks for the presentation from you and your staff. I know that in the question in regard to shaded areas, you know, I know that many of your employees work outside. What do you do to kind of like, you know, address the heat that?
Yeah, for our staff that are outside. So we recently we send it out every year going into our hotter season to look out for one another, signs of heat stress, heat exhaustion. We provide water, ice, frequent breaks, shaded areas. kind of the buddy system to make sure we're really looking out for each other, because the weather really is no joke. It's important, and our folks are working outside, not just in maintenance activities, but our lifeguards that are in, we don't provide air conditioning on our lifeguard stands. That's just not a thing. So we do have a lot of public-facing employees. Risk management is wonderful working with us as a department, not just for our department, but there's several others that, have a large percentage of their staff that work outdoors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I just want to state, I want to commend you, Cirillo, for coming to Burt Aronson Park and meeting with other residents there and listening to their concerns, what they wanted out there, especially with the little doggy park and the shade at the water park.
And bocce.
Say it again?
And bocce.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and bocce, right. In fact, can I just say something quickly about that? There was a man in the audience, and he complained that we didn't have a bocce field there in the South County Park. And so I thought, well, we'll have to put this on our list, and we got to go. Jennifer immediately said, okay, we'll get it. My husband is Cirillo, and we need to have a bocce park out here, and it's
Much
really low
cheaper to
cost.
build than other things.
Very
but,
low
yeah.
cost, very low cost. I was very proud to introduce you to everybody and to see how you handle the crowd. And now I'm sure we have a bocce field out there. And
It's in the works.
I want to tell all my commissioners, if you'd like to, you'll take care of a lot of residents who hail from a country that Vice Mayor Marino knows about. But I want to thank you for all you do. And I know you run a very tight ship.
Yes, ma'am.
And I appreciate that as well. Thank you very much. If there's no other questions or comments, we're going to close your presentation at this time.
Thank you.
And at this time, it is 6:24. We are going to proceed with the other two at another meeting. And I'm going to ask, do we have, I know we have commissioner comments. Should we, Commissioner Weiss, should we go ahead with yours at this time? I think so, please. And if I'm going to start with yours because you sent out a letter. It's rather important. Go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. Two things, really. The first one, I think is pretty easy. Let's just do this, is in requesting that we send out a letter to the U.S. Coast Guard under Mayor Sachs' signature, requesting that the Coast Guard make the temporary changes on the bridge openings permanent. They're requesting comment. It's been temporarily in place for almost a year now. It's worked out very well, and it's provided less disruption. So if there's no objection.
I do have one question, if I could, and that is, we have other bridges, Palmetto Park Road and Atlantic Avenue. So can we also, I'm going to go ahead and sign this letter, but should we review some of the other bridges?
That may be I don't know if what the disruptions are, but we know that it does have a tremendous impact on downtown West Palm Beach and the town of Palm Beach with these bridges during the commute hours. You might look to those other bridges, and if they're county bridges, there might even be faster ways of doing it. But with this is a Coast Guard, and it's taken years.
Thank you for bringing that up.
And then the second item is asking that we move forward in directing staff to move forward on developing a transportation master plan. We've been talking about transportation. I did speak to the administrator. She has money in the budget for next year, but I think it's important that we get started now and that go ahead, and if they need to move money from reserves, because it's planned for next year's budget, that we give them permission to do that, but that we can move forward so we can get this work started, because it's going to take a while. And so, looking to do that if there's no objections.
Is there any questions or comments about that first part about the transportation? And Ms. Baker, this is something that's fine? Okay, very good. I think you can go ahead and proceed with that. Right before, I'm going to adjourn at this time unless somebody else has a comment. Yes, please, Mr. Barnett. Commissioner Barnett.
I'll try to be brief and fast. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sure.
I keep wanting to say, Your Honor, sorry. I'd like to appoint Barbara Roth to the Planning Commission. I think the last time I did that, it didn't take, so I'm doing it again. I want to thank all of you on the board for hearing the voice of the community, crying out for the need for this resource center. It's a very proud day, and I'm very excited for what we're going to be working on. And as Ms. Baker said, the work's just beginning today. I thank you very much for believing in this project. I want to acknowledge the accident with the Palm Tram bus. There was a fatality at Lake Worth Road in Melaleuca in my district. We're sending our prayers and condolences to the families of the individual who was involved. Had a chance to participate in the Palm Tram Ride the Bus, be a transit champion. I know Commissioner Woodward, you were also a transit champion, and some of you may also as well have been. It's a very wonderful service, much needed in my district. I think we have the largest number of riders in the county live in my district, and it's a great service. We took a ride to the Cox Science Center. We stood outside in the heat, and don't get to ride Palm Tran a lot, but I understand just what some of these folks who rely on this service go through every day, and I hope that, I think one of the meetings a few months ago, Mr. Baumlaren, you mentioned money that was being allocated for construction of covered bus stops. Can I just get an update at some point on the progress of those bus stops? And for future conversation, hopefully sooner rather than later, I wanted to see if the county had any kind of resources available to help condo owners who were being hit with special assessments for repairs to their buildings. I had a chance to sit and talk with some residents in my district who are going to be at risk of being thrown out of their homes because they can't pay the $50,000 in assessments they're about to get hit. I keep hearing that it's a state issue. Representative Rick Roth was there to address the issue from the state level. But if there's anything that the county can do, I know it's not our problem, that's what I keep hearing, but if there's anything that we can do, I know Miami-Dade County is offering loan assistance to some of their condo owners to help with the cost of repairs to the buildings that they're being assessed with. I would just like to talk to you at some point to see if there is any recourse. I believe Miami-Dade County has a surtax that they use. We don't have any such dedicated source of funding here in Palm Beach County. I wanted to raise the issue. I wanted to make sure these folks who came and talked to me knew that I at least brought the issue to the Board of County Commissioners, even if there's nothing that can be done at the county level. That's all I have. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnett. And I'll speak to you later about some of the state resources to help those condominium associations put money aside so that they can afford those special assessments. Be more than happy to help you with that. And if there is any...
Talk to Virginia about that.
Everybody talks to Virginia about it.
We can't talk one-on-one.
Yeah, I'll
talk to you. Okay, no problem. It's quite all right. And it is with the state, it's not with the county, but I'll talk to Ms. Baker about it. Is there any other comments? I just want to thank everybody again. Wait, Ms. Baker has something to say.
I'd like to ask the board to receive and file the updated board directives.
Second.
Thank you.
Very good. And if there's no other comments or questions, I want to thank the board for being so vigilant and working so hard today. At that, we are adjourned. Thank you. Everybody stay safe.